WLKY weather with Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi.
All right, looking at some nasty weather now pulling into our far north and northwestern communities. The tornado watch has been extended, indeed, off to the south to near the I-64 corridor. It does include the metro and points off to the north. This goes until 5 o'clock in the morning. Take a look at the Doppler radar. You can see we're still quiet here in town and much of the viewing area, but we do have some big storms ongoing. The farther north you go, this is a cluster of supercellular thunderstorms holding north of the WLKY viewing area. We did have a tornado on the ground north of Bloomington that was causing some damage, as indicated by this pink zone. And again, this is all north of the WLKY viewing area, but another tornado warning has just been issued by the National Weather Service out of Indy. It includes Bloomington out of the viewing area. However, it does clip far northwestern Jackson County, the rural areas of Jackson County. The storm responsible is still holding about 35 miles off to the northwest of this region. So again, as it stands right now, next 5, 10, 15 minutes for northwestern Jackson County, no imminent danger, but we'll be watching some rotation coming out of Bloomington heading towards northern Jackson County within the next 15 to 30 minutes or so. I'll definitely keep you posted as these storms continue to rumble and move off in an easterly direction. You can see additional big storms lining up the farther west you go out in southeastern Illinois. Many of these are supercells. They're rotating. They're producing large hail and occasional tornadoes. We've got tornado warnings in effect near Vincennes, and then farther off to the west and near Effingham in southern Illinois. This area has been hard hit. Tornadoes on the ground causing some damage. These are the cells I'm watching to impact our northwestern and western communities probably within the next 1 to 2 hours as this entire zone of storms slowly sinks off towards the south and also the southeast. So, weather in motion. This is the future cast. I'll take you through the night. Any one of these cells could be severe. There's so much wind energy in the atmosphere, a damaging straight line wind gust possible, a tornado spin up possible. And with the wind energy, how strong it is, some of these tornadoes could be rather strong to intense as well. So it's imperative that you have a way to get warnings through the overnight period. Here we are, 1:32 o'clock. Big storms in southwestern Indiana nearing the metro from 3 to 4 a.m. Again, any one of these could be severe with high winds and tornado spin-ups. And then as we move towards tomorrow morning, daybreak, much of the storms will be settling south of Louisville, across the Commonwealth, and it does appear the deeper we go into the morning tomorrow, they will be weakening. So that's some good news. But we have to get through the overnight. The severe alert in effect really from now right through tomorrow morning. Once we move deeper into your Thursday morning, those storms will be slowly weakening and pulling off to the south with temperatures basically in the 70s on your Thursday morning. So the forecast in detail overnight tonight. Showers and storms, they're going to be increasing, sliding in from the north-northwest. Some of them will be severe, 68 on that low. Looking through tomorrow, the leftover showers and storms will push south of Louisville and diminish. But we'll get another batch later in the afternoon. I think many of those will be south of the metro. Otherwise, a warm day, 86. And then, Vicki, we finally quiet it down as we move on into Friday and Saturday. First half of Father's Day is looking okay as well before more scattered storms move in Sunday late day and Sunday night. So getting kind of busy out there. We have that tornado warning, northwestern Jackson County for the next several minutes. Nothing in that area just yet. So I'll be back in just a few minutes with more information.
Here in town, it's been windy. It looks like it's going to rain any minute.
I know, right?
Thanks, Jay. It's a busy time for a local.
We now join our regularly scheduled programming already in progress.
Hi, folks. I'm WLKY Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi, live with you on this Wednesday night. We have a tornado warning that has been issued for northwestern Jackson County. I was just on 32.2, our Me TV channel, talking about this tornado warning. Now we're on both channels and also WLKY.com. Got you covered. Here's what's going on. We have a bunch of supercells holding just off to the north and northwest of our viewing area. Now, the National Weather Service out of Indy has issued a new tornado warning for the Bloomington, Indiana area, and that extends down into northwestern portions of Jackson County, a small part. I'm talking about the Houston area, Spraytown, Freetown. If you reside in those locations, close to those locations, you are underneath the tornado warning. Please get to your safety spot immediately. If you have a basement, go there. Put as many walls between you and the outside. No basement, lowest level of the house, an interior room. The key, you want to stop any and all debris that could be flying around outside around that potential tornado. And you can see all the warnings in effect now off to the north and northwest of the metro by about 50 to 60 miles. Additional big storms are off to the west from there, southwestern Indiana through southern Illinois. Many of these things are actually supercellular storms. What I mean by that, they're rotating. Whenever you have a rotating thunderstorm, the chances for that storm to produce some type of severe weather, it goes way up. In the case we have tonight, the wind fields are extreme. We typically don't get wind fields in the atmosphere like this time of year, heading into the summer season. You can get them in winter and early spring, but my goodness, the wind field is incredibly strong. Add to that the extreme instability that's firing off these thunderstorms. So now the storms are tapping into some of that wind energy and bringing it down to the ground in the form of tornado spin-ups, large hail, and some damaging straight line winds. All right, so meteorologist Suzanne Horgan is in-house with us as well and tracking the storm, running the radar right now. This is the cell we're watching. It does have some rotation involved with it. And by the way, this tornado warning is radar indicated. It's not confirmed. We did have a confirmed tornado a little bit farther off to the north, but this one is radar indicated. But here it is nighttime now. Nocturnal events. Hate nocturnal events because you just can't see what's going on. Bottom line, this severe thunderstorm situation will continue really the rest of the overnight. So you got to find a way to get warnings. Have a way to get warnings. Best way, WLKY.com, WLKY, and be sure and download the app. We will keep you posted. All right, so that supercell, the rotating part, moving off to the east-southeast, speeds of 35 to 40 miles an hour, and you can see the various communities in the path of that rotation. And that carries it into northwestern Jackson County right around 10:45 and 10:49. So you still have a little bit of time if you're in northwestern Jackson County to prepare, but just know things are getting pretty bumpy outside and things are quite severe just off to your northwest. Now, Suzanne, if you would, let's kind of pull out, kind of reset here. Okay. And take a look at the entire viewing area. You can see what I'm talking about. Much of the activity, again, well off to the north. There's the metro, the Commonwealth down here, of course. Not much happening. Nothing imminent for the Louisville area right now, or probably for the next several hours. I really don't see anything impacting Louisville until well after midnight. It will be our northern communities, though, that will be under the gun for the next couple of hours, at least through 1, maybe even 2 a.m., and then this complex of supercellular storms will slowly be sinking off towards the south to near the Ohio River after, let's say, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, it's late, but there's still a lot of wind energy that's going to be over the region, and there's some decent instability as well. So it does appear many of these storms will remain rather intense as the entire batch sinks off towards the south and also the southeast. Suzanne, I also noticed we got a couple of warnings. The farther west you go, out near Vincennes, out near Effingham, we're going to have to watch those cells.
Yeah, most definitely, Jay. So you were pointing out that we have kind of a line of supercellular thunderstorms stretching all the way back to the Wabash Valley. And obviously, portions of the Wabash Valley were hard hit with tornadoes earlier tonight. So as you were telling us, we're watching for that line of storms to slowly sink down to the east-southeast. Now, for the WLKY viewing area, I know if you're in the Louisville Metro, you're saying, what's going on here? It's the storms farther to the north that we're watching. We're kind of ahead of the game here, letting you know what's going to be heading into your direction perhaps later this evening. So as those storms continue, if they're able to hold on to their power, Jay, as they track farther down to the south and to the southeast, obviously what we're seeing in the Wabash Valley near Effingham, near Vincennes, we'll be watching that closely to see if it impacts parts of the WLKY viewing area.
Yeah, those are the cells. These two cells out here I'm really concerned about because they've been holding their ground for quite some time, and they are in an environment that is pretty much untapped. They have very strong inflow feeding into these guys right here. There's plenty of instability, so I expect these storms to maintain their integrity, so to speak, and move into our western and northwestern communities, likely within the next hour or two. On top of that, these cells are showing signs of sagging off towards the southeast as well. So of immediate concern, we have a tornado warning that includes you folks in far northwestern Jackson County of Indiana. In particular, the Houston area, Spraytown, Freetown, Kurtz, these small communities right there. This is west of Seymour and northwest of Brownstown. It doesn't include you folks in Seymour, Brownstown. It includes those small communities up in the northwestern portions of Jackson County. Extending from there is a severe thunderstorm warning that does include the Seymour area, the Rockford area, and immediately north of Brownstown. So NWS is being very proactive here out of Indianapolis, issuing these warnings farther and farther ahead because these storms are indeed holding together. They're intense, and they're expecting them to stay intense. And yeah, with the wind fields and also the instability we have, they likely will. So we're watching things very, very closely. Suzanne, that's a brand new tornado watch too, right?
So we've got a tornado watch that now includes the Louisville Metro. And I know you were talking about that when you were doing that previous cut-in, Jay, when we were talking about the tornado warning that we have for Jackson County. Jackson County, that's for the very northwestern fringe, a rural part of Jackson County. But we do have a tornado watch that will continue as we head into the overnight hours. That includes the Louisville Metro. So you can see it does encompass obviously quite a bit of real estate. So we had, as you mentioned, Jay, that new severe thunderstorm warning that now includes Jackson County and Jennings County. That is for the southern extent, that southern flank of that tornado warned storm that we're watching that's going to be moving into Jackson County in relatively short order as it tracks off to the east-southeast at about 45 miles per hour.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Again, everything well north of Louisville by 50 to 60 miles and just slowly sagging southward. So plenty of time here in the metro before storms arrive. Same can be said if you reside south of Louisville, down through E-Town, Bardstown, Greensburg, Campbellsville, over towards Caneyville and Litchfield. It's going to be quite some time, but it will eventually happen later on tonight. I'm talking well after midnight, and some of those storms will still be strong to severe. So again, have a way to get warnings and make sure your phones are ready to go. So you hear the warning if by chance you fall asleep a little bit later on tonight. All right, we're tracking the rotating part of the cell, and the rotation seems to be broad at this point in the game. This is not a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is radar indicated, but nonetheless, it's dangerous. We got to watch it. And Suzanne is tracking that part of the storm. Spraytown right around 1050, Freetown 1053. If it holds together, we're talking Seymour 1104, and then down towards Comiskey 1122. The Deputy area and western portions of Jefferson County in Indiana getting closer and closer to the bottom of the hour, almost 11:30. So these big storms, we've been anticipating this event, and it is now coming to fruition, especially in our northern communities. Showers and storms continue to expand, sink off to the east-southeast, some of these tapping in to those strong winds, and as a result, going severe with the possibility of damaging straight-line winds and also tornado spin-ups.
Yeah, and that's something that you've been talking about over the past couple of days, Jay, the potential to have some severe storms with this, just with the amount of sheer wind energy that we have. You know, you step outside, you're in the Louisville Metro, you can probably hear that wind howling. So we're going to be talking about an environment that is primed. Now, usually it benefits us to have storms that come during the overnight hours because we have a minimum of instability. But as you know, it is warm, it is humid as you step outside right now. So first things first, we're going to be on the lookout for that tornado watch that does include much of the WLKY viewing area. Of primary concern right now is that batch of storms that's moving across areas of Bloomington, where we currently have that tornado warning, and that does include just the very northern sections of Jackson County. So we'll be watching for that storm packing a punch as it moves across areas of Brown County and then moves into sections of Jackson County, and then if it all holds together, into portions also of Jennings County. So we're watching for that there. And then farther back out to the west, as of course Jay was mentioning, we've got a number of tornado warnings moving across portions of the Wabash Valley. That's of greater concern as we continue to head throughout the night because, as you mentioned, Jay, those storms have been holding together really well for the past couple hours.
Yeah, and they've been producing tornadoes too. Tornadoes on the ground, large tornadoes out near Effingham, damage reported. So it's a volatile night, no question about it. All right, guys up in the booth, if you would, take the storm analyzer for me. I've got a dual screen here showing the reflectivity or the rainfall pattern on the left-hand portion of your TV or computer screen. On the right, this is the wind field. And if you look real close, all right, here we go. There's Bloomington. Immediately east of Bloomington, we have this pendant that's hanging down. See that triangle? The radar is saying that we've got what is called a tornado vortex signature on the radar. In other words, there's very, very tight coupling going on to the wind field. Heading to the north in one direction, right next to it heading to the south, that implies rotation. This is the wind field, and you can certainly see right there, red or winds blowing towards the bottom portion of your TV set, green the opposite direction, right in the middle. There's the TVS. This is the storm that is sinking off towards the southeast, and that's why northwestern portions of Jackson County have gone underneath a tornado warning. Still off to the north of you, but it's getting closer and closer, and this thing is pretty wrapped up at this point in time. So that tornado warning, no doubt, will continue as it pushes towards northwestern Jackson County here over the next several minutes or so. Let's go back over to the other radar. All right, you can see Suzanne is indeed tracking that storm, and there it is right there, holding just northwest of Jackson County, tracking off towards the southeast. Pretty good coupling, Suzanne, going on.
Really showing up fairly well. This is south of Nashville. I know a lot of people like to travel up to Brown County, and you can see where Jay is pointing out that spot of really major concern at this time. So certainly these storms have been showing themselves. So this is the area right here. And again, as Jay was mentioning, this is the direction roughly that this storm is heading, to the east-southeast at about 45 miles per hour. And that's why we have that tornado warning for portions of Jackson County, and then that farther extension of Jennings County, and including obviously parts of Jackson County as well, as that continues to track off. So again, let's get in a little tighter, Jay, and we can kind of identify and sample that storm a little bit more.
Okay, as you can see, Suzanne is painting on some of the wind here. 53 miles an hour in one direction, 31 in the other. That is some decent, what we call rotational velocity going on with this particular cell as it moves from Brown County and is pushing off towards the south and also the southeast. So we'll watch it as it moves towards northern portions of Jackson County here over the next several minutes. Heavy rainfall Maybe some small pea-sized to marble-sized hail as well associated with that supercell. But this seems to be more of a tornado threat than anything as it's moving.
We now join our regularly scheduled programming already in progress.
All right, had a little glitch right there. All right.
So we're still watching for that tornado warning for Jackson County right now. Also, that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Jackson County, as well as sections of Jennings County as well. So right now, if you are in Jackson County, you are just right now getting some of that thunderstorm activity at this time. You are not currently dealing with a tornado on the ground or anything like that. But as Jay was pointing out, up across areas of Brown County, that's where we're seeing that twisting and turning of the wind, a pretty good indication of the potential of a tornado. So we're watching for that very closely right about here, and that will be then moving off to the east-southeast, Jay.
Okay, Suzanne, if you would, let's pull out, take a look at the entire viewing area, kind of reset here. Here's the metro. As you can see, things are still quiet, going to stay quiet for, I believe, the next couple of hours, really. Not until after midnight will we get into the storm situation, the storm threat in the metro. You head farther off to the south across the Commonwealth, it'll be even later at night. You get down near the parkways, may not be happening until 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning as this batch of strong storms and supercells slowly sags off to the south. Tornado watch in pink. I-64 in Louisville and points off to the north. Flashing on your television set or computer screen, we have the warnings. In green, flash flood warnings up through the Wabash, Terre Haute, and points off towards the northwest. In red or pink, tornado warnings. The pink implies that a tornado is likely on the ground, and that is to the north of the WLKY viewing area at this time. And in orange, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Possibility of winds that could be in excess of 60 miles per hour. So again, the main show as it stands right now, about 60 miles or so north of the metro, where we still have that tornado warning in effect for far north and northwestern portions of Jackson County.
And so you can see where we have that tornado watch, Jay, as you were pointing out. That continues until 5 a.m. Unfortunately, I know for many of us it's going to be a bumpy night. It's going to be a scary night. Go ahead, download that WLKY app. You can have alerts sent right to your phone. Please keep in mind that when we have nighttime storms like this, Jay was saying he absolutely hates them. I think everyone does because they're scary. It's also very difficult to get ground truth when you have situations like this because obviously it's dark out there. But what we are concerned about is the potential of some damaging wind gusts and also some isolated tornadoes with this line of storms as it continues to move through. As of right now, when we kind of reset, as Jay was mentioning, for the tornado warning, that's just for Jackson County. We have that severe thunderstorm warning that does continue until 11:15 for Jackson County and Jennings County.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. So it's going to be quite some time until these storms reach the metro. Could be a long night for everybody in the viewing area as these storms are still rather intense, will likely stay rather intense, at least on a scattered basis, right through the overnight period. And we still have this strong velocity couplet holding immediately north of Jackson County, Indiana, which is in our viewing area, and that's why we're on continuously right now. And this is one of those situations that could be quite serious. Why I say that? The wind field is so incredibly strong on this Wednesday night. You typically don't see winds like this in the upper atmosphere, the mid layers of the atmosphere this time of year during the early summer season. It can happen in winter and early spring, but boy, this time of year, you typically don't get that. Add to that some extreme instability with temperatures in the 70s and 80s, almost close to 90. The end result, big storms tapping in to that extreme wind energy. And we still have a very tight, what we call velocity couplet going on immediately to the north of Jackson County, pushing off to the east and southeast. Suzanne, it looks to me that couplet right there, this guy right here, is going to probably miss these areas. But if you reside, let's say, Spraytown and points off to the east from there, this, if it holds together, could come fairly close to far northeastern Jackson County, and that means the Seymour area. Don't put down your guard, in other words. if you're in Seymour.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that that's a really good point. And you can see that Seymour is included in that severe thunderstorm warning as well. So the extension only goes into a very narrow section of Jackson County. But as Jay was pointing out, regardless of whether you're under that tornado warning into Jackson County, I want you to be really careful if you're just in that severe thunderstorm warning, because with that track to the east-southeast, that movement there, Jay, as you were pointing out, perhaps a concern also for those areas that are a little bit to the south and to the east of where that actual warning is. So we'll be watching for that very closely. And as we were sampling that, you can see certainly some very strong winds associated with that, perhaps some hail as well. So we're going to be continuing to monitor for that. It looks like we're getting some more information, and so it looks like we've got a new tornado warning that has now been extended. That's exactly what Jay was talking about, that area that he was more concerned with. You'll notice that they've now extended that tornado warning, so it's a little bit farther to the south, a little bit more to the east. So let's get in that a little bit closely. So that does include the Seymour area, Rockford into Bobtown. It also includes a little smidge also of Jennings County, the very far western section of Jennings County, and that's for that storm that we were tracking that was showing really strong winds with that couplet of about 50 to about 30 miles per hour back to back there.
Yeah, so that is it. That's the storm that is now pushing towards the Seymour area. Boy, folks, get to your basement right now. If you don't have a basement, please, lowest level of your house, an interior room, and stay there until the danger is past. If you have friends, family, whatever the case may be, and they're in this tornado warning, give them a call if you would for me. Give them a text. May not be watching TV, might not be looking at their computer. Let them know what's going on. Let them know the seriousness of this situation, as a tornado-warned storm is holding just off to the northwest in Brown County, getting close to Bartholomew County, and that will be clipping north and northeastern Jackson County, which is in our viewing area, over the next several minutes. Suzanne's got a storm track on that, rotation, Spraytown 1052, Reddington around 1106, Seymour just about 5 to 10 minutes after 11 o'clock. You can expect the most dangerous part of this cell to be passing quite close to you. If it holds together, could be looking at a tornado spin-up, or at the minimum, a high wind gust, a damaging wind gust. And we go down the list. If it holds together, talking North Vernon and Jennings County, just about 11:18, Comiskey 11:26, and Paris Crossing getting closer to the bottom of the hour, almost 11:30. Everything at this point in time is north of Louisville by 50, 60, 70 miles. But we're watching various other supercells out here in southern Illinois, southwestern Indiana, that are tracking off to the east-southeast. And the entire group of storms is sagging southward. So, Suzanne, this could be a long night for the WLKY viewing area.
It's not one of those quick-moving squall lines that you sometimes see. And obviously, with it being in June, we had plenty of warmth. We had plenty of humidity. So again, we're going to be watching for that tornado warning for Jackson County, also for Jennings County. So as we get in a little bit closer, you can see under the gun as far as being in that warning, that's going to be Jonesville. It's going to be Bobtown, Seymour, also Bexgrove, and then a small portion also of Jennings County right into portions of County Squire Lakes, and it does look like just outside Four Corners, so right along 50 and 7, as well as right along 31 and 65. As it moves closer to portions of Seymour, obviously a densely populated area, we should hopefully get a little bit more ground truth. It is important to note that this is all radar indicated. However, we are seeing indications on radar of fairly strong winds, 30 to 50 miles per hour with that particular storm. So obviously it bears close watching, and we're going to be very careful. If you are in this warning area, it's time to head to your place of safety.
Yeah, no question about it. Let's go back to the analyzer guys up in the booth. I've got the dual screen back on. Here's some geography. We've got Jackson County, we've got Brown County, Bartholomew County. These counties just north of the viewing area. Jackson is in the WLKY viewing area. This is the storm we're watching. This is the supercell. You can see the pendant hanging on the back or southwestern flank of this storm. You've got the powerful inflow of the warm, moist air, and then it spirals upward into the updraft, tightens, and then it can extend down in the form of a tornado. Now, On the other side or other portion of your screen, there's the velocity couplet. It is tight right now. This is nasty looking, holding immediately off to the northwest of Seymour. This is cruising its way off towards the southeast, so we'll be moving into southern Bartholomew and also northeastern Jackson counties of Indiana in the next, I'd say 10 to 15 minutes or so. So I'm sure the tornado warning sirens are blaring outside. Heed them if you are in north and northeastern Jackson County, because that is a dangerous looking storm moving rapidly southeast.
And we've actually seen, as you mentioned, that couplet kind of tightening up a little bit, Jay, and you can see the winds have also unfortunately increased in both directions to about 50 and 52 miles per hour. So certainly something that bears very close watching. This area that we are currently sampling is just outside the WLKY viewing area, but it is heading into the WLKY viewing area. It is moving into areas of Jackson County, moving into sections of Jennings County. So you still have time right now to go ahead, head to the basement, go to an interior room, go into a bathroom, go into your tub if you can. So you certainly want to stay safe. So again, we are watching this storm. It is quite powerful at this time. And this is the latest scan here, Jay, still showing quite a bit of strength to it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the various radar products we have to get an idea. Is this thing on the ground or not? I don't have decent indication that it is on the ground at this time. It's certainly rotating rapidly. It's likely a rapidly rotating wall cloud that has the potential to produce at any time. So got to take this one seriously, especially with the wind fields and the amount of shear we have in place on this Wednesday late evening as it tracks off towards the southeast. So again, there's what we call the hook echo. It looks like on the backside of the inflow, there could be even a strong, damaging straight-line wind gust in addition to the tornado threat. So that is one nasty cell that's holding just north of the viewing area, but soon will be passing into northern and northeastern Jackson County and perhaps even Jennings County as well here over the next 15 to 30 minutes. All right, back to the other radar. Suzanne, let's kind of pull out and take a look at the entire viewing area and give folks a great idea as to what's going on. Because you can see 64, the Metro, Commonwealth, it is quiet. It's breezy, it's warm. Right now, it's beautiful out there. It's going to stay that way for the next several hours, especially south of Louisville. We're thinking around 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, some of these storms will indeed be sagging far enough south that we'll start to see them impacting the metro. And there's a chance many of them could still be rather intense. Possibility of damaging straight line winds on a scattered basis, even some tornado spin-ups. Even after midnight tonight, that's just how volatile this atmosphere is on this Wednesday overnight heading into Thursday morning.
And you know, it's important to note, Jay, we are also under that tornado watch for the WLKY viewing area. That does include the Louisville Metro, points down to the south. I know we've been talking about that tornado warning for Jackson and Jennings County, but we also have that watch that does continue until 5 a.m. Just an indication of kind of the length of this storm system. These storms are not traveling all that fast. This is not a squall line that's racing at 70 miles per hour. What we're dealing with is storms that are moving at this point, Jay, it looks like at about 45 miles per hour at this point. And as you were pointing downstream, back out to the west across portions of the Wabash Valley, those are the storms that we're going to continue to monitor as we head throughout the rest of the night.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. And again, a lot of these have warnings on them, whether they're tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. Many of these cells are quite strong, quite intense, and just plain nasty looking at this time. So this is the cell that we continue to monitor and watch very, very closely right around Beck's Grove, Lake on the Green. This is sections of Brown County right here, immediately north of the WLKY viewing area, but that tornado warning extends into north and northeastern Jackson County to include you folks in the Seymour area and surrounding communities. So take this time, please, to get to that basement and stay there until this danger has passed, and that's an intense storm, no question about it. Damaging winds, a possible tornado could be forming at any time here as this storm passes off towards the southeast.
And I would think that with this storm, Jay, as it moves across Interstate 65, I'm hoping that we're going to get some reports. At this point, we have not had any reports. Certainly on the radar, it is exhibiting tornadic signatures, as you were pointing out. But so far, we have not had any damage reports from this particular storm, nor have we had any reports of funnel cloud sightings, at least on some of our National Weather Service information. Obviously, we're going to be monitoring to see if we do get any reports. It is obviously more difficult to get ground truth when you are dark, though. It's much easier to see when you have those clouds hanging down or funnel clouds when it's light out. But that is part of the issue and what makes sometimes those nocturnal storms just so very dangerous.
And, you know, we got a lot of folks out there who are very interested in severe weather, and when a warning is issued, they'll pop outside to see what's going on. Please, 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 in this situation, don't do that. It's dark. A lot of this stuff could be rain wrapped anyway, and the wind fields are just intense. Just a little bit off the surface, and when you got a storm that pops into that wind field, it can quickly bring it down to the ground in the form of that tornado or damaging wind gust. All right, so here is Bartholomew County. This is Brown County. And this is Jackson County right here, Jennings County. We have the tornado warning that continues for north central, northeastern Jackson County and our viewing area for the next several minutes. Suzanne, what's that go till?
That one goes to 11:15.
11:15, quarter after the hour. So if you're in Seymour and points off towards the north from there, the Rockford area, the Reddington area, Cortland, Acme, please stay in your basement until the danger has passed. And it's moving fairly quickly, as Suzanne alluded to, 40, 45 miles per hour, but it's also heading towards Jennings County. So if you're downstream, Jennings County, the North Vernon area, hey, don't put down your guard. That's an intense storm moving quickly off towards the southeast.
Yeah, and so far, you know, I'm monitoring. We have not gotten any sort of reports on any sort of damage or anything like that, which is actually some good news for us because obviously we have so many people with eyes on this storm. So as we get you in a little bit closer and go ahead and kind of dissect it a bit, we can actually take this full if you'd like and talk a little bit about what we're seeing right now. Obviously, the most intense portion of that storm is right on top of Becks Grove. So we're going to be watching for that to continue to push down to the east-southeast at about 45 miles per hour. You'll notice there are a host of warnings all around. Obviously an indication of the strength of these batches of thunderstorm activity. Look at all of those warnings. And back out, you can see to the north, there are also a number of flash flood warnings as well. Obviously that doesn't get as much publicity sometimes, but also very dangerous to have flash flooding, Jay.
Hey, one thing I did notice, the tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings for those supercells out there in Illinois, they've been discontinued at least for now. So a bit of a weakening trend. That's not to say it will hold and it will continue. Likely we'll see additional storms fire up as the night wears on. But as for now, in southern Illinois, some of those warnings are being discontinued. The main action right here in southern portions of Indiana, in between Louisville and Indianapolis, and getting very close to the Seymour area where we have a tornado warning in effect, a very powerful rotating supercell coming out of Brown County, southern Bartholomew County, and moving right towards the Seymour area, the Reddington area, the Rockford area as well of northeastern Jackson County. Suzanne, if you would, can you take me right down to street level mapping there and get a great idea where possible ground zero is for this tornado, or at least that damaging wind gusts?
And so something to point out, I think, is also, so it just got a report that we did have a spotter report of some tornado damage. This is a little bit closer over to the Monroe County area of some vehicles that have damage from trees falling on top of them. Healthy trees, about 2-foot diameter, also down, extensive siding and roof damage. So that was back over into Monroe County, which is in the Bloomington area. So obviously, just an indication of some of those storms that were rolling through, kind of associated with this particular storm that we're seeing right now. And we're taking you down a little bit closer here to Spray Road, right along, it looks like 700. This is into the Rosstown area near Waynesville. And then you can see a little bit closer over to Azalea, right along looks like South 100 West into the Jonesville area. So some county roads there impacted right along Interstate 65 there.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Suzanne. All right, so there you go. Let's go back over to the analyzer. This really shows this storm quite nicely. It really depicts what's going on. There's Jonesville. This is Bartholomew County. Everybody knows Columbus there. And there is the rotating part of the supercell. That is what we call a little tornado vortex signature on the radar scan. It's telling us that we have tight rotation in that part of the storm as it moves off to the east-southeast. We take a look at the other side of the screen. This is the wind field. And you can see immediately west-northwest of Jonesville, there's the possible tornado moving off towards the southeast, heading on into northeastern portions of Jackson County. So stay in that basement, gang. We have that tornado warning in effect for about the next 17, 18 minutes until 11:15 Eastern Daylight Time. And if you are downstream, if you're a little bit farther off to the southeast, North Vernon in Jennings County, don't put down your guard, please. This is a powerful storm, a lot of wind energy to work with, and actually, believe it or not, the instability is increasing across the WLKY viewing area. Even though we're getting later and later at night, the instability is increasing because of the powerful winds just off the surface blowing in that warm, moist air.
Yeah, so certainly as you step outside, if you're in the metro, even though you're not seeing any rainfall right now, off into the distance, you're probably seeing some lightning. You can hear the wind howling. I think that's really important to point out that those supercells back out to the west, they don't have warnings on them right now, but of major concern at this point that is knocking on the door right here of the county line, you can see, of Jackson County. This is right here near Jonesville, right along 31 and 65. This is where we have that tornado warning at this time. So we'll get you in a little bit closer here. So this is right along 31, right near Rosstown, Jonesville, Little Acre. So again, certainly something to watch out for. Let's go ahead and check out the velocity on that. It doesn't look quite as tightly wound up here, Jay, as before.
Yeah, the rotation looks a little weaker, a little bit more broad, not that tight couplet we had immediately off to the west-northwest. But hey, this thing is still rotating, and it wouldn't take much to tap into those winds and bring them down to the ground. This is what we call the correlation coefficient or the debris detector. And keep in mind that rotation was right there. If there were debris flying in the air, it would show up as a different color than the pink or the red. It has to be co-located now with the rotation, but if we did have debris, it would show up as a green or blue, and we don't see that right now near the Jonesville area. So that's great news. Hopefully this thing is still aloft, and hopefully it has not touched down, but we still have that decent rotation showing up, certainly getting very close to I-65 as you pass across southern portions of Bartholomew County, and this is slipping its way off to the southeast. Speeds of around 40, 45 miles an hour. I mean, it's moving fairly decently.
Yeah, and we'll just go ahead and do kind of a little track on this, just on the broader part of that storm as it continues to push down to the east-southeast at about 45 miles per hour, Jay. Just to give some indication, I'm going to add a few more towns onto this as well because obviously it's of major concern. So I'm going to get some of our smaller towns in there too. So near Tannersville, Little Acre, near Reddington at about 11:04 for you, near Hayden at 11:17, North Vernon at about 11:14, and Oakdale at about 11:16. So that's just kind of the general storm. That's not necessarily where we're seeing that tightest rotation, but just kind of a broader look there at that storm as it continues to make its progression.
Suzanne, I know you've got a lot on your plate right there, but have you seen anything coming in on the chat, any reports?
No.
Out of this area? Okay.
Not out of this particular area. We did get that report across portions of, excuse me, Monroe County of seeing quite a bit of damage there.
Yeah, we did have that confirmed tornado touchdown just off to the north of Bloomington, about 10 miles north of Bloomington. This was about 10 o'clock tonight. That was a nasty, nasty tornado that has since lifted. But nonetheless, it just goes to show you how much energy we have in the atmosphere. Okay, so there's Louisville. Here's I-64. You go south, you got E-Town, Bardstown, down to Litchfield, Campbellsville, Greensburg, as well as, let's say, Columbia and Adair County. Hey, it's quiet, it's breezy, it's warm, it's beautiful out there, but just know after midnight tonight, well after midnight, this broken band of storms, some which will include supercells, will be sagging off towards the southeast, getting close to I-64, getting close to the Ohio River, obviously, and this will likely happen 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And the closer we get to daybreak tomorrow, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, those will continue to settle off towards the south to near the parkways. And they could still be severe on a scattered basis, even very, very late tonight, just because of the powerful winds we have in the atmosphere.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, because tomorrow we don't want to let down our guard, especially for some of our southern communities. We touched on this earlier today, and I know Jay was talking about that in the broadcast. Because we have that front that's going to kind of stall out a little bit, and we're still going to be warm and unsettled for tomorrow, we are concerned for those areas south of the parkways to perhaps see some of those stronger winds. And also, Jay, the possibility of some training thunderstorms, which is when thunderstorms go over the same area over and over again.
Yeah, and when that happens, especially with the rain we've already had the past 1 to 2 weeks, believe it or not, I know it seems a little bit dry in spots, and it is, but other spots, there's a lot of moisture in the ground. Wouldn't take much to get some flash flooding if we get these training thunderstorms. And that's what's happened actually off to the northwest of us, where flash flood warnings were in effect. Right now, as it stands, the most intense weather due north of Louisville, up I-65, immediately north of Seymour by about 60 to 70 miles north of the metro. We have a cluster of supercells producing a tornado warning and severe thunderstorm warnings, possibility of damaging straight-line winds in scattered locations, and that tornado spin-up, although I will say this, the rotation seems to have weakened just a little bit. The rotating part of the cell near Azalea, Elizabethtown, that's in Indiana, Jonesville, that's the velocity couplet, but again, it's broad. It's relatively weak in nature in both directions, so that is some great news. It's a rotating supercell, and whenever you have one of those, the chances for severe weather, that goes up. So we won't put down our guard with this, especially as it moves off to the southeast and clips northeastern Jackson County, setting its sights on Jennings County as well here very, very shortly.
It looks like it's just going to kind of brush by Jackson County, doesn't it, Jay? And then perhaps be more of an impact for our friends in Jennings County. So we want you to take cover, certainly if you're in Jennings County. We want you to be in your place of safety. We certainly want you to go to your basement if you have a basement. If you don't have a basement, go to an interior room. So a couple of the areas that we're going to be watching closely as this storm continues to make its movement into Jennings County. You can see near Tannersville, right along 7, Queensville, a little bit closer over to Brewersville in the next couple of minutes, and then perhaps, Jay, over into portions of North Vernon as well. So we'll be watching that very, very closely, of course, as we make our way through the evening hours. And as that tornado warning does continue until 11:15. Right now, it's about 11:05, so we still have about 10 minutes to see if the National Weather Service is going to decide to extend that further, or if they're going to keep the tornado warning. I would suspect that they would go ahead and keep a severe thunderstorm warning with this particular storm, only because we certainly saw, I mean, it was looking quite robust at one point, and now it does not look quite as powerful, does it, Jay?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we're kind of analyzing this storm as we're talking to you, so let's do that. Suzanne, guys up in the booth, let's go back to the analyzer. We've got the dual screen. And Suzanne, let's go back in time here just a little bit. This is the cell we've been watching. Boy, was it powerful. I'm going to switch sides and show you the velocity scan, and you can see this is the rotation. Very, very broad right now. We keep going back, and look how tight it was right there as it was coming out of Brown County, heading towards southern Bartholomew County. That was nasty looking, and we were thinking possibility of a tornado touching down, but as it has continued to push off towards the southeast. That rotation has really weakened. So I agree with Suzanne. This tornado warning may be allowed to expire if we don't see a sudden uptick in the rotation and replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning downstream, which would be, of course, Jennings County.
Yeah, and it's important to note also sometimes these storms can cycle. They can weaken and then they can spin back up. So we're not going to let down our guard. Obviously, we're going to be tracking these storms. I'm going to just go ahead and check and just make sure we haven't had any more updates as far as any more. So it looks like in Monroe County, again, we've got still some of those damage reports from Monroe County, a little bit closer over to Bloomington. And so, of course, we're going to continue to monitor. You know, obviously, Bloomington's a very highly populated area, so it's probably easier to get some storm reports versus some of the more rural areas where we're tracking some of these storms right now, Jay.
Okay, sounds good. Let's go back to the other radar, guys. And let's pull out Suzanne and take a look at the viewing area as a whole. We have another about 8 minutes or so with this tornado warning. If it does expire or is canceled, we're going to be heading on into the 11 o'clock newscast and kind of regroup and see what's going on with these storms. But I will say this, since Suzanne and I came on a good half hour ago and even more than that, these storms have definitely weakened, Suzanne. You agree?
Yeah.
Especially out here in Illinois and southwestern Indiana.
I have to say that it's a very encouraging sign. It really is. Certainly for me, because, and it was interesting because the Storm Prediction Center, you know, if you've been following the weather closely all day long, which I know a lot of people like to do, we saw kind of a fluctuation with the Storm Prediction Center out of Norman, Oklahoma. They were really beefing up some of their messaging for our area, and then they've pulled back a little bit. So I know you were saying your messaging has always been the possibility of some strong to severe storms with an isolated tornado threat as well. So we're going to be looking, of course, at still the potential of some strong storms out there, but I'm going to keep my fingers crossed with some of those supercells that have fizzled just a little bit.
Yeah, at least giving us a break. You know, they could recycle, no question about it, and intensify. So we'll watch for that. But as it stands right now, very quiet in Louisville. And I'd say just about 95% of the viewing area. The show is going on in our extreme northern communities, close to Seymour, on through northwestern portions of Jennings County in Indiana, where we still have the tornado warning in effect, and we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Broad rotation showing up close to Azalea, Jonesville, north of Little Acre, towards the Bethel Village area. That's up I-65 there, immediately north of Seymour. But again, it is cruising its way off to the southeast, and that broad rotation will move across northeastern Jackson County, northwestern Jennings County, close to North Vernon and Vernon here, likely within the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. That tornado warning, you know what? If you reside in that warning, in that red polygon, just stay in your tornado warning safety spot, just in case. There's so much wind energy in the atmosphere tonight. Better safe than sorry. Stay there until this dangerous storm moves on through. And in addition to, you know, some rotation, maybe a little bit of small hail, and also some gusty winds.
Yeah, we can check out some of the hail, too. It does look like there's a little bit of hail that's showing up just right near Azalea from earlier. So I can go and show you, Jay, that other product that we like to take a look at. And I think you're right as far as that hail. That was a good eye on that. We're talking about some winds and also some 1-inch hail potentially right near Jonesville. So, yeah, some hail. That has not been like the main show that we've been talking about, that hail threat, though, has it, Jay? It's really been that wind.
Yeah, it really hasn't. As the storms have come out of Illinois, they've become more wind-producing storms, tornadoes or damaging straight-line winds, perhaps a little bit of small hail. But there was some giant hail in portions of Illinois earlier this afternoon, 2, 3, 4 inches in diameter with some of these supercells. And these are the supercells that are now, that were out there but are now in our northern communities. It's just they've transitioned, if you would, just a little bit. So again, heavy rainfall, lots of lightning, thunder, maybe a little bit of small hail, and a heavy damaging wind gusts is certainly possible. The tornado warning continues for far northeastern Jackson County, northwestern Jennings County. This goes for about the next 4 minutes or so.
And you can see what they've done, Jay. They have actually changed that up a little bit. So we were talking about whether they were going to extend that tornado warning. So you can see what they have done now versus extending the tornado warning. What they have done is they have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, which we suspected that was going to be the case. I want to point out, though, if you are in Jennings County, it is a noisy and scary storm out there, most likely with some pretty strong winds, and it's also torrential downpours just to the north of North Vernon, right into Brewersville, into Butlerville as well.
Absolutely. All right, Suzanne, thank you so very much. So we have just a few more minutes with this tornado warning. Once it does expire, we're going to send it over to Vicki Dorch for a look at all the day's news. I'll have more on the weather forecast going forward for the rest of the night, even into tomorrow, as it still does look active right now. But, you know, as we look off to the west, this is great to see the warnings, the tornado warnings, confirmed tornadoes on the ground out near Effingham. Those storms have weakened for now. That's not to say that they couldn't refire, re-energize. There's a possibility of that happening. But for now, things are looking better and better the farther west we go. But this is the batch of storms that will be sinking off towards the south and southeast slowly. So storms that train over the same areas could be looking at some ponding, some flash flooding in localized regions, and certainly that threat for some isolated damaging wind gusts, maybe even an isolated tornado spin-up as it approaches the I-64 corridor and south of Louisville very, very late tonight. There's just that much wind energy in the atmosphere that we could still get sporadic bouts of severe weather right through the overnight period. So tornado watch in effect. This goes until 5 a.m. for the northern one half of the viewing area. We'll call it near the I-64 corridor in Louisville, and points off to the north. We have severe thunderstorm warnings flashing in the orange to include sections of Jackson County and Jennings County, and a residual tornado warning that is being allowed to expire up there in northeastern Jackson County, northwestern portions of Jennings County. But if you would, Suzanne, let's go back to, there's the wind field. I do not see a tornado right now with this particular cell. Very, very broad rotation. It's a supercell, but at this time, it is not producing a tornado. That rotation continues to weaken and get broader and broader. And folks, let's hope that trend continues. Just another minute or so with this tornado warning, and then we'll get it over to Vicki Dorch for the day's news. But yeah, all the action about 50 to 60 miles north of Louisville on I-65. Right now, the metro is quiet for now, and I think it's going to stay that way, as I mentioned, really for the next 2, maybe 3 hours. We get closer to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, then we will likely see showers and storms spreading in from the north, and lots of wind energy, some instability. Some of those could be strong to severe, as this is going to be kind of a prolonged severe weather, at least potential severe weather episode moving through our overnight. I think by daybreak tomorrow, a lot of this will be south of Louisville, down near the parkways, where there could still be a few strong storms, but the threat for severe weather will be diminishing the deeper we go into your Thursday morning, as everything shifts farther and farther south, moving on into and through your Thursday afternoon. We will continue to monitor additional storms that are trying to refire. It looks like out near Effingham, another storm has just blossomed. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued out there in south central Illinois, and we'll be watching as this all tracks off towards the east and also the southeast. So the tornado warning is now expired. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings off to the north. Of course, coming up in a few minutes, I will be taking a look at the overnight forecast, and we'll look ahead on into, say that again if you would. Okay. And I'll be taking a look at the overnight period and also that Thursday forecast and the Father's Day weekend as well. Vicki, let's send it over to you.
All right, thank you, Jay. Severe weather is moving across our region tonight. There have been tornadoes.
Every evening, WLKY is where Greater Louisville turns.
For breaking news.
WLKY is live on the scene.
Local journalists.
WLKY is hitting the facts.
Asking questions
City leaders say how this could affect
that matter to you.
Storms, of course, on this Wednesday late evening, most notably to the north of the WLKY viewing area. That's where the big storms have been, but they're just now kind of cruising into our extreme northern communities, places like Jackson County and Jennings County, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect. Central and northern portions of Jennings County. This includes you folks in North Vernon. This was the supercell that came out of Brown County, out of Bartholomew County, was rotating quite decently, and this continues to move off to the east-southeast. So watch out for a high wind gust, maybe a little bit of small hail too, as this continues to track its way off to the east-southeast. We have a tornado watch, okay? That's what you're seeing in pink from I-64, communities on either side, and points off to the north. That watch goes until 5 a.m., gang. It's going to be a long night for the potential for some strong and severe storms. Additional storms are kind of redeveloping out here on I-70 as you travel through sections of Illinois. We have severe thunderstorm warnings out around Effingham and close to Terre Haute as well, and these are slipping off to the southeast. So a little bit later on tonight, we will see these storms moving in from the northwest. As it stands right now, Vicki, things are pretty quiet around the metro. It's going to stay that way until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. A detailed look at your futurecasts that's coming up in the next check of weather.
All right, thank you, Jay. Now, as storms move in overnight, it's important you're getting alerts when severe weather hits your area. You can customize the WLKY app to do just that. Just click on the menu in the upper left and choose Customize Alerts and then Severe Weather. Then turn on Storm Approaching and Lightning Nearby and add up to 3 zip codes.
Now, your WLKY weather with Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi.
Okay, we're going to hold on to that active weather pattern for much of the overnight. Right now, it's about 50, 60 miles north of Louisville, but showers and storms will gradually increase from north to south as the overnight period wears on. Some of these could still be strong to severe. We're kind of in a lull right now. That's great news. All the tornado warnings have been discontinued across much of the region, but the severe alert will continue through the overnight. Scattered damaging wind gusts, still a chance for an isolated tornado spin up. There's just that much wind energy in the atmosphere we're going to be having to deal with. Tomorrow, yeah, still a few scattered showers and storms. I think the greatest threat for storms tomorrow will actually be shifting farther and farther south, the parkways, and points off to the south. Hey, please keep in mind, a tornado watch does remain in effect for the northern one half of the viewing area. It includes the metro. This goes until 5 a.m. as these storms continue to sag in from portions of Indiana and also southeastern Illinois. Very, very quiet in town. It's very quiet for about 90% of the viewing area. All the action the past hour or so has been off to the north, and that's where it continues to be. You can see some big storms in between Bedford and Bloomington. Off to the east from there, scattered showers around Jackson County. Still a bigger storm in Jennings County and Ripley County of southeastern Indiana. We have some severe thunderstorm warnings to pass along. Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Jennings County for the next several minutes. Also, far northern Lawrence County, northwestern Jackson County, a severe thunderstorm warning. Possibility of a damaging straight line wind gust and perhaps a little bit of hail as these storms continue to sink off towards the east and southeast. And you can see the storms, how they continue farther off to the west. Out near Effingham, that's a pretty large storm right there that's redeveloping. Looks to be a supercell with a little bit of a hook on the southwestern flank. So we'll watch that closely as it comes out of southern Illinois and tracks towards southwestern Indiana. And everything eventually pushes south through the overnight period. As it stands right now, it's all northwest. as I talked about, that will be changing. Watch your futurecast through the overnight. These storms will continue to sag slowly southeasterly to near the Ohio River by about 3-4 o'clock in the morning or so. Any one of these cells, any one of the powerful cells, still has the potential to produce a straight line wind gust, 50, 60 miles an hour, maybe a quick hitting tornado spin up as well. Heading through tomorrow, a lot of the activity will be pushing south, and the deeper we go through your Thursday morning, we will definitely see a weakening trend to these showers and storms. So here's your detailed 12-hour forecast now. 82 outside right now, breezy, warm. The severe alert in effect for the overnight for scattered showers and storms, some of which could be strong to potentially severe. And then as they push farther and farther south, we'll lose the severe aspect as they diminish south of the Louisville area. Here's our forecast. Overnight, showers and storms, they'll be increasing as the night wears on. Some could be severe, 68 your low. Through tomorrow we go. We'll hold on to showers and storms south of the metro in the morning. 86 will be your high. I think, Vicki, the best chance for storms tomorrow afternoon look to be primarily south of the Louisville area. Hey, Friday, Saturday, nice weather. Low and middle 80s. Good way to kick off the Father's Day weekend. On Father's Day itself, there could be a few more storms in the afternoon and evening, but we should have some dry time for the dads of the morning. Maybe that golf game or whatever.
Not too bad there. You'll be here overnight watching these storms move through?
Susanna and I will be here all night.
All right. Thank you, Jay. A 17-year-old will tee it up in the U.S.
6'9". That's what.
Hi, folks. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi here at WLKY. All right, so we have the tornado warning that has just been reissued. This is for northern portions and northeastern portions of Lawrence County, and this carries it on into northern portions of Jackson County. This is a newly developed storm that has shown signs of increasing rotation. Talked about that on our newscast just moments ago. Well, the rotation continued to increase, and with the environmental winds, National Weather Service out of Indianapolis has indeed issued the tornado warning. That rotation is right there on the county line close to Yellowstone. This is moving its way rapidly off towards the east and is going to cruise its way on into northwestern portions of Jackson County here very, very soon. So if you are in this area, if you're in that red polygonal area, you are underneath a tornado warning for the next several minutes. Stay in your basement, no basement, lowest level of your house, an interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside. Freetown, Spraytown, a little after midnight, Rockford, that's in northeastern sections of Jackson County, as is, of course, the Seymour area. But if that storm holds together, it'll be impacting all of northern Jackson County with the potential for a tornado spin-up or at least a damaging wind gust as well. So a brand new tornado warning in effect for our northern communities, Suzanne. Here we go again, right?
Yeah, and Jay, it was interesting because you were pointing out that you were noticing that rotation that was starting to strengthen in that storm over Lawrence County. So we have seen a number of tornado warnings basically across areas of central Indiana, back across portions of the Wabash Valley with these supercellular storms. Now, the good news, at least for our area, we have not had any damage reports. However, all of these storms have had a history of producing damage. So we've had damage reports up in Monroe County, up near Bloomington, also into portions of Owen County, Indiana, with some downed trees. We've got roads that are blocked out of Monroe County and some damage reports out of Brown County as well. So very powerful winds. They had a confirmed tornado earlier this evening across portions of Monroe County as well. So we certainly need to watch this very, very closely. The storm that we're watching right now is heading into Jackson County, and it's going to be moving across the northern sections of Jackson County. And you'll notice that if you're one of our friends in Seymour, you are under that warning as well, as this storm moves at about 55 miles per hour to the east. Now, this is a little different, Jay, because it's moving a little bit more quickly than some of the storms that we saw from earlier.
Yeah, and it is moving quickly. So as Suzanne talked about, please, if you're in the tornado warning zone, even as far east as Seymour, as Rockford, as Reddington, get into that tornado warning shelter area and stay there. This is the supercell that we're watching right there on the looks like the Monroe, Lawrence, Jackson County line, rotating quite a bit at this time. Let's go over to the analyzer. Let me show you this thing. Got a dual screen here, and you can see somewhat of a hook echo now trying to form on the southwestern flank of that storm. What's going on here is the precipitation is actually wrapping around the rotating part of the storm, so it takes on that hook appearance. And then on the right portion of your computer screen or your television set, you can see the strong rotation, the velocity couplet, green that are winds blowing towards the top portion of your TV set, red in the opposite direction, and we've got that strong cyclonic curvature right there. So a legit tornado warning. If you're in northern portions of Jackson County, please take your tornado safety precautions at this time as an intensifying storm moves in your direction. And this is just one of many storms that has been impacting our northern communities the past couple of hours. And there's more activity out through Illinois. I did notice over the past hour or so a bit of a lull, but it seems like a lot of these storms are starting to re-energize once again the deeper we get into this Wednesday night. And we're expecting that this entire line will gradually sink off towards the south and southeast. Let's go back to the other radar, guys. And Suzanne, if you would, let's kind of pull out, take a look at the entire viewing area. And again, all these storms are still holding well off to the north of the metro area. But you can see a number of warnings flashing are the severe thunderstorm warnings in orange. Red are the tornado warnings, and then in green, that's a flash flood warning. And you can see additional storms redeveloping the farther west you go. So it's just one cluster after another that pops up and moves across the same chunk of real estate, producing heavy rainfall and that threat for severe weather. With the wind fields the way they are on this Wednesday night, tornado spin up could easily occur, Suzanne.
We have seen a tornado spin up, not in the WLKY viewing area, but certainly just outside it into portions of Monroe, so Monroe County, which shows you an indication of the environment that we're dealing with here. And Jay, you were talking about just how powerful the winds are, unusually so for June, in fact, and that's part of the reason that we have seen so many tornado warnings issued. Now, for our local area, if you're just joining us, if you're up into Jackson County, this only impacts the very northern sections of Jackson County. And you can see that's the area that is currently under that warning. So it's Lawrence County, the very northern and very eastern sections of Lawrence County, and then it scoots through the entirety of the northern section of Jackson County. We don't have any warnings for Jennings County. We'll have to see if they decide to issue those downstream. But as we go ahead and take a look and kind of dissect that storm a little bit, you will notice that we are picking up some strong winds and also some hail associated with that as well.
Yeah, let's go back to the analyzer here real quick, because again, I've got that dual screen once again. Check this out. This is the velocity scan. There's your tight, what we call velocity couplet, getting very close to Kurtz and northwestern portions of Jackson County. There's the tornado warning, the red polygon as you see. This is exiting northeastern Lawrence County, but again, pushing into Jackson County. Tight rotation right there. Now on the other side of the screen, this is called the correlation coefficient. And if we actually had a tornado on the ground at this time, we would likely start to see a little bit of blue or green showing up right where you see that triangle, which has moved a little farther east. It would be co-located with the strong velocity couplet. Right now, I don't see that. So this tornado, if it is occurring, is still up in the clouds. This storm is still rotating quite strongly, but again, with that strong wind field, a very strong wind field for the time of year, a tornado could pop out at any time. And that's what these have been doing, going all the way back on into Illinois during the mid and late afternoon hours. That's the type of environment we have. Suzanne, that's a pretty decent little couplet we have right now.
Yeah, most definitely. So this is in that Kurtz area here. So this is near Maumee, kind of near Bald Knobs. Also heading into the Spraytown area in the next couple of minutes near Buffalo. So the actual rotation that we're watching most closely is just to the north of Kurtz. So if you're in Kurtz, you're going to want to head to your place of safety. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit tighter to give you some streets here West County Road 825 north, right near West County Road 750 north, into areas you can see right near portions of North State Road 135 if you're with us in Jackson County. Again, West State Road 58 just outside Spraytown as well. So we're going to be watching for that. This is the storm that we're talking about. It's right on top of Maumee and Bald Knobs, just to the north of Freetown, where we're watching for some of that circulation here. Bottom line, we're looking at a very strong storm. If nothing else, this rotating storm would likely be putting down some strong wind gusts as well, Jay.
Yeah, no question about it. Guys, back to the analyzer. I went into 3D mode here, looking at this storm in the vertical. It's not all that tall, but what it is, it's tapping into some of that strong wind energy. So you can see on the back side that hook echo that's kind of wrapping around the rotation. So we'll continue to watch this. At this point in the game, don't see much hail with this. This would be a wind-producing storm, a straight-line wind gust, as Suzanne talked about. Perhaps a tornado spin up if that rotation continues to tighten. Having said that, let's go back over to the other radar where we do have the velocity couplet, and we are zoomed in tight. This is northwestern portions of Jackson County in southern Indiana. We're about 60 to 70 miles off to the northwest of greater Louisville, and you can see the winds going in varying directions here. Red, top portion of your TV set, green the opposite direction, and they're right on top of one another, so a pretty tight, what we call velocity couplet with this particular storm. And this is immediately north of you folks in the Kurtz area, but it is moving towards Freetown. It is moving towards Spraytown, the Acme area. These are small communities here in northwestern Jackson County. If I called out your community, or if you reside somewhere very close to one of those communities I called out, please get to that basement and stay there until the danger has passed. Again, this is one of those nocturnal events, nighttime events. You can't see these things a lot of times. If they are occurring, they're wrapped in rain, making it extremely dangerous. And these are moving very quickly as well. Speeds of 35 to 45 miles per hour. This storm also will be cruising towards you folks in Seymour, in Reddington, as well as the Rockport area in northeastern Jackson County shortly.
Yeah, and we'll go ahead and do a little storm track for you and let you know where it's headed to near Freetown at about 12:02, Seymour at about 12:16. So I know it's a rough night for you up there into Rockford at 12:16, right on top of Freetown right now. With it being right on top of Freetown, I would imagine that we would probably start to get some sort of reports. I want to put in a few more towns here just to let you know what's happening. So this is going to be near areas of Peters Switch at about 12:16. Sunset Parkway at about 12:15, near Cortland, Bobtown at about 12:13 as well, and near Fleming at about 12:21. As Jay was mentioning, these storms are moving at about 55 miles per hour. So this is where we're actually tracking the rotation as it races off to the east again at about 55 miles per hour. So it has decent forward momentum as well. So if nothing else, it is a strong storm rolling through the region, but certainly it is exhibiting at least some rotation at this time. And a number of these storms have been rotating across the region. Jay?
Yeah, exactly. Guys in the booth, take me back to the analyzer, please. Look at this rotation. It seems to have strengthened just a little bit on the latest radar scan. No doubt that is what we call TVS. You can see that brighter red right next to a brighter green. That is very, very tight rotation. So it looks like a tornado may be trying to form immediately north of Kurtz, and that has now pushed a little bit farther off to the east, just off to the northwest of Freetown. That little road right there, Suzanne, do we know what that is right there?
You're on top of Freetown here?
Yeah. That
it
little
looks
road,
like it is North State Road 135.
Okay, there it is. As you go out of Freetown, north 135, you said?
North State Road 135.
That is ground zero right now for a possible tornado. At the very minimum, a damaging wind gust, and that is quickly racing off towards the east-northeast. On the other side is the reflectivity pattern, and if there is a tornado, notice it's right in the middle of that heavy rain. So this is rain wrapped right now. You're not going to see this thing. It's just as plain as day. And It's nighttime as well. So again, just stay in that basement, stay in your place of safety until this thing has passed on through. And as Suzanne alluded to, it's moving quickly. What, 50, 55, something like that?
miles per hour. So again, it's a fast-moving storm that's racing off to the east. So again, if you're in Jonesville, if you're in Seymour, this is where we want you to be, in your place of safety. If you're in Spraytown, right along portions of Acme, you need to be taking coverage as well. Let me get you a few more towns. You can see right near, as I mentioned, Spraytown, but also right near North County Road 100 West. It looks like right near West Country Road 800 North as well. So again, we're going to be looking in the very northern sections of Jackson County. And if it still holds together as it moves over Seymour, then it would be hitting Interstate 65. But as you were mentioning, Jay, certainly that rotation looks stronger here on this particular radar as well. Just this very latest that we have seen right together, that 53 and 29 mile per hour wind. So obviously very concerning there, Jay.
Yeah, it's a nasty storm, no question about it, rotating quite strongly. So we'll be on the lookout for a tornado coming out of this thing as it moves across northern portions of Jackson County. There you go, zoomed in tight, street level mapping. Get a great idea as to where the most powerful part of this storm is located. West County Road 850 North. That's just off to the north of the Freetown area. So anywhere near Freetown and points off to the north, up to Bald Knobs as well as Spraytown. Please, please stay in that basement and wait until this thing has passed on through. Go back over to our storm analyzer here real quick. And there you go, Suzanne. I'm starting to pick up what could be some debris now showing up in the atmosphere. This is the correlation coefficient. And again, you can see these colors of magenta and red. That's all one particle in the atmosphere that the radar is picking up. In this case, rain. When something else, some other sized particle is being picked up by the radar and it's co-located with that tight velocity couplet, that tells us that we have a tornado on the ground. So I need you folks in Freetown to stay in your basement. This looks to be a confirmed tornado that has touched down in northern portions of Jackson County, moving quickly off towards the east at speeds of 50 to 55 miles per hour. So again, tornado warning in effect. Looks like we do have a confirmed tornado that looks to be on the ground, causing some damage, picking up some debris as indicated on that radar scan right there by that blue and green area that lines up perfectly with the tight rotation as well. Just north from near Freetown and just off to the north. Suzanne, that's nasty.
Yeah, a nasty looking storm right there. And as you mentioned, it's right on top of Freetown. So I'm sort of curious to know if we're going to be getting any reports from any law enforcement or anything like that. And obviously, we're monitoring all of the different venues to try to figure out exactly what's going on. But as you pointed out, it does look like it does have that debris signature on it. And when you see, as you mentioned, it co-locating with that tight rotation that we have been seeing here, and that rotation that has been tightening up, it is certainly of major concern there, Jay.
Yeah, Suzanne, I do agree. We're going to put the analyzer back up there. Okay, there you go. And just kind of keep this on. And what we'll do is we'll go over to the other radar for tracking purposes. But this looks to be like a...
Switch it over, Jay, to that confirmed with the purple shade there, that confirmed tornado right there that you were mentioning, yes.
Okay, so there you go. Yep, National Weather Service now agrees with us that that is a confirmed tornado right around the Freetown area. And this is moving off to the east quickly at speeds of around 50, 55 miles an hour. Let's track this thing over to the other radar. Suzanne's going to put a track on this for us as it's moving towards Seymour, as it's moving towards you folks like in Cortland, Acme, Rockford, Reddington. If I called out your community, please get to your basement and stay there. If you live around those communities, do the same for me if you would, please. We are tracking a confirmed tornado. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it does look like it has been, as you mentioned, confirmed tornado. So it doesn't appear, it's difficult to see, but it does look like a tornado is on the ground. I was trying to figure out if they had actually had a report of someone seeing it. Obviously, with the debris signature, that is a clear indication that there is a tornado on the ground, but I was curious if they had actually had anyone spotting it at this time. They said observed a tornado warning. So, of course, we'll, continue to monitor that.
Okay, and there is the storm track, tracking the most dangerous part, i.e. the tornado. Rockford, 1217, same Seymour, 1221, Reddington, North Vernon, if it holds together and pushes on into Jennings County, 1233, the Grayford area as well, 1235. As it stands right now, northern portions of Jackson County, soon to be northeastern Jackson County, under the gun. Tornado warning in effect, confirmed tornado on the ground. It is causing some damage the way it looks, at least looking at radar. Back over to the analyzer as we've got our correlation coefficient right there. See the blue and the green, and that lines up perfectly with that rotation right around the Freetown area. That tells us that this tornado is throwing debris into the atmosphere that the radar is picking up at this point in time. Stay in your basement, folks. A nasty storm.
Yeah, and it looks like it's right on top of Spraytown, as you mentioned. So that's going to be heading into Bobtown in the next couple of minutes, right past Acme, moving into the Cortland area, heading over to Rockford, Peter Switch, Little Acre. You can see, Jay, if you want to switch over to our other product, you can see that correlation coefficient very clearly there with that debris detector.
Yep, there it is right there. So just stay in your basement if you're underneath this tornado warning. It's moving quickly, folks, but stay in that place of safety, because this, no doubt, is a dangerous thunderstorm late on this Wednesday night. Here we are now moving into Thursday morning, just after midnight. A tornado warning, confirmed tornado that has touched down right around the Freetown and Spraytown area, moving quickly off to the east. Will soon be moving towards you folks in Seymour, in Reddington, as well as the Rockford area. It's moving quickly, so we're talking Rockford 1216, Seymour the same, Reddington 1221. This is when the rotating part of this storm, the tornado, could be very, very close to your community. All right. That's the tornado warning there. Suzanne, what about the other activity that's going on a little farther off to the west?
Off to the west, we're still seeing across portions of the Wabash Valley a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. So what we're going to be doing is watching for those as they make their southeastern push. But at this point, the main thing that we're going to be watching most closely is in northern Jackson County, knocking on the door of Seymour. If you are in Seymour or anywhere near Seymour, you need to be in your place of safety right now with that debris signature that Jay has been able to analyze and pick up on. This is where we are dealing with a confirmed tornado. So that is confirmation that there is a tornado and there has been debris that has been lofted in the air. And that's why you can see mostly red around there, but you notice you can see that little ball of, let's say, green and blue. That's an indication that you have areas that unfortunately have debris in them. So we're going to be watching for that as it continues to move through. It looks like tornado on the ground reported right near West State Road 58 from a firefighter.
Okay, this is also about 7.5 miles off to the north of Brownstown, just to give you some perspective. There's the Brownstown area right there, and there is the debris signature, the tornado that has lofted that debris into the atmosphere. We turn around, we take a look at the right-hand portion of the TV set, still picking up a pretty tight velocity couplet, a TVS, a tornado vortex signature on the radar. The green, winds that are blowing rapidly towards the top portion of your TV set. Red, the opposite direction. There's your tight couplet as we speak with this tornado that's traveling quickly off to the east at 50 miles per hour. And we'll be heading towards the Seymour area, perhaps passing immediately north of Seymour, but it's close enough. Seymour up to, let's call it the Reddington area. Please be in your basement as this storm continues to race in your direction.
Jay, important to point out that the tornado warning has now been extended, as you mentioned, over into Jennings County now. So the National Weather Service, obviously with a situation like this where you're seeing that debris signature, has decided to extend it over into the rest of, basically the rest of northern Jennings County as well, with that confirmed tornado on the ground. Taking a look at the reflectivity here, Jay, you can still see that rotation that is being exhibited. So this is just outside Seymour. So this is right into that Spraytown area, heading into Bobtown, heading into Rockford at this time.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. And it just goes to show you how rapidly this thing spun up. I mean, just a half hour ago during the end part of our newscast, we started to notice a little bit of rotation with this particular cell. With that rotation quickly tightened and with the environmental winds we have in the atmosphere, it didn't take long to really see this thing organize and then touch down. And it still appears that we do have some debris in the atmosphere that's being strewn by this tornado that could still be on the ground. Now immediately east of Freetown and cruising its way rapidly across north central, heading into northeastern portions of Jackson County. And of course, a new tornado warning was issued downstream to include you folks in Jennings County as well, especially the northern one half of Jennings County for this particular storm. So it's a dangerous night for portions of the viewing area. And I have a feeling the deeper we go into the night, we're still going to be dealing with the potential for scattered strong wind gusts and more potential tornado spin-ups as the atmosphere is primed on this late Wednesday night, early Thursday morning.
And as we track that rotation, Jay, so this is going to be near Rockford at about 1222, Reddington at about 1225, and we're going to extend this over into Jennings County as well. So if this all holds together, near North Vernon at about 1238. So if you hear your city name being called out, this is when you need to, of course, head to a place of safety at this point. I realize it's the middle of the night, but again, we're going to be looking at this near Peters Switch at about 1221, Rockford 1222, County Squire Lakes at about 1233, into Jennings County, North Vernon at about 1238, and then Oakdale at about 1241. So again, if you're just joining us, we have a confirmed tornado in Jackson County at this time, and you'll notice that Jay is showing you kind of that vertical slice of the particular storm, how tall it is most certainly. And we're going to be talking about, unfortunately, that confirmed tornado. We did have reports from a firefighter up in Jackson County that they did, in fact, see a tornado there. So this is in the Spraytown area where Jay is pointing out that we're seeing that correlation coefficient, where we're seeing that debris signature at this time.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. You're looking at the storm analyzer, a wide view of the correlation coefficient, taking a look at some of that debris that is still showing up in the atmosphere. We'll go over and take a look at the wind velocity and see what that is looking like as well. And it seems to be weakening just a little bit. The velocity couplet not quite as intense. Hopefully this thing will weaken altogether and lift and we won't have to deal with it. But as it stands right now, and please, for the next several minutes, if you are in north central, northeastern Jackson County, and let's call it the northern one half of Jennings County, please stay in your tornado warning shelter area. Tornado on the ground in between Kurtz and Seymour, moving rapidly off towards the east at speeds of around 50, 55 miles per hour or so. You can see additional big storms trying to redevelop here the closer you get to the Wabash and in southeastern Illinois. And many of these, Suzanne, boy, they are still rotating. They pop up,
yep,
they latch onto those strong winds, rotate, and produce bouts of severe weather on occasion.
And Jay, I know that you had eyes on this really probably 30, 40 minutes ago when you were tracking this storm and you were noticing and you were like, we got to keep our eye on this one here. And that is an indication of just how dangerous and how quickly these storms can develop. So confirmed tornado right now in Jackson County. And it looks like perhaps damage done to the Spraytown area. So we're obviously going to be waiting to get some confirmation as far as damage reports at this time. But it is clear that there is at least debris that has been lifted up in the air, and that's why the radar can pick up those different things that are in the air, things that are different sizes, so it shows up as a different color for us. But what we're watching right now, if you're with us, you're in Jackson County, I know that's scary with all of those sirens going off. We're tracking this storm. It is moving very quickly at about 55 miles per hour. So I want to track this for you. I don't think we can track it enough to let you know what's happening and where it's going. So as we kind of just slice this in half and do kind of a wider view, it's moving at about 55 miles per hour. We're going to take this into Jennings County, into the North Vernon area at about 12:39, into the Rockford area at about 12:24, into portions of Butlerville at about 12:46, near Cortland at 12:20. Right now it's 12:18, and near areas of Sunset Parkway at 12:23. Jay.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Great information, powerful information for you folks in North and Northeastern Jackson County, as well as the northern one half of Jennings County. Still picking up some of that debris in the atmosphere, and we still have some rotation showing up on the radar scope as well. I will say this, that rotation has weakened a little bit. Hopefully this thing is just about done and we can get rid of it altogether, but don't put down our guard right now. Let's stay in our tornado warning shelter area. And if you would, help me track this stuff. If you have friends and family up there in northern Jackson County, northern Jennings County, give them a quick call, give them a quick text, just let them know what's going on, just in case they're not watching TV. Perhaps they're doing something else, and just let them know that there's a very well, that's right. There's a very dangerous storm just a few miles northwest of Seymour that has actually spawned a tornado that has caused some damage in north and northwestern Jackson County. A dangerous storm moving quickly off towards the east.
And let's go ahead and talk about that debris signature here. So this is right near Bobtown, right near North County Road 500 East. This is right near Peters Switch, just outside Little Acre. And this is where you're seeing those bright, vivid colors where we are looking at, unfortunately, that debris signature here. So this is outside Peters Switch to the north of Cortland. Again, this is in Jackson County, if you're just joining us, just right near Spraytown. So again, as we go ahead, and I'm going to just put this back in motion for about 15 minutes and show you that debris signature. So you can see certainly over the Spraytown area. Do you guys want to take this full so we can see that a little bit more closely? So you can see again over the Spraytown area, and then continuing to push through areas right near Bobtown. That's where we have seen that debris signature, where you're seeing that brighter shade right there. Right on top, this storm is right on top of areas of Bobtown, Peters Switch, Little Acre. This is going right over Interstate 65 right now up in Jackson County. So use that as your landmark. Interstate 65 right now is dealing with this storm. Jay.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Back over to the analyzer, a dual screen here for you. Velocity, what the wind is doing on the left-hand portion of your TV set. On the right, we have that correlation coefficient. Now, I will say this, rotation has weakened quite a bit. It's not nearly as tight. It's not nearly as strong as what it was a few moments ago. We're still picking up some debris in the atmosphere, but that could just be the debris that continues to fall from the sky that the radar is picking up. That tornado might have lifted by now, but you know what? Still a dangerous storm, still after midnight. Pitch dark out there. It's possible that this is also rain wrapped, so let this thing move on through, and hopefully we won't get any more damage reports as this storm pushes off to the east and northeast, just off to the north of Seymour and closer to Reddington, as well as Rockford, even the Cortland area. But this will be passing on into portions of Jennings County in relatively short order as well. But yeah, Suzanne, looking at that rotation, that seems to have weakened quite a bit. So I would think that the correlation coefficient that picks up debris right there, that will start to lose these colors as well. Hopefully that will be the case. That's what the radar is telling me anyway.
And we really need to watch this very, very closely to as you pointed out, Jay, we have really seen that rotation come down quite a bit. That being said, sometimes, as you know, in these storms, you have things weaken, then they sort of upcycle once again. So we don't want to let our guard down. I know it's the middle of the night. As you were mentioning, we have our winds that are absolutely screaming in the atmosphere. Unusually powerful for June, which is why this, I think, storm system got so much attention. So we're still going to be watching this storm closely for you, and we're trying to get some reports to find out exactly what happened in the Spraytown area, right near Freetown, closer to Bobtown. We'll work to get you some more information. Now, what you're going to notice with that warning is they're going to continue to slice off the western flank of it. So it still does include portions of Jackson County and nearly all of northern Jennings County at this time, but we're going to continue to see that kind of trimmed back. But the bottom line is, Jay was pointing out that debris signature, which, you know, the bottom line is it means that there is something that the radar is picking up, larger debris that's being picked up by the radar in the atmosphere. And unfortunately, that usually means it can be trees or other types of debris.
Yeah, and this is very close now. There could be some debris falling on like State Road 11 or I-65 in between Jonesville and Seymour from this tornado. That appears to have lifted now as I gaze at the velocity scan on the left-hand portion of your TV set. You can see what I'm talking about. There's still some broad rotation, but Suzanne, watch this. As we go back in time, watch how strong it was back near the Kurtz area and just east of there. This is when it touched down. Now that we've moved farther off to the east, still broad rotation, but as far as a tight tornado couplet, I'm not seeing that right now, so some good news there.
And you know, our newsroom is calling into locations of Spraytown. If you are in this area and can do so safely, shoot us an email, hop on a social media, let us know what you're seeing in your area. Obviously do that safely. When you hear those tornado sirens going off, when you get the alert from the WLKY app, this is your time to head to your place of safety and not go out and try to take pictures, please. So I know a lot of people like to storm chase, but this is a dangerous situation. We have this confirmed tornado, and as Jay was pointing out, at this point it looks like it has weakened. So we're going to continue to monitor this regardless as it pushes off into Jennings County, because even though it's not exhibiting that same rotation, we are still seeing a very strong storm that is racing off to the east at about 55 miles per hour. Did we get a damage report there, Jay?
Yeah, Amanda was just telling me, our morning producer, we have a house that was heavily damaged, lots of debris in Spraytown.
Yes, and multiple sightings were reported tornado.
Any reports of injuries or anything like that? Not yet. Okay, so no reports of injuries from the county sheriff up there in northwestern Jackson County just yet, but we do have reports of damage, at least to one home, severe damage with lots of debris, and of course, the radar was picking that up as well.
You know, you hope when you see the debris signature, Jay, that you just hope it's trees in a rural area where there aren't any homes or anyone's businesses or anything like that. Unfortunately, that does not appear to be the case. So I hate to hear that. Obviously, it's the middle of the night. It is a terrifying situation for people and our friends up in Jackson County. So I'm so sorry that that is the case, unfortunately, with damage to a home that is unfortunately heavily damaged. We saw that debris signature there with that storm that was exhibiting, obviously, very clear rotation. And unfortunately, that debris signature as well.
Yeah, it does. The fortunate part, it looks like the tornado has lifted.
Okay.
I'm looking at the velocity scan. There's still very, very broad, weak rotation, but no doubt this is likely a little bit of debris that's still falling out of the atmosphere that the radar is picking up. But yeah, this is still a dangerous storm. Whenever you have a rotating storm, a supercell, Suzanne, it can cycle.
It can cycle.
Watch it.
And you know, that's interesting to point out, because now that we know that we no longer have a tornado right now, and of course we'll continue to keep eyes on that, I think we can talk a little bit more about some of those storms downstream across portions of the Wabash Valley, because we were seeing a number of warnings right along that. Now, Wabash Valley, let's say like Terre Haute, Vincennes, and then we saw them all kind of canceled. And then we saw this thunderstorms warnings being reissued. So bottom line, it's not going to be out of the question as these storms continue to make their southward progression that they're going to, unfortunately, increase in their intensity, because, Jay, we haven't had really much rain south of, let's say, Jackson County and Jennings County. And you haven't really even had that much rain into, let's say, Orange County and even to portions of Washington County County, Indiana. So we still have a lot of warmth, a lot of instability, even though it's nighttime.
Yeah, and if anything, the instability is increasing from the west and southwest because we have a very powerful, what we call low-level jet in the atmosphere. In other words, about 5,000 feet up, about a mile above the ground, the wind is absolutely screaming, anywhere from 50 to 80 miles per hour from near our region and points off to the north. Well, these storms, as they develop, they pop up into that stronger wind field. They can organize, and especially when the wind is turning with height as you go up into the atmosphere, that adds shear. So the storms become very well organized and then can start producing severe weather, damaging winds, hail, and even tornadoes. And that's what we're dealing with on this Wednesday late night. A wind pattern, a dynamical pattern in the atmosphere that is more conducive to late winter, early spring than pushing into the summer months. Usually during summertime, the jet stream is well up in Canada. That's why the severe weather tends to calm down during the summer months. Well, we have that strong jet stream in place on this Wednesday night, and this is the end result. Numerous showers and storms, some of which are strong to severe, producing damaging winds, quick tornado spin up. Some of these tornadoes could be rather intense, strong to possibly intense tornadoes, even through much of the overnight period, just because of how strong the wind field is. And you can see additional storms coming out of Illinois. Suzanne, they're popping up. They go severe, they weaken, they go severe again. They're pulsing, and I think that trend will continue.
And that's really important to note, because when we take a look at kind of that expanse there, you can see we have a number of warnings now, tornado warnings across portions of Cincinnati. Back out to the west, we'll be watching for those supercells to see how they evolve as they continue to make kind of that slow southeastern progression into the WLKY viewing area, because these storms, as they're coming farther down to the south, are not moving all that quickly. The individual storms from time to time, for instance, this one that we're tracking through Jackson County, has been racing off to the east at 55 miles per hour. So the actual front is dipping down to the south, and it is moving, it looks like, really slowly, Jay, as it continues to push down to the south. So first things first, I want to let you know, if you're just hopping on with us, we have a confirmed tornado in Jackson County, right near Spraytown. Reports of damage to a home. Lots of debris has been strewn. We're showing you that, unfortunately, that debris signature on the radar. Right now, the storm does not look that strong. It does not look as intense. The rotation is not nearly as clear as it was. However, you still have a tornado warning for Jennings County at this time. So we're still monitoring for the threat of that strong storm that still could have some strong wind gusts with it as well, Jay.
Yeah, and if you're watching from Seymour, okay, the danger has bypassed you. I know you're still in the warning, but it is off to your northeast. It's now moving into northern portions and northwestern portions of Jennings County. That's where we have the heavy rainfall and still a little bit of rotation showing up, certainly. That's why the tornado warning remains in effect. Looking at the radar, as Suzanne alluded to, it doesn't appear that there's a tornado on the ground right now. But again, this is a dangerous storm that still is showing signs of some rotation. So just stay in that place of safety until this storm has completely moved out of your region. Guys, back over to the analyzer here for me real quick. And you can see here's North Vernon. This is Jennings County. This is Jackson County. And the rotation has actually pulled on into northwestern portions of Jennings County. That's why I said Seymour, Jonesville, Reddington. I think you folks are pretty much out of the woods with this particular cell. It's now off to the east of you. The correlation coefficient still picking up maybe a little bit of debris in the atmosphere. But again, looking at all other parameters of the radar, I really don't think there's a tornado on the ground right now. I think that has lifted. But boy, off to the west, Suzanne, it did cause some damage. No
yeah,
question.
and I had someone just email me, and we always appreciate your letting us know what you're having. This person is right near Seymour and said that everything is quiet there right off Highway 31 where she is at this time. I got that at 12:25, so a couple minutes ago, so that's good news for the Seymour area. And as you mentioned, Seymour is now in the clear, and we're watching for this storm to be right on top of North Vernon. Vernon right along 7. You can see that there. This is going to be pushing through Queensville, County Squire Lakes, a little bit closer over to Butlerville in the next couple of minutes. It's right on top of Brewersville, so some rotation still showing up. I want to go ahead and show you kind of the big picture here. If you're not in our northern tier communities, you don't have any warnings. That being said, for pretty much the entire WLKY viewing area north of Interstate 64 and right along 64, you do currently have a tornado watch. So I'm going to go ahead and paint that on. That watch continues until 5 o'clock this morning. The only warning that we have at this time is that confirmed tornado warning, and that is for Jennings County. But as of right now, we are not seeing indications that that is a tornadic storm at this time. It previously was, as it was moving throughout areas of Jackson County, however.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. And just FYI, if you have friends and family up around Cincinnati, especially in the Covington area, right now, the Florence area, a tornado warning is in effect up there for the southern parts of the metro of Cincinnati. So it's a very stormy night, somewhat of a dangerous night for many, many folks here in the lower Ohio Valley. Additional storms firing up the farther west you go here in southeastern Illinois. Up and down 57, Interstate 70, for example. And as they pop up into that wind energy I've been talking about. They start rotating, and they can produce severe weather as they push off to the east. Well, there's also a cold front farther off to the northwest, and as that continues to sag southward, that will add more lift to the atmosphere as the atmosphere becomes a little bit more unstable as the night wears on and the wind fields remain in place. I would think that we'll likely see additional storms try to fire up to the northwest of the metro area and slowly sag southward to near the Ohio River and finally down across the Commonwealth very, very late tonight into tomorrow morning. That's what a lot of the data has been suggesting, and it looks like it's coming to fruition.
Yeah, and we'll have to watch for tomorrow for that potential risk for some of our far southern communities, Jay, as you were mentioning, across, let's say, Adair County into Taylor County and Greene County, the potential to see some stronger storms in regard to wind. So fortunately, it does look like tomorrow that it may be less of a tornado threat and more of a wind threat and perhaps a heavy rain threat. So you can see that new tornado warning that looks like has been issued. Notice it's a different color. So purple, when you see that purple, that means there's a confirmed tornado. When it's red, and I know this can be confusing, when it's red, it means it's a tornado warning, but it may just be a radar indicated tornado warning. When it is purple, that means it is a confirmed tornado, which Jay was confirming that it was a tornado when you were picking up on that debris signature. I think before even some of the weather services were picking up on that, you were letting us know about that debris signature, Jay.
And now NWS out of Indy is also agreeing that, yeah, they think that the tornado is gone right now. That it's not producing a tornado, but it's still rotating. And it did produce that tornado a little bit farther west. So what they're doing is they're warning downstream now just a little bit with a red polygon. That's a radar indicated tornado. It's not a tornado that's actually on the ground. It still could produce one. And as Suzanne mentioned, I know that's a little bit confusing, but just know pink is worse than red in this situation, because pink means it is on the ground causing damage.
And that's, of course, what we saw. What I want to do, Jay, is maybe just bring up that correlation coefficient and just show, just to explain, because we did get some ground truth as well from the Jackson County Sheriff's Department that they did, in fact, see, unfortunately, damage done to a house. And you can see the evolution. I don't know if you want to kind of track that for us as I put this into forward motion, and you can kind of explain that correlation coefficient and as it develops.
Yeah, so there it is right there. You can see this this product of the radar, where you see all one color, the pinks, the magentas, the reds, that's telling us that the radar is picking up one particle. In this case, that would be raindrops, so it's very consistent. When the radar starts to pick up particles that differ, it actually puts on a different color for us, if you will, and that color can be green and blue. Now, when that green and blue, different particles in the atmosphere other than raindrops are being picked up, and this is the important part, it's co-located with a tight velocity couplet like this one was, we then know that that's likely a tornado on the ground causing damage, because this is actually debris that's being wafted into the atmosphere. And that debris can be carried downstream by the strong upper level winds and still fall to the ground. You've heard reports of people finding, other people's articles hundreds of miles away in a huge tornado outbreak. Well, that's what's going on. That tornado causes damage. The debris is thrown into the atmosphere and the winds carry it downstream. So that's what happened in this particular case. A damaging tornado, northern portions of Jackson County in Indiana. It seems the tornado has lifted and the storm seems to be weakening, is somewhat discombobulated now. Some great news, but just in case, stay in that basement if you reside in northern portions of Jennings County for the next several minutes. The storm is weakening and it will soon pull out of the viewing area towards Ripley County here very, very shortly. Watching additional storms though off to the west, and Suzanne, we'll watch for those. Yes, ma'am.
Canceled the warning for, as you were just alluding to, Jay, that there was no longer a tornado on the ground and the rotation was really virtually non-existent. So the warning has now been canceled. So there are no tornado warnings at this time. What I want to point out is that you can see, look over near Vincennes. Do you notice how we have a new severe thunderstorm warning? That's what Jay was talking about. So we didn't have any warnings to the west like 10, 15 minutes ago. Now we have some additional warnings that have been issued. That gives us an indication of the environment that we're dealing with. That also gives us the indication that we will likely still have some strong storms moving through the WLKY viewing area throughout the overnight hours. And obviously we're going to be here all night. But what you need to know right now is that we don't have any warnings for the WLKY viewing area. We do, however, continue to have that tornado watch, and it does include really a large share of the WLKY viewing area. So what I want to do is just kind of paint that watch on again, take off some of the radar just to show you exactly what's happening. So again, no warnings for our area, but notice that we have that tornado watch basically right along 64. It goes until 5 o'clock this morning, and obviously we'll track those storms all night long for you. But farther down to the south, you're not currently under a watch, but we will be watching for the potential of you're seeing some stronger storms as we head into tomorrow. So that's kind of the bottom line on that, and I suspect that Jay probably wants to do a bit of a reset and talk a bit more about that forecast. Yeah,
Suzanne, thanks so very much. So if you would, if you have a quick second, if you can fire up a future cast for us, we can show folks what's going to be happening. Yeah, so we're kind of in a lull here, but we're going to stay with you for a little while longer because these things, they come and they go, and the environment that we have on this Wednesday late night, boy, it is conducive to severe weather right here in our region. So here's our futurecast.
Hold on, Jay. Wait. That's, you know, Jay Cardosi is got a lot of good qualities, a lot of really good qualities.
Thank you,
One of the good qualities that he does not have is that he doesn't know how to edit a show. As I'm going through and trying to scroll to find a futurecast, Jay Cardosi.
I edit my shows and how I
So what I'm doing is trying to find your futurecast, but you have, I don't know, 10,000 graphics in here. So I'm going to let you come over and try to find it, because I assume you want to use the HRR.
I do.
For this. So just you maybe pull up the storm analyzer and you can talk more about that, and I'm going to find your futurecast here.
All right, there is the storm analyzer right there. And again, we're in a bit of a lull, as we were talking about. Got a couple of warnings up near Cincinnati. Got another severe thunderstorm warning out near the Wabash. But you know what? Things have quieted down for now. But we're going to stay on just a little while longer.
Is this you? That's not the HRR. You have that written as the Euro.
Oh, well, that's
labeled incorrect. Excuse me that it was labeled incorrectly. Okay. Oh, a little fun.
Let's go over to the other computer graphics system. And we can do this because we don't have any warnings right now. All right, so here we are. This is one of our computer models, one of our what we call CAMs, a convective allowing model. And it typically picks up on thunderstorms quite nicely and depicts where they will be headed next. And you can see this particular model is showing storms refiring actually off to the west and northwest, kind of congealing into somewhat of a line. And this is 3 a.m. And look at this. Some of these could still be pretty powerful. And Suzanne, with the wind field, I mean, it's very possible we could still be dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings, even tornado warnings late tonight. That's why the tornado watch goes until 5 a.m. Here we are, 4:30 in the morning. A bulk of it passing just south of the metro. Individual cells that could be rotating, causing severe weather in sporadic locations. We get towards tomorrow morning's commute, 7:30 or so. Notice the main action is down near the parkways or points south from there. So if you are down near the parkways, you've got a ways to go until storms are going to be reaching your area. Likely sun up, maybe a little bit after that. That's how sluggish and slow this front is moving. Because it's moving so slow, we could see storms kind of train over the same areas. We're seeing that tonight in our northern communities. There's been a number of tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings over the same chunks of real estate. Also likely some pretty heavy rainfall tallies. Well, other parts of the viewing area could experience the same thing as the night wears on into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and Jay, you were even mentioning the fact that we're going to be just dealing with some of these severe storms as we make our way throughout the overnight hours. It's just unfortunately going to be a bumpy night, especially for those who are afraid of storms. So we're going to be looking at that tornado watch continuing until 5 a.m. For some of the southern Indiana communities, they've extended it until 3 a.m. Obviously, just with the vigorous storms that we've seen, and unfortunately, that confirmed tornado that we saw into portions of Jackson County near the Freetown and Spraytown area. So with an abundance of caution, I think they just want to keep that tornado watch up a little bit longer for our Kentucky communities and for some of our other Indiana communities that are dealt with the Louisville National Weather Service. That's until 5 o'clock this morning.
All right, Suzanne, thanks so very much. So again, we're going to keep you posted here, folks. You don't have to worry about it. We will be here monitoring the situation. If you don't see us on air here, WLKY or even MeTV 32.2, check out our YouTube channel, check out our Facebook page, check out WLKY.com, because it's very possible we'll be streaming on those platforms as well. As it stands at this point in the game, as Suzanne just talked about, great news, no warnings in effect right now. That could change because we have more storms firing up out here in Illinois. One severe thunderstorm warning on the Wabash right around Vincennes. So there's still a lot of energy in the atmosphere, both instability, thermodynamics as we call it, and wind energy dynamics, and they're kind of co-located over the lower Ohio Valley. That's why we're picking up some of this severe weather on this mid-June night. So we'll be here keeping you up to date. Of course, we have Mo Rose and Eric Zernick, who will also be joining us as the morning hours wear on. Don't go anywhere. We'll keep you posted as these storms continue to fire up. If warnings are issued, we'll be the first to pass them on to you. It's all about keeping you and your family safe and informed. Let's get you back to programming.
We now join our regularly scheduled programming already in progress.
Hi, folks. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi here at WLKY early on this Thursday morning alongside Suzanne Horgan, Mo Rose, and Eric Zernick. We are tracking some pretty powerful storms ongoing, especially off to the northwest of the metro. We are across the board here. We're on air, WLKY. We're on 32.2 Me TV. We're on YouTube, WLKY.com, I believe Facebook as well. So we got you covered, and we're going to continue to track some of these storms as they move off to the east and also the southeast. Already we've seen some pretty powerful storms, some damage from these things, especially north of the metro in northern portions of Jackson County, up around Spraytown and Freetown. That is west of Seymour. A tornado did touch down, did cause some damage. We'll show you some pictures coming up in just a little bit from that area with Suzanne. But here's what's going on right now. We still have a couple of warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. One immediately north of Seymour, that's Bartholomew County. And also we have another one, severe thunderstorm warning from Martin County, and points off to the west. Now these are just outside the viewing area, but these storms are still rather intense. I'll tell you what, we have a ton of wind energy in the atmosphere. This is kind of rare. Here it is heading into the summer months. You typically don't have a wind field in the atmosphere over our region this time of year. Yes, in the wintertime, the springtime, but not now. You couple that with high instability, you get storms popping, and then those storms latch into that strong wind energy, and you can get some pretty powerful storms, some severe weather, damaging wind gusts, and tornadoes. And we've seen scattered tornadoes across our area, north of the Ohio River, back through Illinois, even up around Cincinnati, south side of Cincinnati, near Florence and Covington, getting hit really hard just an hour or two ago. Some damage also noted, and you can see tornado warnings continue into southern portions of Ohio. So it's still an active pattern that we have to get through, and I really believe there's still a chance for some strong, if not severe storms going forward the rest of the overnight, even into early Thursday morning. All right, so here's what's going on right now. Nothing around the metro. Boy, it's been quiet. It's been windy. It's been beautiful. Low 80s. It's on the muggy side. Same can be said to the south of town. But you can see the pink zone. That's a tornado watch. And it's really the northern one half of the viewing area. Goes until 5 a.m. Just goes to show you the energy that we're dealing with in the atmosphere. Those are the warnings flashing on your screen. Orange, severe thunderstorm warnings. Green, flash flood warnings up that I-71 corridor. And we have one tornado warning that is immediately east-northeast of Cincinnati. Now, I am watching this batch of storms right here because these are starting to fill in once again, and I'm expecting them to actually grow upscale as everything starts tracking off to the east and southeast. These are the storms that will make it to the metro probably after 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Some of the data suggesting around 4 a.m. passing through Jefferson County, some as late as 5 a.m. Just know it's going to be a late night event when these bigger storms pass on through. And there's still a chance a couple of them could be severe with scattered damaging wind gusts. Could still see an isolated tornado spin up with this activity as things are very, very unstable across our area. A ton of wind energy. Okay, as we were talking about just a few moments ago, we did get confirmed tornado touchdown in northern Jackson County, Spraytown, Freetown. Hard hit. We had some damage noted. Suzanne, some pictures, right, coming in to you?
Yeah, that's right. So we do have a picture from Freetown. In fact, Jay, you were pointing out the debris signature that was showing up with that correlation coefficient from earlier tonight as we kind of do a lapse on that, and you can see that moving through. So we always appreciate your sending in your photos, and you can see this was some damage that was sent to us. Now, fortunately for this woman who sent us this in from Freetown, she did tell us that her house was fine, but it does look like this may have been a shed. In fact, you can even see it says swamp shack there, but obviously some debris there. She He said there was quite a bit of damage in the Freetown area. So unfortunately, obviously this is just one photo. It is dark. It's the middle of the night. But we do hope to be able to get you some more video and some more pictures. The Jackson County Sheriff's Department did in fact say that they had reports of damage to at least 2 homes, 1 home that was flipped. So obviously a real concerning area up there with that tornado warning. And you confirmed that tornado as it was moving through, Jay, with that correlation coefficient showing up. It just kind of exploded on there with that rotation. So certainly a very dangerous situation there. The good news is right now for our local area, we don't have any warnings that include the WLKY viewing area. We just have that tornado watch, but we think that there probably will likely be more tornado warnings issued throughout the overnight.
Yeah, certainly a possibility with that strong wind energy we have, and the greatest threat obviously will be from about the Ohio River, the I-64 corridor, and points off to the north where the tornado watch is in effect. Now, the farther south you go, it's going to be a while. If you reside down near E-Town, Bardstown, Litchfield, let's call it Hardinsburg, Greensburg, Lebanon, how about Campbellsville? It's going to be a while. I mean, you're going to get into some storms, but not until we move towards, you know, almost sunup, if not a little bit later than that on your Thursday morning. That's how slow this entire system is moving. Storms are moving pretty quickly off to the east, but the entire zone is slowly pushing south. This is the Futurecast. This is one of our computer models, our CAMs. This is a convective allowing model. It's got a great handle as to what's going on, and you can see this particular run is showing that storm activity right through the metro around 4 o'clock in the morning. Still fairly intense, and again, keep in mind, we got strong wind fields, so it's possible we could get still some warnings even around the metro at that hour at night into the early morning. Now, as we move into tomorrow morning, through tomorrow morning, the line will settle south, and it is expected to weaken somewhat and then really fall apart altogether by probably late morning. We're going to hold on to the severe alert, obviously, as we roll through the overnight. Once those storms start moving through, they'll put out a wind gust. Temperatures will cool into the upper 60s, and everything will settle off towards the south.
You had a new warning for Jennings County right there, northern Jennings County.
Okay, brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Any tag on that, guys? I see any rotation with that tour tag on that? All right, so we got a rotating thunderstorm right here north of North Vernon, northern portions of Jennings County. So Queensville, for example, Brewersville, Butlerville, you folks are included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Pretty good inflow area. There's the couplet. It looks like we've got a little bit of rotation showing up. Red, winds blowing towards the top portion of your computer or your TV set. Green, the opposite direction. There's Highway 7. It's pretty much right on top of that in northwestern Jennings County. So we're watching it. It is rotating. Not strong enough for a tornado at this time, but these things can spin up in a hurry with the wind energy we have in the atmosphere tonight. Just know, whenever you have a rotating storm, yeah, that storm can produce severe weather in a hurry. A damaging straight line wind gust, some hail. The hail threat tonight, not all that great, or a tornado spin up. And that is what we've been dealing with the past couple of hours at least on occasion. So severe thunderstorm warning as this cell gets a little bit better defined. Suzanne, that's looking a little bit better on the radar scan, a little supercell there.
It certainly is, and it's moving at about 50 miles per hour, so it is racing off to the east at, again, 50 miles per hour, so its forward motion is pretty strong. So this is going to be right near portions of Brewersville at about 2:15, Butlerville at about 2:23. So certainly a potent storm that is pushing through with some rotation that's being exhibited, as you mentioned, Jay. So we're going to be watching for the strongest point of that storm right along, it looks like State Road 7 near Scipio and just to the north of Queensville. This is heading into the Brewersville area. Let me show you a wider perspective here. So this is north of the North Vernon area in the northern sections of Jennings County, where we're watching it looking like it's trying to rotate a little bit more with that little inflow right there, Jay. So we're going to be watching that closely as we kind of sample that storm as it continues to zip through. So not a ton of rotation showing up right here.
Yeah, let's go over to the analyzer, guys, real quick. I got a dual screen once again. Reflectivity or precipitation here on the left-hand portion of your computer screen or TV. On the right, we've got the wind field, and you can see that inflow notch just north of North Vernon, in between Scipio and also Butlerville. And there's the little velocity couplet. So we're watching things closely for, a damaging wind gust, maybe a quick hitting spin up. We're not quite there just yet. Let's hope it stays below those thresholds, but this is a storm that certainly bears watching in an environment that is very, very conducive for severe weather, including spin-up tornadoes. Back to the other radar here, and Suzanne's got the rotation detector on. A little bit of weak rotation there.
A little bit of weak rotation that's showing up there here. We're going to be watching it obviously very closely. So this is just to the north of North Vernon, where we're seeing some of that rotation showing up. That being said, let's go ahead and take a look at some of those winds there. And you can see, bottom line, we're looking at a strong storm that's moving through. And as you mentioned, we're starting to see it show its signs of rotating and kind of tightening up just a little bit. So we'll have to see as each scan of the radar how that kind of evolves. Not picking up much as far as hail, it doesn't look like, in this particular storm. So we haven't seen a ton of hail in these storms so far, Jay. Maybe half-inch hail. It's really been the wind threat that we have been dealing with as this storm across portions of northern Jennings County. Again, this is north of Vernon, and it's north of North Vernon here. So I'm going to go ahead and, Jay, put on a few more places and show you exactly what's happening and where this is heading to. So this is, again, right near Queensville. I would say Brewersville. You're probably getting quite a bit of thunder out there, probably hearing a lot of thunder this morning, getting an early morning wake-up call. This is to the north of Butlerville, but in the line is Brewersville in this storm. So as each scan comes through, let's go ahead and check out that rotation here now and see how the velocity looks there.
Yeah, I mean, it's there. Boy, we've got some rotation. It's fairly weak, fairly broad, but it bears watching. And this storm is no doubt getting its act together, becoming a little bit better organized, if you will. So we'll continue to watch it closely as it moves across the northern one half of Jennings County, where a severe thunderstorm warning is presently in effect. We have additional storms back off to the west-southwest. And this, no doubt, this batch of storms right here, that line segment, is really putting down some heavy rainfall. Getting a little bit concerned about the potential for some flash flooding in spots anyway around the viewing area, as these storms are kind of lining up from west to east, and they're lined up with the main wind flow in the atmosphere, so they're kind of training over the same locations. When that happens, you can really add up that rain in a short amount of time and get some localized flooding. So there will be that possibility, in addition to isolated to widely scattered severe thunderstorms as well. There you go, Suzanne. Just the past hour?
Past hour.
Man, nearing 2 inches in a few spots. And again, this is immediately west-northwest of the viewing area. That's Martin County, which is just outside the viewing area. There's Du Bois County. But yeah, it just goes to show you, some areas are really going to pick up some heavy, heavy rainfall from these storms as they slowly sag off towards the south. Heavy rain now from Bedford and Lawrence County, and points off to the west and near Vincennes as that little line segment continues to kind of fill in and intensify. One severe thunderstorm warning, and then farther off to the east-northeast, another severe thunderstorm warning, the northern third of Jennings County, Indiana, for the next several minutes for a storm that is rotating, certainly a supercell, and we will continue to watch it and watch it very closely.
Yeah, and we are seeing a little bit of rotation there. And, it's interesting, Jay, we'll have to see, because a couple of the storms that we had that moved through that were severe thunderstorm warnings when they were over the WLKY viewing area, as they made that eastward progression a little bit closer over into the Cincy area, they turned into strong tornadoes. So we're going to be looking, or confirmed tornadoes. what we're going to be looking at to see if these storms evolve, if they continue to strengthen, because we have seen that a number of times. We see a little bit of weak rotation, and then they spin up relatively quickly, and then they are on the strong side, certainly.
Yeah, and one of the main reasons for that rapid intensification that can happen, the wind. I mean, just off the surface, you go outside, you can feel it. It's breezy, it's warm, it's muggy, but you get off the surface by a half mile to a mile up, outside any storms, the winds are blowing 50 to 80 miles per hour right now. That's a strong wind field, especially for early summer. And some of these storms are tapping into that, certainly. Nothing around the metro. That's the good news.
No, but you'll notice, now this does not include Orange County, and you're looking a little bit farther to the north of Orange County into Lawrence County, which is not technically in the WLKY viewing area. But we've now seen a severe thunderstorm warning, that extension there. So we're starting to see these storms show themselves, and I suspect as that continues to push southward, we'll have to see if we continue to see warnings issued right along that line. Because at one point, some of those storms that we were seeing in the Wabash Valley, they were starting to weaken. We had some supercells. This looks similar to what we were seeing with some of our computer models, where we saw those supercells kind of congeal into a line.
Yeah.
So I suspect that might be what's happening right now, where we're starting to see it become more linear, which we'll have to watch for then, perhaps that heavy rain threat and also that damaging wind threat.
Yeah, exactly right. A little worried about the flash flooding potential anyway from those things lining up the way they are. Hey guys, let's go back over to the analyzer up in the booth there for me. Eric, if you would, take, so there's the supercell. That's northern Jennings County, just north of Butlerville. On the left, that's the rainfall pattern. On the right, we're still picking up a little bit of rotation. It's weak. It's relatively broad. I don't see a tornado there right now, but we will continue to monitor it. And it is quickly racing eastbound. We'll be moving out of the viewing area altogether towards Ripley County, likely within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. But we'll continue to track that guy as it moves from northeastern Jennings County on into Ripley County. All right, Eric, if you would, let's pull out just a little bit here and let's go farther off to the west. I really want to check out this activity right there. So there's your heavy rain. Man, that is really, really coming down. As Suzanne showed us, upwards of 2 inches in just the past hour or so. And this is the associated wind field as well. I don't see any tight velocity couplets at this time. Certainly some gusty winds on the leading edge. Eric, pull into that guy right there, Mitchell. That is, there we go. Okay. Yeah.
They do not have a Tor possible tag on that one.
Your radar, what's the radar we're looking at here? Which one? Is this out of Indy or is this out of LVX? Looks Indy. That's Indy.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be, so we do have some rotation right there in the Mitchell area. We'll watch it closely. It's very broad, it's very weak, but it bears watching in the environment we have on this early Thursday morning. Don't see much in this area, just some chaotic winds, but that guy, the leading edge, there's a little bit of subtle rotation there, so we'll watch it closely. Could be a strong wind gust, certainly. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. You say no Tor tag on that?
No Tor.
Okay, so right now, NWS warning for possibility of a wind gust up to 50, 60 miles per hour with that subtle rotation there. Very close to Mitchell in south and southeastern Lawrence County of Indiana. And by the way, that's going to continue to move east and will affect southern Jackson County and northwestern Washington here in the not so distant future. This entire line segment will be moving in our direction. Yes, ma'am.
I do think that right in the very north eastern corner of Jennings County, I do think that rotation might look a little bit more compact at this point. So it looks like it has kind of tightened up just a touch. We're not sampling any huge winds here, but just something to keep in mind. We are seeing some maybe tightening up of some of the rotation there. Again, this is in a rural area. This is in the very far northeastern section of of Jennings County. So this is north of Butlerville. It's right on top of Brewersville. And again, that's quickly pushing off to the east. So it's going to be out of here. And in fact, you can see now with that next scan, obviously it changed the pixel query here. But the bottom line is we are seeing it looks like some pretty decent rotation showing up right there just outside Brewersville at this time.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Over to the analyzer, we've got the dual screen. That's the supercell that Suzanne was just alluding to, northeastern Jennings County. And then on the other side, we've got what is called the correlation coefficient. And yeah, not seeing too terribly much out there. So as far as a tornado threat is concerned, really don't see it right now, but we'll watch it closely. And again, it will be moving out of the viewing area here in relatively short order. But that, yes, Suzanne, that's a strong storm. No question about it.
Yeah, and that's right. And, you know, I just got a couple of emails here. I do want to point out, if you are in the metro right now, we are currently not under any warnings at this time. What we are dealing with is windy conditions, warm conditions. What we are watching is that slow movement of that shower and thunderstorm activity that's being that's going to be drifting down to the south. So I know a lot of people are afraid right now. We'll walk you through all of these storms as they continue to make their progression through the WLKY viewing area. Right now, for the WLKY viewing area, we only have that one warning, and that is for northern Jennings County. And that's that storm that we are watching that has been now exhibiting some rotation, and rotation that looks a little bit more organized, I think.
Yeah, it certainly bears watching, no question about it. So we'll do exactly that for you as it continues to move off to the east. Let's go back to the other radar. And let's pull out, let's take a look at the entire viewing area. We're going to kind of do a reset here. Everything off to the north of I-64 and 71. Some storms, some pretty strong storms moving back into our northern communities, all the way from Jennings County back into Lawrence County. Notice this line segment is becoming a little bit better defined, kind of filling in threat for gusty winds and very heavy rainfall. That seems to be the primary threat with that line segment right now. And this is moving off to the southeast. This is what will likely impact the Louisville metro area a little bit later on this morning. We're talking 5 a.m. Pretty late, but that's what we're looking at. And that tornado watch goes until 5 o'clock in the morning. So wouldn't be a bit surprised to see maybe some flash flooding on a localized basis come out of that particular line segment as it continues to just slowly push off to the south and also the southeast.
Yeah, so we're going to be watching that. And you were mentioning the flash flooding. I'm going to take off some of these watches and warnings and just kind of take a look at how much rain that we've received a little bit farther off to the north and back out to the west, because it has been very impressive over the past 3 hours. Take a look at some of those rainfall totals. You'll notice across areas of the Wabash Valley about 2 inches over the past 3 hours, and into areas of Lawrence County about 3/4 of an inch. Now into portions of northern Jennings County, about 2 inches of rain has fallen, and we've seen more than 1 inch of rain falling into portions of Jackson County as well. So what we're going to be watching is, again, not only a very strong wind threat, potentially an isolated tornado threat, but also the threat of our seeing some flash flooding. And flash flooding can be one of our most dangerous weather phenomenon, especially when it is dark. Even during perfect conditions, it is sometimes difficult to judge the depth of water. It is nearly impossible at night. So that is going to be something that I know it doesn't get quite as many headlines as maybe a tornado warning does, but we're going to be talking about some concerns with that flash flooding, where we are looking at rainfall rates of 1 inch an hour, perhaps in some locations, picking up some very healthy rainfall.
And isn't there a river flood warning for the East Fork White across Jackson?
Yeah,
right
so
now
there
too?
is. We do have that flood warning. Let me go ahead and paint that on for you as far as the river flood goes. And you can see that's right there into areas of Jackson County here. So again, that's right, obviously right along 150. So we're going to watch for that. So not only do you have just environmental flooding, but the potential for some river flooding, especially in those areas. that have already seen quite a bit of rain, and those creeks, rivers, and streams are at bank full already. So you'll notice, again, heavy rain threat back out to the west, and then we're watching still at this time as this is rapidly pushing off to the east. But this storm certainly has shown itself, Jay. It does look like a decent little couplet that's going to be pushing into Jackson and then out of the WLKY viewing area in the next couple of minutes. But that storm is strong as it pushes into the Jackson area and then, of course, out of the WLKY viewing area.
Eric, as you've been looking at the chat and you know, just kind of reading up over there online, any reports coming in from anywhere?
No, they're not really
quiet?
saying anything anymore.
Okay. All right. All right. So there you go, folks. The tornado watch remains in effect. I-64 and points off to the north for the next several hours, for the next 2.5 hours, really, until 5 o'clock in the morning. A number of showers and storms still in our northern communities. They've been there pretty much all evening, going back to 9, 10 o'clock last evening, if you will, Wednesday evening, through right now. We're still getting those showers and storms, but they are now showing signs of sinking off to the southeast. So it's just a matter of time before they approach the metro, the Ohio River, and then settle south across the Commonwealth as we move towards daybreak on your Thursday and beyond that as well. Still a threat for a few strong to severe storms, no question about it, as this entire area of showers and storms moves off to the south and also the southeast. We've got you covered on this Thursday early morning, just about 2:30 in the morning, tracking severe weather with Suzanne Horgan, Mo Rose, Eric Zernick, of course myself. We've had a number of tornado warnings in our northern communities, severe thunderstorm warnings, at least one confirmed tornado touching down in northern Jackson County near Spraytown and Freetown. That's in the northwestern portion of the county, and that tornado might have tracked as far as north central portions of Jackson County. We had debris in the air for quite some time, so it was nasty in Jackson County earlier, and things are pretty nasty right now for our friends in Lawrence County and points off to the west. Not necessarily tornadoes or severe weather as far as widespread large hail, things like that, but certainly very heavy rainfall and also some gusty winds. And we'll be here throughout the night, of course, throughout the morning, keeping you up to date. Stay tuned to WLKY across the board, WLKY.com, our YouTube page, our Facebook page, all of our social platforms. We'll keep you safe and informed as we push through this Thursday morning as the storms continue to slowly push southward towards the metro area.
We now join our regularly scheduled programming already in progress.
Hi, folks. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi. Early on this Thursday morning, tracking severe storms alongside Suzanne Horgan, Mo Rose, and Eric Zernick. And we've got more warnings now coming out for portions of the viewing area, in particular Washington County, as well as Orange County, the northern halves of those two counties, including Salem, Paoli up to Orleans. Severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for that cluster of storms that continues to sag off towards the south and southeast. There could be some gusty straight line wind. There's also a little bit of rotation showing up in that cluster. Very heavy rainfall also likely occurring across southern Jackson County, far northern Washington County, and points off to the west. So we got to watch out for the possibility for some localized flash flooding, as some of the rainfall rates are extremely high, could be getting 2 inches an hour in some of these storms as far as the rain is concerned. You can see flash flood warnings certainly up the I-71 corridor closer to Cincy as well as Florence, where a tornado touched down earlier tonight, causing some damage on the south side of the metro area. In our viewing area, also a tornado touchdown in northern Jackson County, causing some damage. Debris was strewn in the air. So it's been a nasty night for areas north of the Ohio River north of the metro. Nonetheless, a tornado watch continues until 5 a.m., especially the northern one half of the viewing area. And now, Suzanne, some of these storms showing signs of certainly sinking off to the south and getting closer and closer to the metro. It's just a matter of time.
Just a matter of time, and we're going to continue to watch that progression, that slow progression. And we were talking about this. The actual movement of some of the storms that we've seen has been 50, 55 miles per hour, but the actual line that we're seeing is moving much more slowly, and that is what is increasing our flash flood threat. We do see some rotation in some of these storms, Jay. You can see that there just to the north of Salem here, where we're watching for some of that rotation showing up here and a couple of spots. Nothing that's really screaming out to us, but the bottom line is these storms certainly are still packing a punch as far as the potential to be dealing with some rotation here. So this is, again, north of Campbellsburg. We're watching for that. So we have a couple of warnings still out there. There are severe thunderstorm warnings at this time, but we'll have to watch to see if any of these storms decide to kind of spin up a little bit more if we see a tightening of that. You were mentioning some of the rainfall rates. Let me go ahead and put on the hydrology product for us, and we can talk a little bit about maybe just that 1 inch, 1 hour rainfall total, because it has been very impressive, especially across areas of Lawrence County and also into portions of Orange County, even just over the past hour or so. We've seen about 0.2 of an inch there.
Yeah, and adding up quickly as well as that line continues to sag off to the south. So bottom line, the rest of this night, as these strong storms sink southward, damaging wind gusts, very heavy rainfall, lots of lightning and thunder, certainly in the cards. Could there be a tornado spin up yet on an isolated basis? Absolutely. There's extreme wind energy in the atmosphere. Just have to walk outside, look up, and you can see the clouds whizzing by. I mean, 50 to 80 mile an hour winds just off the gate, just off the surface, and some of these storms are tapping into that, trying to bring it down towards the ground. So we've got this chaotic leading edge to these storms sprawled out from Washington County, Orange County, and points off to the west, kind of filling in now and sinking off towards the south-southeast. Severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued for these areas. Here are some of the wind gusts that have been showing up. And Suzanne, you can touch on this. I mean, even outside any storms, the environmental winds, very gusty, and we've got a full canopy of leaves out there, so it's causing issues.
And this is different than when we have sometimes even a springtime thunderstorm phenomenon with some severe weather, because if it's early in the season, then we don't have that full canopy of leaves. In fact, we did see some damage reports coming out of Fern Creek for our friends there of a tree that has fallen on a house. And you'll notice these winds are gusting 30, 40 miles per hour. I want to do a quick check, Jay, to see if we've got any power outages across the area. And it does appear that we do in fact have some power outages to report to you. You'll notice across some sections of Lawrence County into Jackson County, a couple hundred there, a couple hundred into the metro, and it looks like about 200 into portions of Spencer County as well. So some power outages certainly. Now keep in mind, the only places that we've seen storms so far has been up across areas of Jackson County and Jennings County. In the metro and for our friends in Spencer County, you all haven't had any thunderstorm activity for today. That's from the environment.
Yeah, and those winds continue to howl, no question about it. I just stepped outside. It is muggy, muggy, muggy out there. It is warm, it's soupy, and that's what these storms are actually sinking into. So get ready. We've got some pretty strong showers and storms that will be invading the metro, likely within the next 2 hours or so is what we're thinking. There are your area temperatures. Out ahead of the storm, still those low 80s showing up. Dew points, a measurement of the amount of moisture in the low layers of the atmosphere. Low 70s, also a dew point temperature. It's it makes you, it's also a determination as to how you can feel when dew points are low in the 50s. I mean, it feels great when it gets to the upper 60s and low 70s. boy, it is oppressive, and that's what we're dealing with. So severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. Hey, how about the flash flood warning?
Yeah, Jay, you were talking
issued.
about that. You were mentioning the slow movement of those storms and the tremendous rainfall rates. So, in fact, we have a flash flood warning that has been issued for areas of Lawrence County. I suspect also an indication of what will soon be coming to portions of Orange County and Washington County with that slow movement, because they're running kind of eastward and then a little bit southward. So, unfortunately, what you have is kind of a training of some of those cells. I know we say that all the time, but it basically just means it's going over the same location over and over. It's like a train basically going over that same location with that heavy rainfall. So it's just not moving all that quickly. So it's tracking to the east, but there's still more kind of back building back behind it too. So
it's going to be around for a while, and that's why it's taking so very long to go from north to south across the viewing area. If you reside to the south of the metro, I mean, it's going to be a while yet. You get down near the parkways, we likely won't see showers and storms across the Commonwealth until after 4 or 5 in the morning, closer to sunup down near the parkways. So it's going to be a while, no question about it. And there's your rainfall rate. Now, some of these rates are just incredible. Suzanne, what are we looking at here with some of these?
Yeah,
nearly 8 inches an hour. You're not going to get that much water, but if that storm were to sit on you for 1 hour, with that kind of a rate, you would get that much. But these things are moving at least slowly. But this is why we're also concerned about flash flooding. And at night, as Suzanne alluded to the last time we were cutting in, it's so dangerous. You just want to avoid any and all areas of high water when this activity is happening, really any time of the day, but especially at night. Winfield. Yeah, Suzanne, what radar do you have here? Is that LVX?
it is LVX. Do you want me to switch over to Indy or Hopkinsville?
This is fine. I just wanted to make sure I had the rotation right on anything, and perhaps a little bit of subtle rotation right there near Kossuth. Not much. Yeah, I don't see a lot of rotation that screams tornado at this time. What I do see is the leading edge. It's pretty gusty on that as that heavy rain works across any one location slowly. That's the gust front. So some of those winds could be pretty strong there as well, the leading edge of that heavy rainfall or rain-cooled air.
Yeah, and it is putting down quite a bit of water. As you mentioned, 7-inch-an-hour rainfall rates. Now, we actually did see that over into the Lanesville area where we had terrible flash flooding, Jay. So these storms that we are currently seeing right now over Orange County into portions of Lawrence County and Washington County, these storms are not moving quickly. In fact, when we take a look at the back edge, all the way back to the Wabash Valley. So I think they're moving to the east at about 40 miles per hour, and then that progression southward is much slower than that. So just really a soaking, stormy night for our friends in Orange County, back into Washington County, and southern Jackson County as well. Jackson County, I think, wants to wash their hands of this storm system because they've seen enough so far.
I would agree. They've gotten hit pretty hard on this Wednesday night, now early Thursday morning. And you can see how these storms continue off to the west into southern portions of Illinois, a few cells developing even south of the main band. So this is the activity that we were anticipating to kind of blow up and move into the metro. It is happening now. Again, chances for some high wind gusts, very heavy rainfall. Don't see any of a tornado threat, much of a tornado threat with this batch at this time, but we'll continue to watch it. Look at some of these cloud tops, 45, 50,000 feet in the atmosphere. Why is that important? The taller the cloud top, the more intense the updraft that's punching that cloud up into the upper atmosphere. When you have an intense updraft, the stronger the storm. It's as simple as that, and that is what we're dealing with here. And keep in mind, just aloft, we've got the strong winds. That's why there's at least the potential for some of these storms to bring down that higher momentum from aloft, and we can get a strong wind gust. And there's the leading edge of what is the rain cooled air and that gust front, that stormy gust front. And those winds are blowing pretty good. I mean, this is fairly high in the atmosphere. I'd say, what, 3,500 feet, something like that? Is that right?
About 3,100 feet, yes.
3,100 feet. But again, upwards at 3,100 feet, those winds are already blowing over 50, 60 miles an hour. So it won't take much to bring that down to the ground, and that's why we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect.
Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and we also have that flash flood warning because, as Jay was talking about, we've got that 7-inch an hour rainfall total. So if you're just joining us, you're waking up, obviously in the metro, if you're in Louisville, if you're across some of our Commonwealth communities, you're just kind of waiting to see some of this thunderstorm activity coming your way. It does look like we're going to have to watch for this as we head into the early morning hours. And the bottom line is we suspect that we'll likely see some heavy rainfall. We'll likely have warnings issued right along that line. We talked about this yesterday. So we were seeing some of those supercellular storms that were sort of discrete, and they looked like they were going to congeal into a line, and that is starting to show itself. So that's where you're seeing that line of thunderstorm activity moving across sections of Orange County, moving across sections of Washington County, more of a linear. So hopefully that will help to reduce at least a little bit some of our tornado threat. But the bottom line is we have a flash flood threat, and we also, of course, still have the severe thunderstorm threat with us. So right now, we just have it for Orange County into portions of Washington County as well, as we continue to monitor for the severe thunderstorm warnings. You see all that green that's lighting up. Those are flash flood warnings. I also want to point out that we did have a confirmed tornado across areas of Jackson County. We always really appreciate your sending in your photos, and please continue to do so if you can safely. It is so helpful for us to have ground truth. So what you're looking at here is from Freetown, Indiana. And this nice woman sent this in to us, telling us that her home fortunately was not damaged, but you can see a shack was damaged here. So it looks like it maybe took the sides off and then that roof came down. But we also had, unfortunately, reports of a house that was flipped over and also a house that was heavily damaged in the Jackson County area. Incidentally, we also had reports of damage into Fern Creek because of very heavy winds there, and you didn't even have any thunderstorm activity there. So bottom line, we're going to continue to monitor for some of those stronger storms that are going to be pushing through, and also, of course, some of that very heavy rainfall. So let's take you in a little bit closer here, show you who's getting that heaviest of rain, those strongest storms into the Campbellsburg area, just to the north of Salem. Moving into areas of Orleans, also into Orangeville, right along 37. This is just to the north of West Baden Springs. This is north of the French Lick area. So we're going to be watching for that heavier rain to be pushing into those areas in the next couple of minutes.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. Hey, you know what? Let's close in a little bit more. Let's go over to the analyzer. That's what I'd like to do. And let's go to right here. Here's Salem, Washington County, Orange County, Lawrence County, of course, Jackson County. We're about 30, 40 miles to the northwest of the metro here, right around the Campbellsburg area. Eric is running the radar here on the analyzer. Eric, did you see anything? This is kind of a pendant hanging down.
Yeah. But when you flip it over to this is your base velocity, you're not really...
Don't see much there,
Don't see much. Okay. And then when you go to the storm relative velocity, you can see you got the sharp gust front line, but nothing really kind of wrapping around each other.
I kind of wonder if it's becoming outflow dominated too. The leading edge of that rain cooled air is kind of outrunning the heavier rain and the thunderstorm activity itself. So if that were to happen and continue, that would choke off any threat for tornadic weather, at least with this particular line segment. But there are some gusty winds showing up, no question about it. If we go back over to the links, and Suzanne had up the shear on that just a second ago. Boy, that shows it clearly right there, huh? You got a pretty good wind gust lining up across Washington County, just north of Salem, and that extends back into northern Orange County as well. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for northern Orange County and about the northern 2/3 of Washington County, including you folks in Salem. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. Gusty straight line winds and extremely heavy rainfall likely as this entire line segment slowly sinks off to the south and also the southeast.
And they do have a tornado tag on that particular storm, although we're not seeing anything that's kind of screaming out to us, but likely some rotation showing up in there. Regardless of anything, this is a very strong storm that's moving through, and you were mentioning sort of that gust front that happens. We are in kind of this soupy air. It's warm, it's humid. We have temperatures in the lower 80s right now. And then you get all that rain falling down, it cools the air, and then you get that gust front. So sometimes, even before you get any rain at your house, you'll notice beforehand you get like a cool, strong wind that kind of blows through the neighborhood. That's what that is. So probably some locations, we'll have to see if we are picking up anything like that. It doesn't look too much like that, but we'll have to see. Sometimes you get a stronger wind out ahead of that storm as well.
Okay, we're closing in on 3 o'clock in the morning on this Thursday morning. We're tracking strong and severe storms. It's been a stormy late Wednesday night, early Thursday morning, most of which have been north of the Ohio River, north of the metro, but now showing signs of sinking off to the south-southeast. Tornado watches remain in effect for portions of the viewing area, most notably the northern 1/2 from I-64 and points off to the north. It does include the metro. We're not quite out of the woods as far as a tornado threat is concerned. There's still a chance for a spin up, although the deeper we get into the night, the deeper we go into the morning, if you will, that threat will continue to come down, as this is now showing signs of becoming more of a heavy rain threat and a possible flash flooding threat. Already one flash flood warning, as you can see, for sections of Lawrence County back into central and northern Martin County and points off to the west. We're getting rainfall rates 7 to 8 inches per hour. You're not going to get that much, but a quick 2-3 inches, that is certainly possible. It just depends how long that thunderstorm zone stays over any one location. And this is moving so slowly to the south. And the reason why this storm, this line of storms is kind of lined up with the upper level wind flow. So you have a west to east thunderstorm zone, and the upper level winds are also west to east. So there's really nothing to push it rapidly southward. It's just going over the same areas. And until that changes, this will just slowly sag southward towards the Ohio River and towards the metro. And a lot of our data has been suggesting that, not really reaching the metro until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, guys, heavy rain threat and still gusty winds, and that's why we have those severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yeah, that's right. And you were mentioning even just those strong environmental winds, and that caused some damage in Fern Creek. We also had a ton of power outages being reported up across those areas that did see thunderstorm activity in Jackson County into Jennings County. But we also had reports of a few hundred power outages in the metro and also into portions of Spencer County. And those were just from those environmental winds. So we have the wind energy in place. Now we have that cold front. We have that wet weather. We have those stronger storms that are going to be moving through. So we're going to be coupling some strong winds also with some flooding rains out there. A very active night still expected. So I know probably if you're up with us, it may be because you're afraid of storms, and that's a very real concern. We are still looking at the potential of some strong to severe storms, perhaps more, Jay, would you say, of a flash flooding risk for us, and perhaps more of a severe thunderstorm risk with us?
Yeah, I think we're transitioning certainly from that tornado threat we had earlier from Illinois into southern portions of Indiana with the supercells. We're now kind of transitioning into more of a linear pattern, lining up west to east. That is a classic heavy rain setup. And I think that's what we're going to be dealing with. And on the leading edge, there could be some strong, gusty, straight-line winds, hence the severe thunderstorm warnings. Out ahead of those, yeah, as Suzanne talked about, we're getting some pretty decent wind gusts. Eric, Mo, highest wind gust at SDF, 5-minute observations.
Pushing like 38, 39, just below 40.
So almost 40. So
yeah.
almost 40. So almost 40-mile-an-hour gusts across the metro and the remainder of the viewing area. And with that full canopy of leaves, it's no wonder we're getting some trees coming down, branches coming down, things like that. Even outside any thunderstorm activity. All right, so here it is just after 3 o'clock in the morning. We are live with you on WLKY, MeTV 32.2, our YouTube channel. Thank you very much for allowing us to track this severe weather as it moves through your hometown, and WLKY.com. It's been a busy overnight period, no question about it, and the storms are just now starting to move across extreme southern Indiana. Will move steadily southeastward the rest of the overnight into early morning with heavy rainfall and gusty winds becoming the primary threat.
We now join our regularly scheduled programming already in progress.
Hi, folks. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jay Cardosi. Here it is, a little after 3 o'clock in the morning. Just had a brand new tornado warning issued for areas north of the metro. This is Scott County. This is Jefferson County in Indiana. It also clips into far northern sections of Trimble County in Kentucky. Brand new tornado warning. We have a little Boeing segment that's latching on to some strong winds aloft, and as this continues to move rapidly off to the east, we can get little vortices start to form, especially on the northern side of the apex of the bow, and you can get a quick hitting tornado spin up. That's what the National Weather Service is seeing, and you can see that shear axis right there, that Boeing segment, as this continues to kind of arch out, could see some spin ups going on right in the tornado warn zone. This does include Austin, Scottsburg, and areas off towards the east. See that brighter green right there? That's the shear axis. That's the strong gust front that is now starting to accelerate off to the east. And as it continues to do so, we'll see some pretty chaotic winds try to come out of this little line segment. So much so that you can get a little spin up, a quick hitting tornado. So a tornado warning in effect from Scottsburg up to Austin and areas off towards the east on into Jefferson County in Indiana. Deputy, Kent, Hanover, Madison, Lancaster, up towards China, and then also into far northwestern portions of Trimble County, almost to, let's call it Milton and north of Bedford. Anywhere in that area, please get to your tornado warning shelter areas. Stay there until the danger is past. Basement, absolute best spot to be. No basement, lowest level of your house, an interior room. It's key that you put as many walls between you and the outside where there could be flying debris. That's what you want to stop. You want to prevent it from getting to you, obviously. That's what's very dangerous when it comes to tornadoes. We're tracking it. We're tracking the leading edge of this Boeing segment and possible quick-hitting tornado spin-up, moving rapidly off to the east. The Wakefield area around 316, Kent 320, go down to Smyrna around 321, Wirt Station 322, Hanover immediately west-southwest of Madison around 325. After that, it'll be affecting places like Madison itself and potentially the Milton area just across the Ohio River. Dangerous looking storm. It really rapidly, you know, spun up.
You were talking about that gust front earlier, really interacting with that untapped atmosphere that we have. We have temperatures in the 80s right now, a ton of wind energy, a ton of instability still to work with. So that's why we're watching for this strong storm to move through. Right now, we just have the tornado warning painted on, and it has been extended just a little bit farther to the east, so it now includes the northern section of Trimble County. So it's all along that Scottsburg area, heading into Jefferson County, heading into Lancaster, heading into Smyrna, and we're watching for that bow right there. We're going to continue to see, of course, very strong winds with this. We are picking up a little bit of shear with this storm as well, so right along that, right along along 3, heading a little bit closer to State Road 56, and then moving a little bit closer over to the Hanover area. So we're moving through a fairly populated area as well as it pushed through Scottsburg. So I do suspect we will have some damage reports if, in fact, we are seeing damage from this particular set of storms. So as we paint on that velocity, this is the storm relative velocity and the base velocity. The base velocity is showing us some stronger winds potentially right along that State Road 3 and right near 56 as well, Jay.
Yeah, a little velocity couplet going on there, a little bit of rotation. Let's go over to the storm analyzer. This is a dual mode, so to speak. Reflectivity of the rainfall pattern here on the left. On the right, we've got the wind pattern, the velocity couplet. Notice right where you see that notch right there in western portions of Jefferson County right now of Indiana. That's where we've got some twisting and turning, some chaotic winds going on in this particular storm as it moves rapidly off to the east. So I would say anywhere east of Austin and Scottsburg right now, we're looking at least a chance for a quick-hitting tornado spin-up. Could there be another little area of rotation in between Scottsburg and Underwood right now? The radar is saying yes, and it is possible. We have a little bit of a notch right there, as you can see, in between those two locations. So a couple of areas of rotation that we will continue to track and watch very closely. One here in southeastern portions of Scott County in Indiana, the other one far western Jefferson County, both moving rapidly off towards the east. The northern one, that is where we have the warning. If you are in the warned area, please get to your tornado warning shelter immediately. Stay there until the danger is past.
And what I want to do is if we could take this Lynx One product full, because Jay, what I want to do is kind of zoom into a few spots that may be kind of under the gun here that you were mentioning. We've painted on a number of towns and some of the smaller communities here. Parker Station, this is right on top of you, right near Blocker, Deputy, Hardy Lake. This is going to be heading into the Wakefield area, Kent area, Antioch Grange, near Hanover. So again, we're going to be watching that closely for you. When we take a look at the base velocity, very strong winds showing up here, Jay. So we'll be watching this very, very closely, potentially as much as high as 61 miles per hour. Of course, that's about 3,600 feet up in the air. But again, something that bears close watching. A very powerful storm here is setting up shop. When we take a look at the storm relative velocity, it's obviously showing us some broad rotation here with some of those notches, which kind of match up with that reflectivity that we're looking at too.
Yeah, well-defined what we call Boeing segment right here. Very, very strong winds coming in from the upper atmosphere down through the cloud, blowing this precipitation out. And on the northern apex, you can get a quick-hitting tornado spin-up. So that's what's going on in between Deputy and Wakefield right now and Parker Station. There's Highway 3 in western sections of Jefferson County of Indiana. The leading edge rapidly racing off towards the east. So pretty high potential for straight line wind damage and perhaps a quick hitting tornado spin up across Jefferson County of Indiana here the next several minutes. And the leading edge will be very close to Hanover, 327, Madison, 335, and then we'll get down to Ringwald, Milton, 335 as well as it crosses over the Ohio River. A dangerous looking storm right now that rapidly developed.
Yeah,
and
intensified, didn't it? Because we were just on air talking about some of those severe thunderstorm warnings that we had. Incidentally, Jay, I want to tell you that we do have additional severe thunderstorm warnings that I think you'll want to track moving into areas of Floyd County, also into Clark County as well. So we're now starting to see some additional severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued right along this area of thunderstorms, really forming that line. The only tornado warning that we currently have at this time is that one we're watching for Jefferson County, Trimble County, and Scott County.
Yep, so anywhere along that thunderstorm zone, potential for damaging straight line winds. And then on the Boeing segment that's now into western sections of Jefferson County, Indiana. We have that potential tornado that is moving off to the east rapidly. So again, get to your tornado warning shelter area. You can actually see the spin almost in that that deeper red, that heavier rain pattern. And yeah, we've got a pretty good shear axis going on and some pretty decent rotation in between the Blotcher area as well as Smyrna and Wakefield there in west and southwestern sections of Jefferson County in Indiana. Eric, do you have the correlation coefficient? Anything showing up there with that
not
yet?
Really.
Guys, take me over to the analyzer, please, if you would. Okay, analyzer, there we go. Okay, so there is your potential tornado, a strong rotation, kind of analyzing this with you at this time. And then we've got, I don't know, it's certainly not for sure. It bears watching, no question about it. That's a high wind gust, and there could be a quick hitting tornado.
It doesn't matter when it's coming to your house, whether it's a tornado or whether it's a strong wind gust. If it's 60 miles per hour, if it's 70 miles per hour, it's a dangerous storm that's headed your way. So regardless of anything, I know you're under a tornado warning, but we've got some strong winds with this, so we want you to be careful. We were showing you on the base velocity, Jay, some of those really powerful winds right on top of Kent, heading over into Hanover in really the next moments.
Yeah.
Right on top of Lexington right now. In Nab, you're seeing some strong winds as well. Downstream, we're not seeing quite those strong winds, but right along that line, I suspect that's why we're seeing some of those severe thunderstorm warnings that are being issued right along that line where we saw those supercells kind of congeal into a line. But again, that tornado warning, very notchy looking storm for us on that one. Clearly, we've got some strong winds with that as that kind of pushes out.
Yeah, right now in between Highway 3 and 7, man, it's rocking and rolling right now. Wakefield, Smyrna, Kent, Antioch, Grange, Hanover, soon to be Madison as well. Suzanne is kind of circling, I should say, that Boeing segment. Let's go over to the other radar, guys. There we go. This is where the strongest wind pattern is currently located. This is where, if there is going to be a tornado spin up, it's right there. This is ground zero, close to Wakefield and over towards Smyrna. So stay in that tornado warning shelter area until this danger has passed on by. All right, Suzanne, if you would, let's go a little bit farther back to the west and southwest and continue to track these other severe storms. Heavy thunderstorms, heavy rainfall, potential for flooding and damaging winds running from southern Scott County. This is northern Clark County, southeastern Washington, back through southern Washington itself and far northern Harrison County, and that continues farther off to the west. We're just getting some extremely heavy rainfall and gusty winds, tracking the leading edge as it's moving through northeastern Clark County. So if you reside in places like New Washington, Westport, Oldham, we'll move it down into northern Oldham County, Sulphur and Pendleton, anywhere from 325 to 350. Be on the lookout for some pretty high winds and very heavy rainfall as this moves on through. And this is the type of weather that's going to likely be impacting the metro here in the next 1 to 2 hours as this line sags off to the south.
Yeah, and so we do have a number of warnings. I'm going to paint those warnings back on for you right here because we've got severe thunderstorm warnings for areas of Orange County, Washington County, northern Harrison County, back into portions of Clark County. And you can see now into portions, the very top portion of Floyd County, it looks like also getting in on the action perhaps. But it's that tornado warning that we are watching the most closely, and that's that storm system that's moving right over Lancaster right now, heading into Madison, right on top of Smyrna in the next couple of moments. This will be right near central. It'll be right near Madison. Then it'll track into areas of Trimble County as well. So Jefferson County, Indiana, you're under the gun. You need to be in your place of safety right now. Otherwise, for Clark County, now moving into northern Clark County, we're seeing some of those stronger winds and also very heavy rainfall into Henryville, Blue Lake, Marysville. That's going to be moving into Charlestown in the next couple of minutes, also into Borden. Heads up in Greenville and the Knobs. You're about to have that storm come your way in the next several minutes. You're not currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. When we take a look at the big picture here, you can see everything has kind of congealed into a line. That line is slowly pushing down to the south and tracking a bit off to the east. As we continue to monitor that tornado warning, though, that is for areas of Jefferson County and then moving into portions of northern Trimble County as well. So we'll be watching that very closely for you. So far, we have not had any damage reports from this particular cell moving through. That is not unusual. It's the middle of the night. Most people are in bed unless you've just been woken up by your phone, perhaps, or perhaps some of the howling winds out there, Jay.
Okay, Suzanne, thank you. And the storm that's in sections of Jefferson County is now radar confirmed. The radar is picking up a tornado that could be on the ground right now. Strong rotation in between the Blockshire area and Hanover vicinity, moving rapidly off to the east. And there is the correlation coefficient. Notice how we have a little bit of yellow and green that is co-located right where we have the strong rotation. So that's telling us that there could be some debris that's being picked up and thrown into the atmosphere. So if you are anywhere in Hanover, in Madison, anywhere in central and eastern portions of Jefferson County of Indiana, get to that basement. Stay there, please, until this thing has passed on by. Even far northern Trimble County, as this is a dangerous storm. Right there, looks like a little bit of debris in the atmosphere immediately off to the northwest of the Hanover area, moving rapidly off towards the east. And that wind flow behind me, look at this thing. Well-defined what we call velocity couplet. In red, winds blowing towards the top portion of your TV set. Green, the opposite direction. A tight velocity couplet holding right there immediately northwest of Hanover. So a dangerous storm, no question about it, as this thing has rapidly spun up over the past 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, it really has. It has escalated very quickly. In fact, you can see, unfortunately, some of those really strong winds there. And you were mentioning some of the debris that was showing up. As we put that on the correlation coefficient, you can see right there, heading right over into the Madison area, Jay, we're looking at that right there, I suspect, right near Madison and Milton, perhaps. We'll be looking for some of that debris potentially.
Okay. All right, guys, so the tornado warning continues for the next several minutes for sections of Jefferson County, far north and northwestern Trimble County, a dangerous storm that has rapidly organized and is pushing eastbound very, very quickly. So in addition to that tornado, we're talking about straight line wind damage as well. This is a storm that is quite dangerous, so I need you in your basement. If you are in sections of Jefferson County, northern Trimble County, help me on this one, gang. If you have friends and family up in this region, give them a call. I know it is 3:30 in the morning. I get that, but this is a dangerous situation. Certainly, give them a call, give them a text, tell them what's going on so they can seek shelter in their tornado warning area. Big-time thunderstorms moving across portions of the viewing area. A tornado warning to the northeast of Louisville in Jefferson County of Indiana, getting very, very close to Madison and Hanover. Powerful winds, straight line winds, and that quick hitting tornado. And this, again, has been radar confirmed. We've had some debris showing up on the radar scan, co-located where the highest velocity couplet was located, and that tells us that there is indeed perhaps a tornado still occurring in between Hanover and Madison as we speak.
Yeah, and Jay, we haven't had any damage reports as of yet, but obviously, you know, we still have that tornado warning. Let's go ahead and track this storm as this really powerful storm continues to push to the east-southeast and let you know where that kind of line of strong storms that are rotating, and of course, that confirmed tornado as well as it pushes off to the east-southeast at about 40 miles per hour, just so you can be in your place of safety if you're in Locust, if you're in Madison, if you're in Langstiff, Easterday, and Port Royal, as this moves into Trimble County and perhaps even into portions of Carroll County as well.
Okay, that is the northeastern flank of the storm. We also have, we go a little bit farther off to the west-southwest. Storms are getting closer and closer to the metro, still off to the north, but many of these are severe. The leading edge capable of producing some strong winds, upwards of 60 miles an hour, at least in scattered locations. There's a little bit of twisting and turning going on. There's some wind shear and extremely heavy rainfall. So we're also looking at the potential for some flash flooding coming out of these storms that extend from Orange County, Washington County, on into sections of Clark County and Scott County, sinking off towards the south. Some of the rainfall rates upwards of 7, almost 8 inches in an hour. So if these storms were to sit on top of you with that type of a rate for 1 hour, that's how much you would receive. Obviously, you're not going to get that as these storms are moving, but they're moving slowly. So that rain is still going to pile up, and as a result, we could see some localized flash flooding and high water. And it's dead of night. Please, 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 if you have to travel, just wait for this thing to get on through. But if you have to go out, please don't ever travel through flooded roadways. Okay, of immediate concern, the rotation detector, which is showing that area of bright green running from Hanover to just off to the west of Madison. We're talking about Highway 7, 421. These regions, U.S. Highway 421 north of Madison, big time wind and potential tornado too. This was radar confirmed as we had a little bit of a signature showing up on the correlation coefficient, which indicated there could be some debris in the atmosphere.
And you can see if you're with us right now, and you'll notice that we've seen a change in color there. It went from a red tornado warning over to a purple or pink tornado warning. That is an indication that it is confirmed. So we have that confirmed tornado, as Jay was telling us, with that debris signature showing up here and still showing very strong winds. You'll notice we've seen a little increase from time to time, a little reduction every once in a while, and then it looks a little stronger. So that's not unusual to see these storms sometimes cycle up a bit. And unfortunately, that's the case as this is heading toward the Madison area in relatively short order.
Yeah, stay in that tornado warning shelter area if you're in Madison or anywhere around that zone, because that is a mean storm. Certainly some wind damage is a very, very high threat, if you will, as this thing continues to race off towards the east. All right. We're not out of the woods with this thing by any stretch of the imagination. The storms seem to pulse. They seem to weaken and then only to refire. And we're in a period where they are actually strengthening once again. And from that bowing segment right there, see the kink right there? That's where we've got the strong rotation, hence the tornado warning. This includes Madison, all right? And then you have the strong wind gust out ahead of that, where you see this brighter shade of green, a little bit of red in there, running from New Pekin down to Hardensburg, Greenbrier, and then off towards the west from there. And that's right on the leading edge of that really heavy rainfall.
And it's important to note that also we've seen an extension of that tornado warning. So we have the purple or pink, that is the confirmed tornado. Then the extension of that is now moved into Carroll County, where we now have a tornado warning for Carroll County. So obviously, with this being a confirmed tornado, they are going to extend that as that quickly moves at about 50 miles per hour as that line of thunderstorm activity. And unfortunately, what certainly appears to be that confirmed tornado with that debris signature continues to push off to the east-southeast, now at about 50 miles per hour. So in Carrollton, you have time to get ready, go to your place of safety as this continues to race into areas of Carrollton near Monitor. Looks like a little bit closer over to Brooksburg, Locust, Easterday. It's going to be near Langston Flagstaff and English as well, as this line of really strong storms moves through. But most specifically, we're watching for that tornado to continue to make its progression. So we're going to be watching that very closely. Taking a look at the reflectivity, and Jay, not showing quite as much rotation perhaps as before.
Yeah, man, that does look nasty as far as that wind gust is concerned, though. I'd say, you know, Milton, Madison to near Central, North Madison, is some really powerful winds moving through, and that potential tornado spin up. And Suzanne, you talked about the tornado warning extended eastbound now through Carroll County, correct?
Yes, into Carroll County, yeah.
Okay, so if you're watching from Carrollton, get into your tornado warning shelter area. A storm capable of producing a tornado is just off to your west, moving rapidly eastbound towards your region along the Ohio River. Farther off to the west-southwest and just north of the metro, well, we are looking at just some heavy rainfall and some gusty winds. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, but we're going to have to watch this zone.
Jay.
As all this continues to slowly move off to the south. New severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This does include portions of the metro now. You can see this is Floyd County, Clark County. Here's Jefferson County. So the downtown region to the east end up to near Prospect, up that I-71 corridor. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. I know the weather hasn't yet arrived as far as the heavy rain, but it is on the way, as is a pretty strong wind gust coming out of that heavy rainfall. And that warning includes Oldham County, northern Shelby, Henry County, and the rest of Trimble County. So a rather broad severe thunderstorm warning for that line segment that is now sinking south and southeast.
And they did put a tornado tag on that severe thunderstorm warning as well, which is probably a good idea considering what we just saw happen up into Jefferson County, Indiana, where unfortunately we now have a confirmed tornado moving through portions of Jefferson County, Indiana here. And then we have that extension here of that tornado warning into Carroll County. But we'll be watching now for that storm that's in Clark County, Indiana, to then continue to make its progression. It's right on top of Henryville. It's moving into Memphis, moving into Charlestown, moving into Borden, Sellersburg. For our friends in the Knobs, as well as into New Albany, that's going to be headed your way as it continues to make its progression down to the south. And we're watching for some rotation in those storms right along that line. So I suspect that's why they've decided to go ahead and issue the tornado tag associated. When we say tornado tag, it means severe thunderstorm warning with the potential of a tornado.
Okay, let's kind of reset here. Here we are, 3:34. On this early Thursday morning. Let's pull out. We're going to reset, take a look at the entire viewing area, and we're going to dive into these selected areas where we're getting some severe weather. You can see the heaviest of the weather getting very, very close now to the Ohio River. A number of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We still have the tornado watch that goes until 5 a.m. In green, those are flash flood warnings. Potential for some bouts of very heavy rainfall that could cause runoff issues and some flash flooding. All right, so severe thunderstorm warnings running from Paoli.
That's been extended now, it looks like, excuse me, that's for Jefferson County, Indiana, and Trimble County. Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself here.
Okay.
With that Jefferson County, Indiana one. So is that the one, is that a new one that's just been issued, you guys?
That one was a few minutes
The
ago.
332? So that was the extension?
Yeah, that's the extension.
Okay.
Okay, so we have the severe thunderstorm warning for Orange County, southwestern Washington County, and then the other rather large warning that extends across northern Jefferson County, the downtown region, portions of the metro, the east end, up I-71 on into Oldham County, Henry County, northern Shelby County, Trimble County. Now, let's get to the tornado warning. Let's zoom in tight on this area right here. This is what we call a bowing segment. It's a backward C looking storm, right? Well, the high winds in the atmosphere are blowing from west to east, so it's accelerating this heavy rainfall rapidly eastward. When that happens, you can also get little vortices that can rapidly form and spin up tornadoes. That's what happened in this case in Jefferson County of Indiana. It looks like that is now moving a little farther east into Switzerland County of Indiana and perhaps even sections of Carroll County. Immediately west of Carrollton, we've got heavy rainfall. Man, we've got some very strong winds as well, capable of doing creating a spin up or two, and that's why the tornado warning has been extended eastward into our northeastern communities. If we can, real quick, let's go back over to the analyzer. We got our split screen on here, and it's still showing it. Here's Carrollton, there's Madison. You can see the Boeing segment right there. And then on the other side of your television set or computer screen, in between Madison and Carrollton, that velocity couplet capable of producing a quick-hitting tornado, moving rapidly eastbound.
Yeah, and so we're going to be watching that. Let's go ahead and track a couple of these storms here, because you were mentioning, of course, Jay, some of those strong storms. So we're going to just kind of track that leading edge of that storm where we have a number of warnings on there. And this storm system, this line is moving pretty quickly off to the east, southeast at a near 50 miles per hour. So English heads up near you at 344, Turner Station at about 345, Easter Day at 346, Port Royal at about 349, Drennan Springs at about 354, Gratz at about 401. And again, we've been tracking the storms all night long, but that is the only tornado warning that we have at this time. Otherwise, we're going to be watching for those severe thunderstorm warnings with the potential of a tornado spin up that can't be ruled out right along that line where you see, obviously, that rain that's moving in, but also that leading edge. We're watching for the potential to see perhaps some tornadic activity.
Yeah. Simple as that. That's right. We've got such strong wind fields in the atmosphere. It won't take much to spin up a tornado or bring down a damaging straight line wind gust. Please keep in mind that tornado warning goes until 5 o'clock in the morning. 3:38 on this early Thursday morning. We're in here tracking severe weather. Meteorologist Suzanne Horgan, Mo Rose, Eric Zernick, and myself. We've been tracking this stuff pretty much all night, going back to yesterday late afternoon, Wednesday late afternoon, when the storms really fired up out there in Illinois. Well, here they come now, getting very close to the Ohio River, and you can see that area of green and the red. This is the leading edge of that rain-cooled air, that outflow boundary, that gust front that could be upwards of 50, 60 miles an hour, at least in a few spots. Looks like we got a very strong wind gust very close to Palmyra right now in north and northeastern Harrison County. That brighter shade of green showing up. So we'll watch for that as it continues to move off to the south. No doubt that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. Watching from Louisville. Severe thunderstorm warning, northern Jefferson County through Clarksville over to near Crestwood, Pewee Valley, up to Prospect, Goshen, LaGrange, up to near Westport, and then points off to the east and northeast from there.
It looks like a mess when we're taking a look at this because we have so many things that are flashing for you. What I want to do is just point out that if you're seeing that green flashing, those are flash floods. Farther down to the south, obviously the orange, that's severe thunderstorm warnings. The pink is a confirmed tornado, and the red is a tornado warning.
Okay, and it does appear that the threat for a tornado, correct me if I'm wrong here, is now east of Madison. Everybody agree with that? Yeah, it's well east of Madison.
But obviously Carroll County, that's where we're concerned. That's where we have that tornado warning for Carroll County.
Right, and that extends up into Switzerland County as well. So anywhere east of Madison, Carroll County, Switzerland County, please stay in your tornado warning shelter area. You're under the gun for the next several minutes. It's moving rapidly off to the east. We'll soon be out of our viewing area altogether, but until that time, stay in your protection spot, if you will, from this very, very dangerous storm. You can see that brighter shade of green. This is our rotation detector. A lot of shifting and shearing going on with this particular storm of the chaotic winds, and a brunt of that now pushing into Carroll County and the Carrollton area.
Yeah, some very strong winds likely also with that line, that leading edge. We're going to be watching for that. So not only do we have that tornado warning for Carroll County, but we also have the potential of some very strong winds. Speaking of which, you were mentioning we were watching for some stronger winds a little bit farther back out to the west, right near Palmyra.
Yeah.
And still sampling some very strong winds there at about 50 miles per hour. Into Clark County, Indiana, just checking out some of the winds. Nothing that's screaming out to us as far as the wind gusts. But bottom line, it's a strong storm that's going to be continuing to move through. And because it has a history, this line does, of producing spin-ups, producing tornadoes, we're going to have to watch this very, very closely and keep eyes on it because things can escalate very quickly.
As we just saw over the past half hour, a half hour ago, not much was happening. It was a line of heavy rainfall. Well, things escalated, as Suzanne just talked about, and now we've got severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warning on the leading edge of this Boeing segment that is pushing into Carroll County. Closer to the metro, scattered showers are now developing J-Town down to Fern Creek and Glenmary. Additional heavy showers in between Brandenburg and Corridon. But the main show is a little bit farther off to the north, just north of Louisville, now getting into Charlestown, Palmyra, back into southern portions of Orange County. Extremely heavy rainfall, gusty winds, some flooding rainfall, a pretty good bet as this batch sinks slowly off to the south and also the southeast.
You can also see all of the lightning. It is a very electric storm that's going to be moving through. So I know many of you have gotten kind of that rude awakening with your phone going off with some of those alerts, or perhaps even just hearing some of the rumbles of thunder. But the bottom line is, if you're just waking up and joining us, when we're talking about those warnings, we still have a tornado warning for areas of Carroll County. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for areas of Floyd County, Jefferson County, including the northern section of Louisville, back over into portions of Oldham County and Henry County. Clark County, Indiana, we're watching for very heavy rainfall for you right now. It's right on top of Charlestown, moving into Sellersburg in the next few moments. We're also seeing very strong wind gusts right near Palmyra, so I suspect that's why they maybe added that extension, that northern extension, it looks like, to that severe thunderstorm warning, because we were sampling those winds of about 50, 51 miles per hour, so perhaps that's the reason there. But the bottom line is we're watching for this to slowly dive down to the south. And you were mentioning, Jay, the rainfall rates, and they are really impressive. And I say impressive because not good is what I want to say here. We're looking at exceptional rainfall rates here.
Yeah, and this could cause a problem. I mean, you know, we're almost a week removed from the real heavy rainfall that happened last week or so, Lanesville over towards Corridon. But the ground is still a bit saturated in spots, so it won't take much to cause runoff issues in random spots around the viewing area. So flash flooding, that is a concern early on this Thursday morning as this line slowly sags off towards the south. As far as the tornado warning is concerned, we did have a wind gust over 50 miles an hour as it moved across the Bedford area, this Boeing segment, and it continues to rapidly push off to the east. Heavy, heavy rainfall, gusty winds through Carrollton as we speak, the Langstaff area, English area, up 71, for example. It is really coming down, and some gusty winds. US Highway 42 as well up into Switzerland County. Still some chaotic winds. We still have a tornado warning in effect for Carroll County for the next several minutes. This thing is blowing through rather rapidly. Let it get a little bit farther off to the east. That threat for a tornado will drop off rather quickly as this line continues to push east out of the region. But you can see that heavy rain down through Trimble County and points off to the southwest, getting closer and closer to the metro now. No doubt we're soon going to see gusty winds from the thunderstorms and extremely heavy rain moving into Louisville here in the next hour or so. We're thinking anywhere from 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning. Suzanne, that looks to be spot on for the metro.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder if we are able to pull up one of our Trimark cameras, because we actually have it right in Carrollton at this time. We can just do it in a double box so that we're keeping the radar on the screen too. And you can see it's a very electric storm, obviously, and you can see what's going on. So this is right along 71 in Carrollton, right into Carroll County, and it is nonstop lightning here. And again, this is what we're watching here on the radar, and we could actually take that full if you want so that we're showing both full. Bottom line, we're talking about a very powerful storm that's moving through with a ton of lightning here, and this is where we currently have that tornado warning. It's moving right on top of, right now, it's moving right on top of 71, Jay. So we're actually watching this happen in real time as the leading edge of this storm kind of pushes through. So you can see what's going on there. That's a live look. You've got the radar on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right-hand side of your screen, that's the live look from our cameras.
Yeah, you can see the curtains of rain actually rapidly moving across I-71 in those headlights of those cars and trucks. That's a very, very energetic storm, a dangerous storm as it's moving across Carroll County and the Carrollton area in particular. So stay in your basement, stay in your place of safety. If you're in Carroll County, tornado warning remains in effect for the next several minutes. Won't be long, and the brunt of the most dangerous weather anyway will be pushing east of Carroll County. All right, down to the metro. Let's go that way and take a look and see what's going on. We have severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect from Harrison County, Floyd County, right through northern Jefferson County, Clark County, and then points off to the east up I-71. That's Oldham County, northern Shelby, and Henry County. Severe thunderstorm warnings for this heavy rain that is sinking slowly off to the south, and on the leading edge, some scattered wind gusts that could be upwards of 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. And we're getting these little indentations, if you will. So we've got some inflow going on, some chaotic winds in spots. Keep in mind the wind pattern in the atmosphere, the wind field is incredibly strong, so it wouldn't take much to tap into some of those winds and bring them down to the ground in the form of a damaging wind gust, even a tornado spin up.
Yeah, that's right, and that's what we're going to be watching because, Jay, as you've been telling us all night long, what happens is that this all escalates very, very quickly. So you go from having just a kind of garden variety thunderstorm, a severe thunderstorm perhaps, to one that is starting to rotate. It's showing itself. It's becoming more powerful. And we've had now 2 confirmed tornadoes tonight, one up in Jackson County and one over into Carroll County, into portions of Jefferson County, Indiana, where we could see the correlation coefficient. We could see the debris actually on the radar. So these storms are nothing to mess around with. Don't let down your guard. If you are hearing the sirens go off, if your phone is going off, you want to head to the place of safety. I think it's a good idea with the severe thunderstorm warning right now, Jay, just because some of these storms have had a history of producing tornadoes.
Yeah, the wind, it's chaotic out there on the leading edge of this heavy, heavy rainfall. So that's some very good advice, Suzanne, and especially at the dead of night. Here we go. You can't see anything. If there is anything tornadic, it could be rain wrapped. It's just kind of a dangerous situation as this activity is sinking off towards the south. You can see this line of showers and storms all the way from Huntingburg and Jasper and Petersburg right through Paoli, Salem, Charlestown, Bethlehem, Lexington, getting close to the Prospect area, up near Floyd's Knobs, and then it curves off to the northeast. That's the Boeing segment. Winds way up in the atmosphere are blowing extremely strong, almost from west to east. So that Boeing segment is capturing those winds and bringing them down to the ground. A damaging wind gust, and we've already seen, as Suzanne just talked about, that confirmed quick spin up as it occurred in Jefferson County. And that tornado warning from that spin up has been extended farther off to the east now to include Carroll County, although it does appear the highest wind and greatest tornado potential maybe just off to your east and northeast now and traveling up the I-71 corridor. I was talking with Eric. He's monitoring the National Weather Service chat, and he was saying how it was transitioning from more of a tour threat to just a straight line wind threat with the Boeing segment.
Yeah, they've now dropped both of the confirmed tornado warnings. We just have the standard tornado warning going, but it does look like it's more of just that bow line with some very strong gusty winds running out ahead of it and not really seeing the rotation as much.
Okay.
And if we could double box with that Trimark camera to just show you, because that's where we still have that tornado warning, if we're able to show both at the same time so we can keep the radar up, but just show you just the incredible amount of lightning that we've been seeing and the pouring rain with this storm. So again, this is up from Carroll County, Jay, that really just shows us as that storm is moving through. This is a live look at that storm, that tornado warned storm at this time, where we're watching for a strong thunderstorm that is moving through right along I-71. This is right into Carroll County here.
Yeah, anywhere from, well, Worthville, Langstaff, up to Carson and Sanders. That's the leading edge. That's where the highest winds are actually present at this time. But they extend back into Carrollton as well. So it's just a very, very strong storm, a dangerous thunderstorm early on this Thursday morning. And then we have the heavy rain and storms that extend back off to the southwest, getting very close to the Louisville area, kind of swallowing up northern portions of Oldham County, areas north of 71 in Oldham County. Now seeing some pretty strong wind and some extremely heavy rainfall. Russell Corner, Skylight to Goshen, Cedar Point. Very heavy rain coming on down. Watch out for the potential for ponding and even some localized flash flooding. That green shade, that marks the leading edge of some higher winds on the very front edge of that extreme heavy rainfall. And that extends right across the Ohio River now into southern Clark County, northern Floyd County, and then points off to the west into Harrison County. All of this sinking southward. And we have the severe thunderstorm warnings from that batch of heavy rain and storm activity and points off to the south.
And certainly with this being such a densely populated area, if we were to have any storm reports, I think it would come from this batch of storms right here. It's very, very well populated into Sellersburg, Bennettsville, Charlestown, obviously right along Memphis. So we're going to be talking about seeing, of course, the escalation perhaps from time to time of these storms. So perhaps you're just getting a really noisy, really heavy rainfall on top of your house. But what we have seen, and the reason that I think we're not letting down our guard, is we have seen these storms get stronger very, very quickly in some spots. And that's why we're constantly kind of flipping through and looking at where we're seeing those stronger winds, where we're picking up some rotation. And the bottom line is we're going to be continuing to watch for that line right along that leading edge to be a potential worry zone for us as we make our way throughout the very early morning hours here.
Okay, heavy rainfall just north of the metro, strong showers and storms, severe thunderstorm warnings flashing on your screen right now in orange to include the northern one half of Jefferson County up through Clark County and Oldham County. We're going to be getting into some extremely heavy rainfall very, very shortly across all of the metro area as all of this settles from north to south. Here we are in sections of Clark County from Sellersburg up to Perry Crossing, and then points off to the west from there. You get into sections of Floyd County. We've got extremely heavy rainfall, and this is what's settling off to the south. As we look farther off to the west, Harrison County, Washington County, out through Orange County, really the same. We've got this batch of very heavy rainfall thunderstorm activity lining up from west to east, settling southward and on the leading edge. Chaotic winds, upwards of 50, potentially 60 miles an hour in a few isolated locations.
And if you're getting really heavy rainfall in PRP, Valley Station, Waverly Hills, right along Dixie Highway, you are not currently dealing with severe thunderstorm warning. It's still very heavy rainfall and maybe a noisy storm for you as well. Where we have those warnings for the northern section of the metro, that does include the downtown area, and we'll be watching for that. I wonder if we're able, if the crew in back is able to show us one of our PNC our cameras that's downtown, or one of our cameras that we have at the Sheraton, to maybe see one of these storms coming through. If we could take a look at that. No rush on that, but I was just curious if we could maybe pick up one of those cameras to take a live look while keeping the radar up, because we do have that severe thunderstorm warning for areas of Clark County, as well as into Floyd County, Harrison County, and then of course for our friends into Oldham County, as well as into portions of Henry County. We're still watching for really warnings all along that line of storms. So we have warnings for everyone right along that line, from Harrison County all the way up to Henry County. So it really extends a pretty decent piece of real estate here where we're watching for that line of storms passing through.
Okay, so a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, and one tornado warning that remains in effect up through Carroll County on into Switzerland County, although it looks like the primary tornado threat has bypassed Carrollton, now off to your east and really moving out of the WLKY viewing area. And actually you can see downstream, looks like they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning. So their thinking is that this is transitioning from a tornado threat, a quick hitting spin up, to more of a damaging straight line wind threat. But nonetheless, wind damage is wind damage. And we're getting bouts of that, if you will, early on this Thursday morning. So strong showers and storms producing severe thunderstorm warnings from near downtown, actually let's call it Corridon, downtown, up the I-71 corridor, and points off to the north. Extreme rainfall rates in some of these cells as they sink slowly off to the south and also the southeast.
Yeah, and that's right. We're going to be watching for these storms moving very slowly, and that's part of the concern that we have. Not only do we have that severe thunderstorm risk with some strong winds, the potential of an isolated spin-up, potentially, we are looking at torrential downpours. One of our coworkers just said that she's on 65, and there's really bad ponding on 65 coming out of Henryville, and you can see why when you take a look. This is just over the past hour, Jay, where we're seeing these rainfall totals.
Yeah, that's incredible. And this is going to add up and add up quickly. Some areas are still relatively saturated as due to what happened over the past week or so. So it won't take much to get some runoff going and some localized flash flooding as this all sinks off towards the south. But yeah, Suzanne, we're upwards of what, 2 inches of rain in the last hour
just in the last hour. So I know we're starting to knock on the door of a morning commute for those early risers. So this is one of those situations, Jay, that can be so dangerous because it is nearly impossible to see standing water at night. It can come up on you very, very quickly. If you live in an area where you have a creek, a river, or a stream, it may be running at bank full. But even in those areas, and we have one here on our way to work, where it just tends to flood. Water collects there. When you get 2 inches of rain in an hour, it will collect there. So we want you to be really careful as you're heading out the door this morning, because we know, even though maybe you didn't get any sleep last night, you still got to go to work.
That's right. And if by chance you can wait until this is passed on through, that's the best option. If not, allow extra time to get to your destination. Please don't drive through any flooded roadways. Yes, there's going to be ponding out there, but slow it way down so hydroplaning does not become an issue during your travels. All right, we're zoomed in tight right now on northern portions of Jefferson County. There's Prospect, Green Spring, over towards Glen Oaks. Jump across the Ohio River, get into the Lee Hamilton, for example, and you get Cementville up to Hamburg, Charlestown. It is raining extremely heavy, some lightning and thunder and gusty winds. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect for this particular line segment.
Yeah, good mug.
The rain really increasing now on the northeastern tip of Jefferson County near Prospect. And then up U.S. Highway 42 as well. Suzanne, as we go a little bit farther off to the west, what are you seeing out that way? Any chaotic wind flow going on?
Let me go ahead and check that for you, Jay. So let's zoom out a little bit and talk a bit, because you can see the extension is far out to the west across areas of Du Bois County, where we're still seeing that thunderstorm activity developing in form of a line here. So when we take a look at the shear, you can see we're dealing with obviously right along that front. We've been seeing some of that shear. It's not as bullish far back out to the west. You'll notice that when we take a look at the shear. It really comes down as we get past areas of Crawford County. It's a little bit stronger into areas of Clark County. When we take a look at the base velocity, which is the wind here, you can see, again, not quite as strong right there. So really where we have those warnings, that's where we're going to be watching for the potential of some of those stronger winds, as we're watching for that rain to move into some very soupy air. It's a moisture-rich environment, and temperatures, even during the overnight hours, were in the lower 80s, and certainly we are seeing torrential downpours here, especially into northern Oldham County and also back into Henry County as well.
Okay, it also looks like that tornado warning is being shoved farther east now and likely out of the viewing area. If you're in the Sanders location up I-71 and especially east-northeast of there, maybe still a little bit of rotation with that particular Boeing segment, but it's now moving out of the brunt of the WLKY viewing area. So some good news there. Now we just have to worry about this extreme rainfall and some gusty winds in scattered locations, sinking southward to near I-64. It's doing so as we speak. Additional cells blowing up south of Corridon and also on the west end of the metro down to near Fairdale, PRP Valley Station. South of that zone hasn't been much at all. It's still quiet, it's windy, it's warm, but this entire thunderstorm zone will continue to settle southward as the morning hours wear on.
I wonder if we might be able to do a double box if possible and pull up our Trimark cameras to show you what's going on there, because it really gives us some idea of that rain. And Jay, you were mentioning obviously that rain threat that we were seeing. If we're able to do that, we can show you what's happening right into sections of Henry County where they are seeing torrential downpours at this point. Yeah. So again, you got to give it a second because you'll see that lightning come up. But the bottom line is we're looking at really torrential downpours as that line that you can see here continues to move on through. So this is up into Henry County, and you can see obviously very heavy rainfall. It's been a light show also across portions of the WLKY viewing area as that rain continues to come pouring down, and you can see those flashes of light. As we take a look a little bit closer into the metro, you can see obviously soaking showers here. Pouring rain's going to be passing through, tons of lightning with this, so an early morning wake-up call obviously for so many of us here this morning, or maybe you were up all night with us because it's been a scary night. We've had 2 confirmed tornadoes, Jay, so if you're just getting up with us, that's part of the reason that we've been here all night.
Yep, no question about it. A very energetic storm system that is now sagging southward to near the Ohio River. Will continue to push southward into the Commonwealth. The deeper we go into this Thursday morning, should be weakening after sunrise south of the metro. That's the good news, but until that time, we're going to be dealing with extremely heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and still an outside chance for a quick-hitting tornado spin-up. That is how much wind energy we have in the atmosphere with this particular system. Boy, some pretty strong winds now coming into portions of the metro, especially on the northeastern end of town. You're talking Prospect, Barber Mead, Green Spring, the Ford truck plant to near Pee Wee Valley, raining really hard now in spots and starting to get those gusty winds as well. And that arcs on to the east into the Crestwood area as well. Everything you see pushing slowly off to the south and southeast as severe thunderstorm warnings continue for portions of the metro.
And if you're in, let's say, Floyd's, Knobs, New Albany, maybe you haven't had that thunderstorm activity come your way. You probably are hearing some of that thunder, but certainly this is going to be sinking southward into the Knobs, right along 64, moving into areas of New Albany, crossing over the Sherman-Minton Bridge. We've also seen into the Louisville area very, very heavy rainfall now into the downtown area and pouring rain right into Lynnview, right along along 65, right along that Watterson spot, also along Dixie Highway into PRP in Bridgeport. In Floyd County, Greenville, boy, you are getting soaked right now, getting hammered with heavy rainfall into Palmyra. That's moving into Hancock Chapel in the next couple of minutes. Charlestown, you're still seeing some pockets of moderate rainfall. Torrential downpours showing up for our friends in Ballardsville, Smithfield, into Eminence. This is going to be now moving into Shelby County. So Chestnut Grove, Cropper, you're still under that severe thunderstorm warning at this time. So we're going to watch dip down to the south, move into your area in the next couple of minutes. So bottom line, we've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. It does include the Louisville Metro. It also includes Harrison County, Floyd County, and Clark County, Indiana. Southern portions of Trimble County, all of Henry County. That's what we're watching as this line moves through. And Jay, you were mentioning right along that line, so far we have been seeing some pretty strong wind gusts with that. And also we did get a report out of Washington County, Jay, of a down tree that's blocking an intersection as well. It looks like Becks Mill Road and West Mitchell Road. So obviously we had that damage up in Jackson County. Remains to be seen if we've got damage reports coming out of Jefferson County, Indiana, Jay.
Okay, Suzanne, thanks so very much. So there you go. I mean, a stormy early Thursday morning. Eric, Mo, if you guys would, check out the Kentucky Mesonet for me. What kind of winds are we getting up the I-71 corridor? Get a good idea as to what the winds will be south of this zone as this storm continues to sag southward across Jefferson County on into Shelby County as well. Suzanne, if you would, can we pull out and take a look at the viewing area?
Sure.
Kind of reset here. Here we are, folks, a little after 4 o'clock in the morning, Thursday morning. We've got the team here. We've got Mo Rose, Eric Zernick, Suzanne Horgan, myself, Jay Cardosi. We're tracking these strong and severe cells that continue to line up from west to east, all the way from Du Bois County, Orange County, and then off to the east, extreme southern Indiana, up the I-71 corridor, where rain is coming down like there's no tomorrow. We're getting ponding reports, and likely we'll start to see flash flooding in spots. Already flash flood warnings have been issued for northern Washington, northern Orange. I suspect we might see those extended farther south and closer to the metro, Floyd County, Harrison County, for example, as the morning hours wear on. So there you go. There's the tornado watch. Our far northern communities, done. Lawrence County, Jackson County, Jennings County, you're done with the severe weather threat. A little farther south, the severe weather threat still running fairly high. Southern Indiana, extreme southern Indiana, along 64 and points off to the south. Now, the thinking is that as this line of heavy showers and storms continues to sag southward and gets into the Commonwealth, we'll start to see a weakening trend. Let's hope that is confirmed. But as it stands right now, we are looking at some pretty heavy rainfall, chance for flooding rainfall, and gusty winds.
I would say most definitely we're going to be looking at a flood threat here, and you'll want to stay with our morning show because obviously I suspect we'll also have some traffic problems with this as well. So what we're dealing with right now is a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. For us right now, we don't have any tornado warnings. However, with these severe thunderstorm warnings, we also have, unfortunately, the potential to still see some tornadoes spin up right along that line, most likely. We have had 2 confirmed tornadoes so far, one in Jackson County, one in Jefferson County, Indiana. And so we're going to be watching for the potential there. Jay, you were mentioning right along that line, we have been seeing some very strong winds. Now moving right along, it looks like the Gene Snyder and LaGrange Road perhaps, and then back over into portions of the Oldham County, Shelby County line. And that's where we're seeing right along that the potential for not only some rotating storms, but also some strong winds, Jay.
Yeah, exactly right. If you would, Suzanne, can you call up the 71 Gene Snyder?
Yes.
Camera, and we'll see what's going on up that way. Just got a report from Mo Rose. Multiple trees, Mo, power lines down, Jefferson County, Indiana, correct? And that was from that storm that moved on through that prompted the tornado warning just about an hour ago, maybe a little bit less than that, off to the northeast of the metro. So sporadic areas of damage. We've had some structural damage, especially in our northern communities. where a tornado did touch down northern Jackson County during Wednesday late evening, and early this Thursday morning. We're thinking another tornado touchdown in Jefferson County of Indiana, causing some damage as well. But look at the heavy rainfall now developing across the better part of the metro and points off to the north and also the northeast. That is such a rough go right now, traveling I-71. And do we have that?
Yeah, we do. So if we want to lift up and maybe keep the radar up, if we could, in double box with the Trimark camera, we can show you 71 in the Gene Snyder.
Starting right here at the station, we can hear it on the rooftop right now. Okay, you're looking at just the curtains of rain out there, and there's going to be some ponding going on. So, folks, if by chance you have to hit the roadways anytime soon, allow a lot of extra time to get to your destinations.
Yeah, and so we were talking about, so this is 71 in the Gene Snyder. This is the Lewis and Clark Bridge. I want you to look closely here because you can see that rain is coming down in buckets here. Quite a light show also showing up basically right along 71 into Henry County as well. We're seeing obviously a ton of lightning here and some torrential downpours. So as we were talking about, this may transition over to a flood concern for us as this line of storms continues to make its progress through the region. But you can see this is an electric storm moving through the region with some gusty winds and torrential downpours at this time. So we're going to be watching for that line, and we're watching this line kind of live on our cameras here, giving you some perspective of what's happening. And you can see so much lightning, so much heavy rainfall as it continues to slowly move south. That's part of the issue, isn't it, Jay? The slow movement of these storms, that's going to exacerbate our flood threat.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, with rainfall rates of 6, 7, 8 inches per hour, it's not going to take much to get the ponding going and even some localized flash flooding, something we've already seen off to the northwest of the metro area. Suzanne, let's pull out here just a little bit.
Sure.
And kind of look at the entire region. This is a rather elongated batch of heavy rain and storm activity all the way from southwestern Indiana and then right across the I-64 corridor and then up I-71 and eastbound 64. You can see this extreme heavy rainfall and severe thunderstorm warnings pretty much all along that line of storms. So anywhere from the leading edge of the line of storms and points off to the south, we have severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect to include Crawford County, that's Perry County, Harrison County. We go a little bit farther east, Clark County, Floyd County, the northern one half of Jefferson County, and then up the I-71 corridor, Oldham County, Henry County, northern Shelby, as well as sections of Trimble and Carroll counties. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect as this batch of heavy thunderstorm activity slowly sags off to the south. Gusty winds in scattered locations. I don't think everybody will get raked over by 60-mile-an-hour winds, but in scattered locations, yeah, 50 to 60 miles per hour. But everybody will get some pretty heavy rainfall as this sags off towards the south.
Yeah, and we're kind of examining this because, Jay, I took the warnings off just so we can have kind of a clear perspective. And honestly, basically just imagine all along that line, we have those severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're watching for that. And back out to the west, I'm interested that they went ahead and issued some additional warnings back out to the west because some of those storms right there look a little notchy. So we're going to be watching that very closely. So bottom line, while we're looking at that heavy rain threat, we don't want to let down our guard for the potential of a damaging wind gust and perhaps a spin up as well, because as we've mentioned several times, some of these storms have escalated very, very quickly from being just kind of a gusty storm into a tornado with those 2 confirmed tornadoes that we've already had during the overnight and early morning hours.
Okay, 4:14 on this Thursday morning, tracking strong and severe storms as they're settling south and southeast across the WLKY viewing area. Right now, most of the storms near I-64 and points off to the north. At this time, all severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings. Hopefully we can keep that trend going, although we've had a couple of tornadoes touch down the past several hours in northern Jackson County of Indiana, causing some damage. One in Jefferson County of Indiana, likely causing some damage, some tree and power line damage. And now we're looking at sporadic areas of winds that could be in excess of 60 miles an hour on the leading edge of these showers and storms that are settling off towards the south. So that's what's blinking on your screen. Severe thunderstorm warnings, kind of up and down.
Yeah.
Really not up and down, west to east,
west
if you
to
will,
east. It's
on
really,
this line.
and I understand that it looks very, very messy, but so it's important to note now it's 4:15. So for the metro, that severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. Yeah. So has the severe thunderstorm warning for areas of Oldham County and Henry County. So now what we have eyes on is that storm that we were just talking about with those powerful winds farther back out to the west across portions of southern Indiana into Crawford County and Harrison County. That's what we're going to be watching for with that potential for some of those strong wind gusts, because we were sampling some of those winds. It looked like at about 60 miles per hour, so nothing to joke about there with the strong winds there. In the metro, we're still looking at that heavy rain threat and potentially some gusty winds as well, but the warning has been allowed to expire.
Good news there. We do have the new flash flood warning that has just been issued. That includes northern sections of Clark County, southern Scott, over towards Washington and Orange counties. These regions have picked upwards of, what, Suzanne, 2, 3, 4 inches of rainfall?
Really, in just the past hour. What I want to do is I'll do a sample from the past. Let's do you want to do 1 hour or 3 hours?
Let's go 3 hour if you have it.
I'm going to go ahead and take off the warnings just so we can see this a little bit more clearly, just to give you an indication of just how exceptional the rain has been.
Yeah, and we're still getting reports of very heavy rainfall in some of these regions, too. So it stands to reason we're getting a lot of runoff issues now and some potential flash flooding. And this is what is sagging off towards the south, getting ready to move through the metro. All reports of some locally heavy rainfall in parts of Jefferson County, and the main surge is now coming southward as well. So this is just heavy rainfall, some gusty winds, no warnings around the metro. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning farther off to the west, okay? This is Crawford County, extreme southern orange. This is Harrison County, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for these regions. And you can see why. We have this little thunderstorm segment right here that's kind of trying to bow itself just a little bit, accelerate a little bit more rapidly through Crawford County. So NWS is looking at that, likely saying, okay, might be trying to capture some of those stronger winds aloft and bring them down to the ground. As a result, potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds in scattered locations, maybe even a little bit higher, and we'll have to watch. Hopefully we won't see too much of a bow that we get these little vortices developing again like we did in Jefferson County and Carroll County that prompted the tornado warning. But we'll watch for that. Just know very strong winds, a potential now running from Eckerty to near English, and then that chance off towards the east-southeast as we're tracking that leading edge of thunderstorm activity, that severe storm. English 420 is when that will likely be reaching your area, and we're pretty much there, another minute and a half. DePaul 430, Carefree 431. You go down towards New Salisbury 437, and Georgetown right around 444, and that would take it into sections of Floyd County by that time.
Yeah, and so we're going to be watching for that storm, Jay, to continue to put down just torrential downpours. Let's take a look at the winds from that particular storm here. So certainly it looks like some fairly strong winds possibly across portions of English and Eckerty, maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds, 66. That's going to be 2,200 feet up.
Yeah, very, very possible, especially if we start to see it bow out. So, we'll be on the lookout for that.
Now, if you're waking up in the metro, you're getting torrential downpours, probably hearing some rumbles of thunder as well. We don't have any warnings in the metro as I paint on those warnings for you just to give you an idea. So it is really messy looking on the radar here, isn't it, Jay? So you can see we've got severe thunderstorm warnings across areas of English, back into Crawford County, into Harrison County. We also have this relatively new one here for Shelby County and back over into Franklin County. Those are the orange shades that you see here. Where you're seeing that flashing green, that's where we have flash flood warnings. And as Jay was pointing out, we have seen anywhere from 1 to 3 or plus inches of rainfall in the past 3 hours. So flash flooding is a concern. I know we're heading off to work, but we need to be really careful. And we were talking even about those environmental winds, Jay. We had some downed trees in the metro, and that was before we even had a drop of rainfall.
Yeah, no question about it. Yeah, it looks like a brand new tornado warning was also issued. This is east of the viewing area, but it's on that Boeing segment once again that's traveling very close to I-75 over there, so still very active.
Yeah, and that was that same storm, I believe, that we saw moving through Jefferson County and Carroll County. And incidentally, that was where we had the confirmed tornado. So if you're just waking up and joining us, 2 confirmed tornadoes. Last night we had damage reports in Jackson County to a home. 1 home was flipped over. Also getting some damage reports, I believe, Mo, from Jefferson County, Indiana. Was that correct? You guys got some downed trees or downed trees and power lines there, and so damage reports there, strong wind gusts, and unfortunately the early morning hours don't give us very much relief from this active weather.
Yeah, it's going to stay active the next couple of hours as this line continues to slowly push southward into the Commonwealth, and along it sporadic areas of potential wind damage. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning out near English, extends over to near Palmyra, just north of Corydon. For that line segment right there, it is accelerating off to the east-southeast. That's why the warning has been issued. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning to include Shelbyville, up to Baghdad, Wadi, over to near the capital city for this area of heavy thunderstorm activity that is sagging off towards the south and southeast. Suzanne, would you go ahead and paint on the velocity for me right there? Just kind of wanted to look at that little kink. Don't see much right there, perhaps just a stronger wind gust near Simpsonville, but that looks to be just about it. I don't see much rotation there at all. But we'll continue to monitor it as it tracks off to the southeast.
And of course you have to keep eyes on that because we have seen situations like that so far during the overnight hours and early morning hours where we have seen really notchy storms that quickly develop tornadoes. So that's why we have to watch all of those areas so closely. So that's right on top of Simpsonville, right along Shelbyville Road. We're going to keep eyes on that little notch that you're seeing right there where we were sampling some of those stronger wind gusts as well. So you are currently under a severe thunderstorm warning in Shelby County right now. Not for Shelbyville proper, but you're about to have that heavy rainfall head your way and probably some gusty winds as well.
Okay, Suzanne, let's go ahead and close in on the metro now. Let's do a scan of Jefferson County, check out what's going on. We got very heavy rainfall, some lightning and thunder, kind of just filling in across the metro area. The Watterson Expressway, that is a rough go as we speak. The outer loop, the Gene Snyder, also kind of a rough go, some heavy rainfall in spots, and this all continues to kind of expand as that batch of thunderstorm activity sags in from southern Indiana. Very heavy rainfall across the better part of the city right now. Germantown, the Highlands, over towards St. Matthews. We're not talking severe weather. We don't have a warning in effect for the metro per se, but very heavy rainfall, some lightning and thunder, and gusty winds in a few spots. And that continues into eastern sections of Jefferson County, right around the Ford truck plant, for example.
Yeah, and so you're seeing really torrential downpours there, so we're going to be watching for that. No warnings for the metro right now, where you can see those warnings. That's right across areas of Harrison County, back into Crawford County, and also into Shelby County, where we're seeing some of those really strong winds and also really heavy rainfall at this time. In the metro, I think we're at a heavy rain threat, most definitely at this point. Pouring rain, and as you know, if you've driven around Jefferson County, we're going to be looking at some problems maybe on the roads with some standing water on some of the roadways there. So we'll keep that in mind. Also, we're seeing torrential rainfall across areas of Clark County, Indiana, and very heavy rainfall into Floyd County. Greenville, you're seeing heavy rainfall back into Clark County. Where we have that severe thunderstorm warning in southern Indiana across Crawford County, we're going to be on the lookout for the potential of seeing really strong winds there. As we paint on that shear rate, you can see right along Doolittle Mills, basically running parallel to Interstate 64. We're watching for some strong winds there, Moberly, Crandall, and then a little bit farther down to the south, a little bit closer over to southern Harrison County. A little rotation showing up there, Jay. Let's see. Maybe let's go ahead and sample a couple of things here and take a look.
Could be.
Yeah.
Certainly some chaotic winds going on, no question about it. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll be watching, obviously, all of these storms, regardless of whether we have a warning on them, but obviously closely watching those storms moving throughout English, through Palmyra, heading into, it looks like probably on top of Shelbyville at this point, where we're watching for some of those stronger storms heading there as well.
Yeah, that's the cell I'm still kind of interested in, the one right around Shelbyville, at least near Simpsonville. It looks, yeah, I just don't see much. It just looks like a rainfall pattern. Don't see much rotation in that. So that's some good news. We'll continue to monitor it, though, as it moves slowly off to the southeast, this entire zone. But we have severe thunderstorm warnings on the east side of the viewing area and the west side of the viewing area. Potential for some pretty strong winds. The good news, Suzanne, and I think right here in Crawford County, that was showing signs of bowing out a little bit more so than what it is now. It's more west to east, so perhaps the wind field is settling down there just a little bit.
Love to hear that. And you know, Jay, we were talking about this over the past couple of days. We expected to see those supercells, those discrete cells, kind of congeal into a line, and that has been the case. And we were hoping that that line would continue to weaken as it made its southward progression as well. So certainly it looks like we have a line of shower and thunderstorm activity. Some of the storms weekend, others are still kind of packing a punch with some of those warnings still.
Okay, gang, here we are just before 4:30 on this Thursday evening. We've been tracking strong and severe storms for much of the night, going back to last night, just about 10 o'clock when the first tornado warning was issued. We've had a number of tornado warnings around portions of the viewing area, a couple of confirmed tornadoes to this point, one in northern Jackson County, the other one Jefferson County in Indiana, both doing some damage, some structural damage in Jackson County near Spraytown and Freetown, and closer to Madison and Hanover, some tree and power line damage as well. Now, we don't have any tornado warnings, but we do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings to include Harrison County, back through Crawford County, northern Perry County. Then, immediately east of Louisville, much of Shelby County, northern Anderson County, and Franklin County under the gun. The possibility of sporadic zones of 50 to 60 mile-per-hour winds. Heavy rainfall, flash flood warnings are now being issued in parts of the WLKY viewing area. Getting some runoff issues, some hydro issues, ponding on the roadways being reported, and some of that heavy rainfall now drifting down into the metro. So please be very, very careful if you are heading out anytime soon. Here we are early Thursday, a lot of folks going to work and what have you. If you don't have to, if you can wait this out, let it move south. It'll be a much easier commute for you once it drifts out of the viewing, out of the metro, I should say, and south. And we're hoping that as it continues to move southward, the deeper into the morning we go, we'll see a weakening trend. As it stands right now, severe thunderstorm warnings scattered about the viewing area and flash flood warnings. No tornado warnings in our region, but you can certainly see those off to the east and northeast. So it's still a very chaotic scene, a very energetic scene. The storm system is full, no question about it, full of wind energy. On top of that, you have the instability. When you match those two up over the same location, this is the end result. You get severe thunderstorms that can produce damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes. And we've seen that all the way from Illinois and Missouri through Indiana, now down into portions of the Commonwealth, over into Ohio. It's been a very busy night for much of the Midwest and the lower Ohio Valley. And these storms will continue to slowly sink off towards the south and also the southeast. So still tracking some severe weather, no tornadoes at this time. It's not to say we're completely out of the woods. We could still see a spin up or two as the morning hours wear on, but certainly heavy rainfall is a big time threat as we move deeper into this morning and right through the morning commute. Flash flood warnings off to the north, northwest. Severe thunderstorm warnings west of town, east of town, and in Louisville itself. Just scattered bouts of heavy rain and thunderstorm activity, along with some gusty winds that could be upwards of 40 to 50 miles per hour in spots around the metro. All right, here we are, 4:30 in the morning, getting ready to start our morning show. We're going to be with you right through the morning hours right here on WLKY and, of course, WLKY.com. Let's send it over to Alex and Carrie for the start of our morning newscast. Guys?
Yeah, Jay, good morning.
Right
Thanks for joining us.
WLKY.
Hey, if you've been with us, then you know we have been following this severe weather all night long. Jay, Suzanne, Mo, everybody's been tracking this severe weather for us. And we do have a confirmed tornado. We've got our Sam Carter, who is up in northern Jackson County for us this morning. He's following that, and Blakely McHugh, who is out in Fern Creek for us.
But we know we are still tracking some of this weather, so we do want to send it back over to our weather team to make sure we stay on top of this morning.
All right, guys, thanks so very much, and we'll continue to track this weather as it moves off to the south-southeast very, very slowly. A number of warnings, as you can see, on this early Thursday morning. We have flash flood warnings to the north, in the green, ponding going on, some localized flash flooding. Keep in mind, this heavy rainfall is occurring on what could be some saturated ground, considering what happened just over the past week or so when we had that extreme rainfall in Floyd and Harrison County of Indiana, and sporadic bouts of 2 to 5 inches as you move south across the Commonwealth. Well, we've got the heavy rainfall in the metro. No warnings for the metro area. Great news. Farther off to the east, out 64 eastbound, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. That includes Shelbyville, the capital city. And then west, we have severe thunderstorm warnings to include places very close to Corydon, up to near Palmyra, and then off to the west from there to include the English area on into northern portions of Perry County as well. For this area of thunderstorms that continues to slowly sink in from the north and also the northwest. Mo, from your vantage point, what's the wind field looking like in some of these storms right now?
Well, it is very windy. It is starting to calm down just a little bit. Thankfully, we're not dealing with any tornado warnings like we have been through the overnight period. But I do know that they are going to be issuing another tornado watch, likely until 11 o'clock later this morning. So at this point, I just wanted to show you the watch that we have. It's sitting up over on Links 2 right now. If you can pull that up, let's pull this up real quick and just show you where that is. Because at this point, a good chunk of the viewing area is already under that watch. Here we go. So you can see there in the pink. And then we also have all those flashing green boxes. That's the flash flood warnings. But they're likely going to be extending this watch further to the south as this line continues to sink through the viewing area. Taking a look at the wind field, as you wanted to just check in real quick. Right now over Crawford County, just look at that really light color there. And it looks like they just issued a tornado warning for that area, 54-mile-per-hour winds. So let's take a look at that real quick. I'm going to go back to Links 1 just because since you're in the key wall, we'll be able to zoom in a little better on that. This is for a tornado-warned storm that is just west of the viewing area, so just east of Huntingburg right now. Jay, if you want to take a look at that, and I'll pull this up here on our Links 1 product real quick.
Yeah, if you guys would take me back in the key wall here. We got a brand new tornado warning. This is for Crawford County for the next several minutes. It includes you folks in English. Our far western communities also catches northern Perry County. If you're in this zone, westbound 64, get to your place of safety immediately. Basement, if you don't have a basement, lowest level of your house, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside, i.e. the flying debris that could be occurring, as that is what is most dangerous when we're talking about tornadic weather. So you can see this powerful storm that is coming out of southwestern Indiana, pushing towards Crawford County, northern Perry County. We do have some areas of rotation, and just because the wind fields in the atmosphere have been so incredibly strong with this particular system, it's a wind field that is more representative of late winter, early spring. Well, here it is early summer, getting into early summer, and we've got that type of a wind field. But think about this. You've got the extreme instability that summer can bring. So you have the instability, you have wind field. You have a recipe for strong and severe storms, very severe storms in spots that can happen. And we've seen that going back to yesterday afternoon, Illinois, Missouri, on through sections of central Indiana. Now that line segment dipping down through the WLKY viewing area, and we have severe thunderstorm warnings and now a tornado warning. A tornado warning has been issued for sections of Crawford County and also Perry County for the next several minutes. Mo is tracking this storm for us as it moves quickly off to the east. You can see that inflow notch right there, warm, moist air feeding into the storm, and then it spirals upwards into the updraft. And then when you get the tightening and squeezing going on, you can get a quick hitting tornado. It looks like almost a little bit of a supercell trying to form here as this is moving off to the east and also the southeast. So still a dangerous situation ongoing across portions of the viewing area with that tornado warning to the west and very locally heavy rainfall across sections of the metro, severe thunderstorm warnings to include winds that could be gusting upwards of 50 to 60 miles an hour in spots to the east of town. So we're going to continue to watch this, continue to track it. We've got our spotter out, making calls to law enforcement, checking out what's going on early on this Thursday morning. As soon as we get that information, we get any and all reports, we will pass them on to you. Mo is tracking this thing as it moves rapidly off to the east. Doolittle Mills, 446 is when some of that rotation will be getting very close to your area. St. Croix, Sulphur, Beechwood, Magnolia, Carefree, anywhere from now to about 5 o'clock this morning. We could see some powerful winds, some twisting of the winds, some dangerous twisting of the winds that could eventually lead to a quick hitting tornado spin up. So again, if you're in this red polygonal area, you are under the tornado warning. Stay in your tornado warning safety spot, and that would include English. That would include Oriole, Salina, Siberia, Eckerty, all these locations. Please stay in your shelter until this storm has passed on through.
That's right. And this is moving fairly quickly off to the east at 50 miles per hour. And this is not in Crawford County yet, but it will be very quickly. So if you are watching from this area, and as Jay just mentioned, get to your safe space. Bring your phone down there if that's what you feel, but we need you to be in your place of safety, away from windows. Go to the lowest floor center of the house if you don't have a basement, but really if you do, get there now. And this is going to be going until 5:15 this morning. Taking a look at some of the winds in this storm right now, they're howling just east of Cayena, 65-mile-per-hour winds right now. And so this is what's going to be heading into your area in Crawford County. If everyone in that red blinking box needs to be headed to their safe space. This warning again goes until 5:15, and there's also outside of that warning, there's a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Just showing you this thick line, this band of storms that is moving through the area this morning. Obviously, the most intense part of this storm is moving into Crawford County, but outside of that, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of lightning. Look at that, just painted on all of the lightnings out there, lightning strikes. So again, this is not something that you want to be out in. Also, the heavy rain that we are watching for. Just take a look at some of the rainfall rates that are coming down right now. Let's see if I can find some of the accumulation. Over the last just few hours, we've seen 3.5 inches of rain. Rainfall totals are excessive, and that's why we have these flash flood warnings off to the north. So a lot of water with this storm. And just the rainfall rates in general. Look at that purple there. That is indicating if the storm were just to sit over you. Take a look, over 5.5 inches of rain per hour. Here's another problem. All of this is coming from the west. So it is slowly training over the same area. These storms are moving 50 miles per hour, but guess what? There's still a whole bunch of rain behind it. So this is why we could easily get some flash flooding in this area as well. And we've seen it as it slowly sinks from north to south through the region. Let's go back over to that tornado warning real quick and just show you how it's moving, because it's going to be pushing into Crawford County in just a couple of minutes, if not already. Let's take a look at, let's see, our reflectivity, and then I want to zoom in one more time on where that couplet is. It's not looking as tight as it did.
It's very broad right now. As a matter of fact, tornado magnitude, I don't think so. But you know, don't put down your guard. I mean, the wind field is conducive to tornado spin-ups, so that is what you want to keep in mind. You're under a tornado warning if you are in sections of Northern Perry County, Crawford County. Let's stay there until this thing has passed on through, because these storms that have developed going back to late last night and even this morning, they've done so at a rapid rate. So yeah, the rotation there, quite broad, but nonetheless a tornado warning remains in effect for the region.
So yeah, we definitely still want you in that safe space. Even though the last few scans, it does look like it has weakened just a little bit. Those winds, they have not weakened though. So we want to make sure that you are staying away from windows. If you're in your safe space, even outside of that tornado warning, winds can take down a couple of tree branches, and that can go through a window. So you want to be very careful in this area. Just coming down really heavy over Doolittle Mills right now. As far as any hail, not seeing too much. Let's see, we're picking up a little bit of hail in this storm, maybe ½ an inch, but really it's the winds we got to be watchful of. So taking a look.
Yeah.
In that wind field, we're talking 60 miles per hour winds here. Looks like it is howling over Eckerty right now.
Okay, Mo, thanks so very much. Let's do this. Let's kind of reset here. Let's pull out, take a look at the viewing area, go back to our reflectivity, and show folks what's going on west to east, top to bottom, across the viewing area. Notice we got a couple of things happening. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for all of Jefferson County, and that carries us on into Meade County, much of Harrison County, northern Bullitt County, and points off to the east. Potential for some sporadic high winds. Also, we have a flash flood warning that has just been issued for the metro area, flashing in green right there. So the anticipation is there for ponding on the roadways, runoff issues, and as a result, some flash flooding. So please, if you don't have to go out, you can sit at home, wait this one out. Please do so. Let the storm move on through, and then you can go about your way. But it's rough go out there right now across the metro, and really west to east along the I-64 corridor, where we have winds upwards of 50, 60 miles an hour, extremely heavy rainfall, and from time to time, quick hitting spin-ups, potential tornadoes. We have that one tornado warning that's off to the west. Looking at the velocity scans, I didn't see any tight couplets. I didn't see anything that screams tornado right now. But nonetheless, we have some pretty strong wind going on, some chaotic winds out here near English and Little Mills. So bottom line, just stay in your place of safety, your tornado warning shelter area if you're out in this location. Everything is sinking slowly off to the south and also the southeast. Mo, let's go and zoom in on the metro. Go back to our reflectivity. I want to go from west to east across Jefferson County. Let's zoom in a little bit tight now here. So here we are on the west end near the Shawnee neighborhood down to near Rubbertown, PRP Valley Station, getting into locally heavy rainfall right around Churchill Downs, the U of L campus right now, getting hammered with some heavy rainfall. Boy, that really picks up in between the Watterson and the Snyder, close to the fairgrounds. Off to the east from there, Hurstbourne Acres, J-Town getting hammered with heavy rainfall, some lightning, thunder. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and that flash flood warning for ponding going on. A lot of concrete in Jefferson County. We're going to have some runoff issues as this heavy rain continues to work on through. Rainfall rates anywhere from 6, 7, 8 inches an hour. You going to get that much? If it were to rain that hard for 1 hour straight, yes, you would. But these storms are moving. What that does tell me, visibility will be cut and there will be ponding on the roadways, and that extends off towards the east as well. You can see this batch of heavy rain right on the Ohio River through the downtown region and off to the north. Well, all of that is settling southward. So this is a couple of hours of what could be some pretty heavy rainfall for the metro and areas lining up from west to east along that I-64 corridor. All right, Mo, let's go a little bit farther east, northeast. And there's Shelby County, Shelbyville, and points off to the north. Chestnut Grove over towards the Baghdad region, Todd's Point, for example. You guys are getting hammered right now with heavy rainfall. Could be some flash flooding as well. You can see the severe thunderstorm warning is basically close to 64 and points off to the south. See that real heavy rainfall? That is also likely in association with a pretty decent wind gust, a gust that could be 50 to 60 miles an hour in scattered locations. And that's lining up 64. Well, that is pushing southeasterly slowly, so it stands to reason we'll get into some pretty high winds and heavy rainfall south of this zone as well within the next 30 to 60 minutes or so. Mo, the tornado watch. We had it until 5 o'clock in the morning from 64, the Louisville area, and points off to the north. You said a new one was issued?
No, they plan on issuing another one, likely going to extend it until 11 o'clock, likely for the further southern counties that have yet to be put into that watch. It does look like, though, that tornado, they said that that tornado warning, not very impressive looking anymore, so likely going to be allowed to expire, this one here in Crawford County. So that's a bit of good news.
Okay.
Still very heavy rain, and don't let your guard down on those winds either, because wow, they are still howling through that area.
Yeah, no question about it. Guys up in the booth, if you would, give me the analyzer here behind me. I've got a dual screen here going on. And yeah, Eric, let's stay right here. Here's Jefferson County, there's J-Town. Watching this little zone right here, kind of looks like a pendant trying to hang back on the southwestern flank of this particular storm. Go over to the velocity scan, and it looks like we indeed might have a little bit of rotation trying to form. So I'm going to watch.
Put a tornado warning on that, Jay.
They are going to put a tornado warning on it. Okay, a tornado warning is going to be issued for sections of south central and eastern Jefferson County. There it is right there. It includes the Audubon Park area, Hollow Creek, J-Town, and points off to the east. And there is the velocity couplet as we speak. Eric, give me the CC, the correlation coefficient, if you would, please. Anything showing up there? No, not yet. So this is radar indicated. This is some rotation that is just now starting to form, but the NWS being very proactive early on this Thursday morning because of that strong wind field that is in place it wouldn't take much to get a tornado to wrap up and come down to the ground in the environment we have early on this Thursday morning. So brand new tornado warning issued now for sections of the metro to include really central and eastern sections of Jefferson County on into far western Shelby, northwestern Spencer for the next several minutes. Here in J-Town, surrounding regions, get to your basement, folks. Stay there until the danger has passed. No basement, lowest level of your house. Get away from windows and put as many walls between you and the outside as we've got this somewhat dangerous weather pivoting across the metro area, a good chunk of the viewing area early on this Thursday morning. All right, back over to our links box, our links radar. Mo also looking at the debris detector, or the CC, and just some heavy rainfall. I really don't see much as far as an actual tornado. Certainly some gusty winds showing up in the brighter green, and this potential tornado is just now starting to develop. This storm is just now really starting to get its act together. So we're going to be watching it very, very closely as it's situated a little bit farther off to the west. Could there be winds of 75 miles an hour? Perhaps that's probably a radar
little anomaly there. But yeah, but still, I think 56 mile per hour, that could be more likely there. Just taking a look at this reflectivity. Yeah, it's coming down very heavy over town. Anyone in this red box, listen to Jay, get to your safe space right away. You know, even if it's not raining near you just yet. I mean, Glen Mary, you're still waiting on that rain. But yeah, you are in that red box. We need you safe. And these winds are going to be whipping around you very, very soon if you aren't in that rain yet. But it is coming. And yes, this current warning that they just issued, that is going to be going until 5:30 this morning. So we want to be watching this closely. I wanted to let you know about that watch, the tornado watch, Jay. That is currently until 11 o'clock for those counties. So they extended it to 11 o'clock, and that now includes Bullitt, Spencer, and Meade County.
Okay, let's go to tornado warning. Let's zoom in tight. Let's go down to street level mapping, if you would, for me. And in particular, yeah, right around Newburgh, that looks a little suspect. Eric, you see anything with that on the CC?
No, not really seeing anything. It's kind of messy on the CC.
Okay. All right. This is high view here. You got the Newburgh area. This is our classic, what we call supercell. You can see this hanging on the back or the southwest flank of this storm. This is the rotating part of the storm, very close to high view. Near Fern Creek, anywhere from Highview, Fern Creek, up to J-Town, Newburgh. Please make sure you're in your basement, as you are ground zero right now for what could be a quick-hitting tornado spin-up. That's why the tornado warning has been issued. So please stay in your safety spot until this thing has passed on through. It's moving fairly quickly off to the east at speeds around 35 to 45 miles an hour. Won't be around long, but it is currently getting its act together. It's getting better and better organized. Go ahead and throw on the velocity field for me, Mo, if you would. Let's take a look and see what's going on here. Is base, or is that storm relative?
There we go.
All right, storm relative right there?
Nope, that's base. This is, excuse me, there we go.
All right, and let's close in. Again, back to the tornado warning. There you go. All right. There is some rotation going on here, even though you don't have red right next to green. It's implied here. What do I mean by that? See this brighter area of green? Those are high winds that are blowing towards the bottom left-hand portion of your TV set. Right next to that is some darker green, lighter winds blowing in the same direction, but they're lighter. So that would actually induce some rotation. That's why the NWS has put out this tornado warning. That, and because the wind field aloft is so incredibly strong and conducive to potential tornado development. So we're going to hold on to that tornado warning. Please be your safety spot until this danger has passed on through central and eastern sections of Jefferson County on into western Shelby County and northwestern Spencer for the next several minutes. Mo?
All right, so we are looking at a lot of flashing boxes here. Our most intense part of the storm, that's the tornado warning that's over by Fern Creek. And if you live in that red box, you got to be in your safe space. Go there now until the storm passes. This tornado warning goes until 5:30. This morning. Winds are incredibly powerful in this area. Now it's moving about 25 miles per hour. And so this is going to continue to push off to the east over the next half an hour or so. We just want to make sure that you are being safe. If you're hearing the warnings, go to your safe space. Even outside of the tornado warnings, look at all of these flashing boxes. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. North of the tornado warning. These winds, they are very powerful. Let me just show you. We're going to sample some of the winds in this storm right now. And it is some spots over 50 miles per hour. That says 36 there. As you're heading towards the Gene Snyder, closer to 50 miles per hour. And then again, outside of the storm, even if it's not a tornado warned storm and you're in maybe the area of the yellow polygons, it's still important to stay away from windows, as winds could gust and cause tree limbs to fall, break windows. So we want you to be safe overall. Also, look at all the green boxes. These are flash flood warnings. The amount of rain in this slow-moving system is pretty incredible. We've seen over 3 inches of rain in a few hours' time in this thick band. So we got to be very careful if you have to be traveling. Wish you wouldn't, but understand some people do need to go to work. So if you are going to be traveling through those flash flooded warned areas, do not try to drive through any area that has flooding in the roadway. We are getting reports of some flooding in some spots too. If you happen to encounter a flooded roadway and you can safely let us know about it, please do. Otherwise, we want to make sure that you are staying safe this morning. And right now, just watching this tornado warned storm now moving through south and eastern Jefferson County.
Okay, well, thanks so very much. So again, we continue to track some pretty powerful storms, no question about it. Early on this Thursday morning, here we are, 4:55 Thursday morning. Thank you very much for joining us, keeping you and your family safe and informed as these storms march off to the southeast, producing heavy rainfall, gusty winds in spots. Still that potential for an isolated tornado spin-up, hence the tornado warning that is in effect right now for central and eastern Jefferson County. Got to be honest, though, I don't see a lot of strong rotation that screams tornado at me at this point in the game. We'll get back in touch with NWS. Eric and Mo are doing that as we speak. But nonetheless, heed the warnings, please, because it could be very, very dangerous. It could be very quick hitting as this energy continues to rotate through. Heavy rainfall, gusty winds, Fern Creek, just north of Glen Mary, and then up into J-Town to near Fisherville, Eastwood, the Ford truck plant, Middletown. Mo, take me a little farther north, if you would, on into northeastern Jefferson County. Just raining like there's no tomorrow up U.S. Highway 42 and 71 on into Oldham County. Some lightning and thunder. These storms have really not weakened all that much over the past 1 to 2 hours. If anything, they've kind of grown upscale somewhat as they've moved towards the I-64 corridor. So we've got a lot of things flashing on your screen. Basically what's going on, flash flood warnings in a few spots. We've got areas of high water and some runoff issues from the heavy rainfall. From the heaviest of the storm activity and points off to the south, we have severe thunderstorm warnings for the anticipation of a strong wind gust that could blow out ahead of that heavy rainfall. That is included in that would be southern Jefferson County, Bullitt County, and points off to the west, and also off to the east. And right here smack dab in the metro area, we have a tornado warning that has been issued for portions of central and eastern Jefferson County into western Shelby and northwestern portions of Spencer County. Again, it's a dangerous storm, as we kind of close in, Mo, let's go in really, really tight here, almost down to the Fern Creek area, the J-Town area. And once we get there, okay, that's perfect. Let's go ahead and put on our wind field now and take a look at any and all rotation that might be showing up.
There's not much rotation as you're noticing, but they're not ready to give up this warning yet. They did say that there's some rotation aloft, and so they are keeping this warning going for just a little bit longer. But no, I do understand. You know, a lot of people are scared. You know, there's the blinking red boxes. We want to make sure that you're staying safe. Even if there isn't any rotation, the winds can still be very strong, and it's still very dangerous. So we want you to stay in place until this warning does expire. But at this point, you're right. I am not seeing too much, if any, rotation in this particular storm. But that rain is definitely coming down a whole lot, and a lot of lightning. Very electric storm here.
Eric, on the 5-minute obs, what kind of winds are we getting at the airports right now?
We're not really seeing anything terribly too bad. We're still in that 35 to 40. So basically what it's been all evening near across the region.
Good news. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it seems like any widespread damaging winds really aren't occurring. It's more of a sporadic, isolated, strong wind gust that could occur and come out of these storms if they latch onto that strong wind field aloft and bring it down to the ground. Again, this is a tornado warning for sections of central and eastern Jefferson County. Tornado warning siren change very, very quickly in an environment like this. So let's heed the warning. Anywhere from Linview, Audubon Park, Buchel, Hurstbourne Acres, J-Town, Fern Creek, Glen Mary, Highview, and points off to the east from there on into the east end, Fisherville, even down towards, let's call it Wilsonville, Elk Creek. That takes us into northwestern Spencer County, and then to near Simpsonville as well, where we have lots of lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning strike activity at this time with that particular cell, which seems to be intensifying just a little bit. But the actual wind field, and again, Mo, storm relative or base here?
This is relative.
Storm relative? Yeah, I just don't see a lot of rotation that screams tornado right now. So that's great news.
And not much, the rotation detector not picking up very much at all.
And I think the National Weather Service is seeing the same thing, but this is a very, very heavy populated area. So rather be safe than sorry, you know, since it is rotating aloft a little bit. We're going to keep that warning going for the next several minutes or so. Any word on what they're planning to do, any more on that, or are they just kind of watching it?
Still kind of watching it. Still kind of seeing a little bit of that upper level broad rotation, so they're still just kind of wanting to hang with it a little bit longer, see a couple more scans.
Sure. Okay. All right, so we have that one lone tornado warning. J-Town, Fern Creek, Okolona, Eastwood, Finchville, Simpsonville. You guys are all included in that tornado warning. But again, not seeing much as far as real tight spin goes. And what I am seeing is some extremely heavy rainfall and some gusty winds in spots. Okay, Mo, let's go back to our velocity scan, if you would, please. Okay, just kind of...
Can we take off the warnings just so you can kind of get
I'm just kind of analyzing this with you as we show this live on TV and looking for areas of rotation. See some gusty winds in spots. I don't see any tight velocity couplets, though, that scream, oh, we got a developing tornado, or there could be one already occurring. I got some tight winds, or I got some strong winds in locations, but that seems to be just about it. All right, let me tell you, let's go a little bit farther off to the east. And same can be said. Could be some pretty strong winds in scattered locations across central and southern Shelby County. Okay, let's go back off to the west, if you would, for me.
Okay.
Just kind of scanning all of the areas.
You know, it's looking a little notchy there, but you're right. I feel like this is not as impressive, but
yeah, some gusty winds right there. There is actually the outflow boundary right there. Okay. All right, yeah, no doubt, strong thunderstorms, heavy rainfall, gusty winds in scattered spots. But as far as an actual tornado right now. I don't really see that. But
yeah, Jay, the good news is it looks like they're planning on canceling that here shortly.
They're going to cancel that tornado warning. Okay, that's good news because we just didn't see much with that, and it doesn't look like much is developing at this time. We do have the heavy rainfall, no question about it, and that extends back into Harrison County and points on the west out 64 westbound into Crawford County, northern Perry County. Now, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning that will continue, and of course the flash flood warning for some hydro issues. What I mean by that, ponding, runoff. Here it is, the metro, lots of concrete. That stuff is going to be running off underneath those zones of extreme heavy rainfall. And talk about heavy rainfall, how about Rubbertown, Shively area? And again, right through Shelbyville. It is coming down like there is no tomorrow, no question about it. There you go. The tornado warning has been canceled, taken off. Good to see. Now we will continue to hold on to this heavy rain and thunderstorm activity for probably the next hour or so in the metro before it segs southward across the Commonwealth.
And also just keep in mind we have that tornado watch for those counties in pink, and that's Bullitt, Spencer, and Meade County. That's going to go until 11 o'clock this morning. So that's quite unfortunate that this is going to take that long to get through. But notice some of our northern counties in southern Indiana, they've already cut those the watches out of there. So, and I think once this line continues to sink past the metro, we'll lose that upper tier of counties as well. But right now we do have to continue to monitor this line of storms because, Jay, it's going into air that has, it's moisture rich, you know, it's perfect food to feed these storms.
Yeah, exactly right. Pretty warm and muggy out there, no question about it. And then you got the cold air aloft. Perfect breeding ground for the big storms popping up, okay? We're getting into a bit of a lull as far as the tornado threat is concerned and the real high wind threat is concerned. Matter of fact, might be seeing a downward trend across the board. Good news there. What I'm going to do, I'm going to hand it off to Eric Zernick going forward for the rest of this severe weather coverage. Thank you very much for joining me last night and so far this morning. Into the capable hands of Mo and Eric. Eric, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Jay. Yeah, so the good news is all the tornado warnings that we had been tracking throughout the overnight hours have been able to expire. What we got is just our severe thunderstorm warnings. That includes the majority of the metro. This goes for about another 10 minutes or so until 5:15, but I wouldn't be surprised if they extend that farther off to the south. And we also have this one off to the east that is also along this, basically the leading edge. Still could see those wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour. So that's still the main concern, especially for your areas to the south as you get closer to the parkways where you really haven't seen any action so far yet. As Mo was mentioning, your environment is still really rich and tapped for this system to push in and really produce those damaging storms. So we'll continue to track the leading edge for the possibility for some pretty strong gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour, along with the heavy rain. And so then behind it becomes the flash flooding threat because this is a very slow moving system, so that heavy rain is not pushing in and out of your area. It's just kind of lingering and producing that heavy rain for hours on end, which eventually leads to that flash flooding concern and that ponding on the roadways. And that's going to be there as we head into that morning commute. We'll be looking at easily 1 to 3 inches. So definitely just take it very slow on the roadways as you head out to maybe head into work on this Thursday morning. You can see we're getting rainfall rates over 7 inches an hour at the moment. This is just a snapshot of time, but that's how fast it is coming down at the moment. So that's why we've easily been able to pick up 1 to 2 inches over that hour time frame, leading to some of that flooding potential and ponding on the roadways. You can see here's a look at some of the totals we've picked up so far, and that's what's coming in that 1 to 3 inch rain. You can see to the north where they've had it a little bit longer, they're well over that 2 inch mark. And so that's what's slowly pushing through the metro and going to allow our totals to continue to add up as we head through the rest of this morning. So I think we're still going to be dealing with the heavy rain threat along with some gustier winds. The tornado threat seems to be winding down a little bit, so that continues to be the good news. But we continue to have these severe thunderstorm warnings for, again, the leading edge. That's where we could still have some of those gustier winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour, maybe approaching 60. This has already caused some tree damage in some localized area. It's not widespread, but we have had some localized spots of tree damage, especially the Fern Creek, and this was even before the storms moved in. We had a tree that was knocked over by the gradient winds up to 40 to 50 miles per hour that did fall on a home in that area. So that just goes to show you how windy it's been beginning late last evening through the overnight hours before these storms really start to push in. But as Mo puts on some of these wind gusts, you can see they're starting to die down. We're not really seeing the brighter shades. We're just seeing some gentle reds and greens. Those are the in and outbound winds that are being picked up by the radar. You can see maybe some stronger winds on that backside where they haven't had quite as much rain, so the energy still a little untapped with that. But let's send it back over to Mo so we can kind of just talk about the heavy rain threat that we're looking at in this area.
Yeah, let's do that. Also, I was trying to show real quick if I couldn't pick up on the wind field, but the latest wind gust that came in at Muhammad Ali International, 51 miles per hour. Or that was 51 knots right now. So that's what it's gusting at STF. And I was trying to find where that part of the storm was, because that's pretty gusty. I mean, it's knots, 51, but you know, for miles per hour, that's still mid 40s. Yeah. But yeah, zooming out, notice that's it is coming down incredibly heavy. So that makes sense that we've got that flash flood warning for the metro. But we got to keep our eyes south of all of these lines just because that is untapped air. Right now, it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. I took the lightning off just because it's very aggressive. Notice. So a lot of lightning with these storms. That makes it even more unsafe. The hail, not terrible. I mean, we are seeing some hail in these storms, maybe ½ inch here and there. But really, I think it's just that heavy rain and the gusty winds that are coming with a lot of these storms that are slowly sinking south through the viewing area this morning, and this is going to take hours to move through and completely clear our viewing area. Notice this has only moved through southern Indiana. We were here at midnight when we, midnight when we started seeing some of those tornado warnings and those storm warnings, and so it's taking a while, and we're going to be with you all morning watching this line of showers and storms. Right now, the most severe part of the storm, it's just this line that's pushing through parts of Brandenburg there in Meade County, and then we're also seeing that through Harrison County, going through the metro, pretty much spanning just straight across along the I-64 corridor, and then points north. You guys are all under those flash flood warnings. So it's early, you're just getting up. Some people might be going to work a little earlier. Try and factor in some extra time, because I do think we're going to see a lot of problems on the roads this morning. Beyond just accidents, I think the flooding is going to be an issue. Also, there are a couple of storm damage reports up from Jackson County where there was power lines in the roads. So that's something you got to be watching for. It's dark out, so you don't see those. And especially if the power lines are down, your power is probably out. So that's also pretty dangerous trying to navigate in the dark, especially if, you know, lights are out. So we got to be really careful this morning.
That we do, Mo. Thank you much. And as she was mentioning, those damage reports were from a possible tornado that we had around midnight that moved through the northern portions of Jackson County in Indiana. But the good news is, especially those in Indiana where they got the rough of it earlier through the overnight hours, it is beginning to wind down. You still have the flash flood warnings because of all the rain that you got, still trying to run off, but at least you're not getting any new rain to kind of add to that. So hopefully it's beginning to drain off. As Mo continues to zoom out a little bit, you can see how our southern Indiana communities are finally beginning to get a break and have had that break now for about an hour or so. So again, that is going to be helping with these that we're showing where the flash flood is, but she's turned it off so you can really see how a lot of southern Indiana is beginning to finally get a break. It's now just this thin band basically stretching the 64 corridor that we're still seeing the heavier rain. Now, what's unique with this system is it's got more of a west to east component, so that's why it's not really moving to the south as fast, and that's what's leading to this extended periods of heavy rainfall, leading to that flooding and ponding on the roadways, which is why we got all those green boxes of flash flood warnings across the area, just letting you know to take it slow on the roads as there are some spots, especially in the low-lying area where that collects, that you could run in and maybe hydroplane. So we just want you taking it easy out there as you head off to work here on this Thursday morning, as the roads are definitely very much covered in water. So just kind of take it easy. But the good news is no tornado warning that we're tracking. We just have these severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential of some gusty winds, maybe up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. So we'll continue to track that as this slowly pushes now to the south and begins to work its way across the Commonwealth and moves out of southern Indiana. But you can see across much of the metro, we're still dealing with that heavy rain with some thunder and lightning still making its way into the area. But I do think the worst of the winds is now pushing out of Jefferson County and getting ready to move into portions of Bullitt County. That warning goes here in just for another 30 minutes or so, so we'll be interested to see what they end up doing with this. They'll probably let that expire and develop a new one. There you can see there's the new one that they're doing. And so they're not really concerned as much west of the metro. They're more thinking right along this leading edge, as I was mentioning, moving out of Jefferson County, getting ready to move into portions of Bullitt County. So Mount Washington, Shepherdsville, you haven't really seen a whole lot, but it's going to be moving in your direction here very shortly. Elk Creek, you're starting to get in on the action. You can see Mo is putting that on, and we're trying to track out some of the timing for this of when it'll be moving in. So Highville, you've been getting it here pretty shortly. Mount Washington, you're probably within the next 5 to 8 minutes starting to see it move into your area. Taylorsville, you got about 10 minutes until the heavy rain begins to push into your region. And then as you get out towards Wakefield and Van Buren, you probably have closer to 15 to 20 minutes. But this is going to be working into your area, beginning with some of those initially stronger wind gusts, because again, the wind is actually outrunning the rain. So you're going to get the wind gusts first, which could be anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then the heavy rain will be moving in pretty shortly behind that. But it does look like it is now beginning to slowly push its way off to the south and east. Also, as you go over in the portions of Spencer County, you're starting to get some of that heavier rain too. It is now moving out to Shelby County, but Shelbyville back towards Simpsonville, you're also still getting some pretty heavy rain. So along the 64 corridor, still dealing with that very heavy rain, and along with some gustier winds from time to time. But as Mo kind of extends the leading edge of this, again, this is where some of the stronger wind gusts are that are going to be pushing off to the south and east. So we'll time this out for you, and I'll get Little Mount, we're going to go in about 524. As you get to the Taylorsville area, it's at 526. So about 10 minutes until it'll be working into your area, but you'll start to feel those winds picking up here very shortly as this system continues to work off to the south and southeast. So we'll just continue to track this as we go throughout the rest of the morning. Mo, how about we zoom out a little bit, take all the warnings off, and just put it into motion and kind of show people what the system has been doing within the last 30 minutes or so, and kind of show the motion of the storms that we got. The good news is it's kind of turned into this thinner band. It's not as broad as it was. So as I was mentioning, things definitely beginning to quiet down across the board of southern Indiana. It's now slowly making its way through the metro off to the east along the 64 corridor out towards the Capitol and towards the Lexington area, as it then slowly begins to make its way to the south. And it does look like now, as we get deeper into the morning, things are starting to kind of come down a little bit. It's not looking as impressive as it was during the overnight hours, still producing a lot of heavy rain with that thunder and lightning, but we're not seeing quite as strong as winds with this. And even the rainfall rates are coming down a little bit. We were seeing a lot of the darker reds, now just a lot of oranges, still a lot of heavy rain out there, but not quite coming out as strong as it was before. So things definitely working in the right direction, wouldn't you say, Mo?
I agree, and I like to see less and less colors on the screen. I wanted to just take a look at that bottom line of that we're looking at the storm winds and just making sure that we aren't seeing any notches anywhere. But no, you're right. Things are really calming down. So I do like to see that. Likely going to be feeling some gusty winds, though, just south of this line as the outflow boundary starts to push out. So yeah, we could have some winds gusting heading towards you in Mount Washington. But things are looking much better than they did just, half an hour ago. But we still have to be very weather aware for the areas that have yet to see any rain. Those dew points, they are high. It's still very warm. I guess the good news is that since this is now overnight, temperatures are starting to drop a little bit more. So that will help destabilize this air that this band is moving into. But right now, we're just dealing with rain, a lot of lightning, a little bit of hail, no tornadoes. Let me throw the warnings back on. There are severe thunderstorm warnings, and at this point, it's just going to continue to slowly sink to the south and east. Putting a track on a couple of these warnings, just going through Bullitt County. I'll just put the whole line there. And we're moving, it's about 35 miles per hour to the south and southeast. And so it's going to be pushing through central Bullitt County. Shepherdsville, you're getting in it here by 5:27 or so. Taylorsville Lake, a little after 5:30. Wakefield, 5:36. So this is moving. I wish it was a little bit quicker movement. So, the rain doesn't cause as much ponding on the roadways, just because look at all of those green boxes. Every time that line continues to sink south, right behind it, we get a flash flood warning, just because there was a lot of rain. But as you did point out, the rain rate is definitely coming down, Eric. I do think that that is some good news. We were seeing these little areas of purple, which just indicating just incredibly high rates of rain, over 7 inches an hour over Shelbyville right now and over Fern Creek. But we were seeing swaths of that purple just stretching across the entire viewing area over an hour ago. So we're seeing lower rain rates. Maybe it's starting to run out of water. I doubt it, though. This is a very moisture-rich system just being fed by that Gulf moisture. Looking, big picture here, we just watch this band continue to sink through the south, but it has caused quite a bit of damage, especially for our southern Indiana viewers. There's been trees down, power lines down. There was possibly a trailer that was flipped over. So I do think we're going to be talking to someone who had some storm damage early this morning in just a little bit. But yeah, big picture, that band is starting to thin out. No tornado warnings, but we are watching a lot of flashing boxes. So severe thunderstorm warnings. And that's nothing to sneeze at, you guys. Just because there's no tornado warnings, there are still some high winds that could cause trees to fall. A lot of water in areas where the ground is saturated. We could have trees coming down, a lot of lightning out there as well. It's still very dangerous. So if you can hold off traveling through these storms, that really is your best bet, just because it's going to be very dangerous out there, especially where if it's not a yellow box, I don't want you driving through that. If it's a green box, I don't want you driving through that either. Those flash floods, flash flood deaths, I mean, that's quite possibly one of the most plentiful deaths, the high rate of death because of flash floods. So it's just something we got to be very careful of this morning as the storm continues to move south through the region.
Yeah, thank you, Mo. And the good news is, unlike a week ago when we had that horrible flash flooding out in Harrison County and especially in the Corden area, they saw anywhere from 7, 8, 9 inches of rain. We're not reaching those kind of numbers, but we're seeing anywhere from 1 to 3 inches from this morning's system. And that's nothing to sneeze about and still can cause a lot of issues on the roadways. But as far as that massive flash flood, we're not expecting quite it to that levels. But you can see a good drink of water for a lot of southern Indiana. And that is now slowly beginning to kind of make its way into the metro as we kind of title in some of these. And you can see for some of those areas around the Waterston, maybe approaching 3 inches of rain. So definitely a lot of water on those roadways. As we're getting ready to head out for that Thursday morning commute. So just take it very slowly on the roadways. It's going to be one of those situations where it can be fine, and then all of a sudden there's a good coating of water, and that could cause you to hydroplane and cause major accidents out there. So just keep that in mind, that the roads have been taking on a lot of water here within the last hour or so, can cause some of those issues as this is still slowly starting to move into the area. So just a lot of heavy rain, but it does look like, again, as you kind of move across southern Indiana, especially as you get into Clark County, as you're out towards Charlestown, Sellersburg, the rain slowly beginning to come to an end and things are improving across the river. Still a lot of heavy rain in Floyd County, especially as you get towards Clarksville, New Albany, Floyd's Knob, and then over into Harrison County. You can see Corden getting some pretty heavy rain. This is now making its way to the south of southern portions of Jefferson County. And again, it's along this leading edge that we're seeing maybe some of those stronger wind gusts, 40 to 50 miles per hour, getting ready to move into Mount Washington, and then eventually Shepherdsville. You'll start to see those winds pick up, and the rain will be moving in very shortly. I would say the rain's probably pretty much knocking on the doorstep for Mount Washington, Elk Creek, and then as you get into portions of Spencer and Taylor County. So we'll just continue to watch this as the morning progresses, but it does look like things are starting to come down as far as intensity is a little bit. So that continues to be the good news with this. But here's some more of those times as we go through the rest of this morning. So again, Taylorsville, you have about 10 minutes until the system will be moving into your area. Mount Washington, it's pretty much knocking on your door. And then Wakefield, you about 20 minutes until this system will be working its way in, and that's just because of how slow it's pushing to the south. It had a little bit more of a west to east component because that is the direction of our upper level winds, which normally steers this. Normally we have these cold sweep through the area, but we just don't really have that northerly component to push the rain and get it in and out of here as fast as it normally does during those more spring and wintertime events. You have that cold air from the north helping to push it to the south. Well, this time around, we got a lot of southerly wind coming in because we are now in the summertime, which is slowing down this, leading it into more of that flash flooding threat. So still looking at intense heavy rain, but again, definitely not seeing it nearly to the intensity that we were seeing earlier. Here's a look at some of the strong winds. Not looking overly too impressive. Still, again, could be seeing some wind gusts 40, 50 miles per hour, but it's not really getting to those extreme levels that we were seeing earlier this morning when we were starting to get some of those spin-up tornadoes because of just how strong the winds were. So that continues to be the good news with this system, is things definitely improving as we even move deeper into the morning and get closer and closer to that morning commute. You can see here in downtown and here even at the station, we're not hearing the rain coming down quite as heavy as it was just a little bit ago. That has now worked its way to the south. So Eastwood, Fern Creek, out towards Valley Station, you're getting some of those heavier rains, while inside the Watersend, those rainfall rates are starting to come down here locally in town. So that is the good news. But again, this is now starting to push to the south and east. So Mount Washington, Wakefield, and then eventually as you get towards the Bloomfield area, Taylorsville and Shepherdsville, you'll begin to see that rain move through where you haven't really seen a whole lot this morning. You've had the gusty winds. Even outside of the rain, you've had those 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. But again, it's along this leading edge that we're starting to see still some of those stronger wind gusts approaching 50 miles per hour that could still bring down some tree limbs and things like that. So we don't want you to let your guard down. But Mo continues to kind of track this out for us, and you can see things are still working in that direction slowly. So we'll continue to watch this through the rest of the morning. But the good news is things are definitely to come down as far as the intensity is a little bit. So one more time again with those, you can see pretty much moving through Elk Creek at the moment. And then as you get towards the Taylorsville area, we're still approaching that about 10 minutes until you get to at around 5:37 in the morning. So things definitely looking a whole lot better, wouldn't you say, Mo, as we move deeper into the morning and get closer and closer to that morning rush.
Agreed. And you know what, Eric, I just wanted to let you know we got just a report from the National Weather Service of a water rescue that was over on in J-Town. A vehicle got stuck in the water on Hurstbourne Parkway in 6 Mile Lane. And yeah, this is an area that gets a lot of flooding. So I want to show you what that looks like here on our the amount of water that has fallen here just in the last hour or so. This area is floods very easily. So I want to pull up where J-Town is and Hurstbourne Parkway and 6 Mile Lane. This tends to happen quite often. So this is just case in point. We don't want you driving through any flooded areas. Okay, pulling up some spots. This is in the yellow. This is a 1 hour rainfall. And I'm gonna sample this real quick just so you can see. In an hour, 2.5 inches of rain has fallen in this area. So this is something they got to be very careful. This is why there's a flash flood warning if you have to be out driving in this storm, and you really shouldn't, but I want you to be so careful just because water rescues, and that storm was just over there about an hour ago. So 2.5 inches of rain, that's a lot of water in a short period of time. And this band of rain is going to continue to move further to the south through the viewing area. And so for those folks who are not in the rain yet, it's headed your way. So there's the possibility that these flash flooding warnings are going to be issued in your area once this band clears. When it clears the area, that's what we've been watching. That's what's been happening pretty much all night into early this morning. So do not drive through flooded roadways. Fire department is already trying to get someone out of a vehicle on Hurstbourne Parkway and 6 Mile Lane just because their vehicle got stuck in the water. Showing you the big picture, we've got the flash flood warnings along just north of that band. So that's kind of what the theme will be. It will continue to likely sink south, and so will the flash flood warnings. Right now, we've got a warning in southern Jefferson County, and that's encompassing part of Valley Station, and then going into Bullitt County, Mount Washington. That's now pushing over you. It's going to be headed towards Smithville and High Grove here in short order. And this warning continues all the way across central Shelby County and pushing into parts of Washington County. So this in Nelson County, this is also part of that severe thunderstorm warning. Short period of time, we've got flash flood warnings. The good news is no tornado warnings at this time.
All right, thank you, Mo. So yeah, that is the good news as things are beginning to slowly improve as we move deeper into the morning, but we don't want you to let your guard down as we are kind of heading into that morning commute. There is still a lot of rain moving through the area, but it is now slowly beginning to push its way off to the south and east. But the good news is the only severe warning we have is this severe thunderstorm warning that includes the southern portions of Jefferson County, but I think the worst of it is now making its way into portions of Bullitt County, Nelson County, and then as you make your way over into Spencer County, that seems to be the area that we're seeing kind of the worst of the weather at the moment, as we got this line of some gustier winds along the leading edge of the rain as it pushes to the south, now beginning to move through and into your location. So again, that's Mount Washington, now starting to be under the gun of that heavy rain and gusty winds, Elk Creek, and then that's pushing down towards Wakefield, Shepherdsville, and Taylorsville here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. You'll begin to quickly see this pushing in your direction. So just kind of keep this in mind. Here's a look at those times one more time. So again, Taylorsville Lake about 5:38, so that's in about another 5+ minutes or so. It's going to be moving into your area. Wakefield 5:45, so we got about 15 minutes for you, and then a little bit farther out, all the way out towards Chaplin as you get closer to 6 o'clock in the morning. But again, the good news is we're not really quite seeing it nearly as strong as it was during the overnight when it was producing those tornado warnings and much bigger severe thunderstorm warnings across the area. And it even looks like the band of heavy rain is beginning to shrink as far as the size of it was concerned. This was a much bigger band not too long ago as it was moving across southern Indiana, where it was producing just those massive amounts of rain, leading to those flash flood warnings and flood emergencies. So the good news is things are definitely improving. And I would even say here in the metro downtown areas, we're even not seeing the rain coming down quite as hard as it was. Much of Clark County, and then as you get over into Washington or Orange County, along with portions of Scott County, as you make your way into southern Indiana, you're pretty much done with the rain. Things are beginning to kind of drain off a little bit, so that is the good news. But again, the worst of the rain now pushing out of southeastern Jefferson County and making its way into portions of Spencer County. You can see Shelby County still dealing with some of that heaver rain, so our taking 64 out towards the Capitol. Just know 64 is also going to be pretty waterlogged and could have some of that ponding on the roadways, so just kind of keep that in mind. But at least we're not seeing any more of those notches or trying to see any rotation with the winds, because we were dealing with numerous tornado warnings throughout the overnight hours. But the good news is within the last 30 minutes or so, we're not really quite seeing that. And even the winds, as Mo was showing, aren't nearly as strong as what they were earlier. So hopefully, maybe even once this warning expires, they won't add any new ones and just kind of go with special weather statements, which is kind of saying it's not quite to the level of a warning, but still something to keep an eye on. So hopefully it will be the trend that this will continue to at least be on a somewhat weakening trend as we head through the morning and the rainfall rates come down. Still, though, got the lightning out there, so you might have been woken up from these storms as they move through your area during the early morning hours. But you can see good news is things are definitely improving as we move deeper into the morning. See, out towards Harrison County, Corden, you're still getting some of that heavier rain to move into your area. So I think the biggest concern now as we go through the rest of the morning is going to be more of that flash flooding threat with the ponding on the roadways right as we head into that morning commute, which could lead to plenty of accidents. So just, I would definitely give yourself a lot of extra time before you head off to work on this Thursday morning. What are you seeing out there, Mo?
Right now, we're just watching for this last warning in the yellow box that's pushing through Bullitt County. That's going to expire hopefully in the next 10 minutes or so, but I do love to see that it has weakened quite a bit. The wind field is not nearly as strong as it was. At one point, we were seeing winds, you know, over 60 miles per hour. At the airport, they were getting 51 to 53 mile or knot reports, which is, you know, upper 40s. So to either way, it is just an incredibly powerful storm. At this point, things are starting to calm down. Hopefully we can keep that trend going. But just hours ago, that storm was confirmed. We had confirmed tornado ground. We had seen a lot of damage from the storms when they first pushed into the viewing area just hours ago.
Even in Vern Creek, we know that a family's home was hit by a massive tree, and that was before the round of tornado warnings came through for them. That was just strictly wind.
Yeah, just wind, but we did see that there was a tornado warning for that area that has now passed through, which is good news. Our Blakely McHugh, she is live this morning out in Fern Creek for us with that family. Blakely, tell us what they experienced.
I mean, you guys, it has been really quite the night and morning for Kelly and Chad here. Around 11, what time was it that last night when the tree came down?
11:45.
Around 11:45. You say at that time, there wasn't really winds, there wasn't anything crazy happen. You were asleep. Kind of walk us through what happened last night.
So me and my daughter were asleep in my bedroom, and we woke up to drywall crashing down on us. One of the limbs on our big tree that we have in our backyard came crashing into my bedroom.
And the two of you said you've never had any concerns about this tree. Chad, you were telling me, gosh, this thing's what, 70, 80 feet tall?
70, 80 foot tall at least. I mean, we've looked at it and went around it. There was no cracks or anything on it previously. I mean, we're in the backyard off and on different times, and there's really was no concern of it. I mean, especially with the wind, the 10 or 15 mile an hour winds shouldn't bring down a 3-foot tree that's 70 foot tall.
Yeah.
That shouldn't happen.
You were awake at the time. I know, Kelly, your daughter, you were asleep. What was it that you heard when that happened?
It just sounded like an explosion. And when it happened, I knew exactly what it was. I immediately got up and stumbled and run out. I just had a knee replacement surgery today, so I was really freaking out because I couldn't get up to them. I just kept hollering, Kelly, Kelly, Kelly. At first, she didn't answer, which really worried me. Then on the third or fourth attempt to try to get her attention, she finally answered me. She said that they were okay. And my daughter came down. Her hair was covered with insulation. Her clothes were covered with insulation. And bless her heart, she had no clue what was going on, which was a good thing.
Yeah.
For her.
Kelly, I know you were saying, I thought this was really striking. When you woke up, you felt like it was a dream. You were looking up, seeing through your ceiling, through your roof, in the sky, and you just thought, this can't be real.
Yes. Once I got the drywall off of me and my daughter, I remember looking up being like, this is a dream. Like, wake up. I don't want this to happen in my dream. This is a nightmare. But I remember just staring at it and being like, oh my gosh. Then, of course, course, go to your daughter and make sure your daughter's okay. So I'm just so grateful and so thankful that we weren't hurt more seriously.
Some minor bumps, bruises, some scratches, I'm imagining. We have some photos that we've been showing. It's still dark out when you took those photos. Can you kind of explain to us just what the extent of the damage is to the home?
So the extent to the damage is the roof is gone out of my bedroom. My entire bedroom will have to be replaced, as there's been a lot of heavy rain come into my bedroom. My husband's bedroom is right below mine, so there's been, since we've had the heavy rain, all the rain has to go somewhere. So it goes down into his bedroom, and now it is going into our living room. So we have a much bigger project than what we originally thought.
Yeah, I know we're doing minimal electricity right now. You guys have the candles lit. That's not because it's out, but just because LG&E had recommended that you do that with the severe rain coming down. Chad just had his knee replaced literally yesterday. Well,
actually, yes. It's all run into one day. I'm sorry.
It still feels like the same day for you, I know. So you guys have a lot going on. We're really appreciative of you letting us into our home. They do have some people coming out that are supposed to come out around 7:30 this morning to start assessing the damage. We're going to wait for that rainfall to hopefully die down so that the rain that's coming into their home can also can stop. Alex and Carrie, I'm going to send it back to you now.
Yeah, Blakely, our hearts go out to them this morning. You know, really appreciative that they allowed you in, that they showed us the damage and sent us those pictures. But we know with heavy wind, like we were seeing, that strong wind, those trees extremely dangerous.
Yeah, and they said that there was also another piece of the tree that they were concerned might also come down after that even happened. So really hoping that this is kind of dying down. You have been telling us that that is seeming to be the case.
Yes, because this band of rain that has been slowly moving through the region, well, the top edge of it, that's still out there, just kind of skirting the top of the metro, and it's going to continue to sink south. But I feel terrible for them because they don't have a roof. And look at over Fern Creek right now. Look at all of that yellow. It is, that's not drizzle. It is pouring into their bedroom right now. So yeah, minimal electricity. I mean, don't use any if you can get away with it, just because that is so incredibly dangerous. And I feel terrible for them just for the fact that this happened before the storms even hit. Yeah. There were non-thunderstorm winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. In some spots, it could have been even higher. We just don't have that data. But either way, when I came to work this morning and it was still dry, there was debris all over the road, and there hadn't been any storms. So the winds were really whipping around, knocking tree branches, leaves off the trees. There was quite a few limbs in the roadways. So yeah, and that was before the rain, the storms hit, and clearly you saw what it did to that woman's tree, to that couple's tree, before the rain even came. Oh, here's another storm damage photo. This came in from Jackson County from a ground confirmed or radar confirmed tornado that happened earlier this morning.
Right, and that's where Sam Carter is headed for us right now. Trying to get there. Obviously, conditions are not in his favor with the rain and the wind. But talking about back to the family we just interviewed, they did have the candles out. They were told not to use any electricity. At last check, LG&E says there are more than 18,000 folks without electricity this morning. Also, going back to the limbs down, we know that there are likely power lines down too. So make sure that if you're heading out this morning, you have somewhere to go, you're being careful, you're paying attention, because we know with limbs come down, those lines come down as well.
And we know with all this rain, this flash flood warning that we're all under, we've also heard about water rescue. So all of this stuff may be covered by water in some places. We know there's several low-lying areas, especially in the metro. So people definitely need to be on the lookout this morning.
That's right. And just in the last hour and a half, the metro, mainly around the J-Town, Middletown area in southern Jefferson County, over 2.5 inches of rain. 2.5 inches, that maybe doesn't sound like a lot, but when it's rain and it's in a short period of time, and in the metro there's a lot of concrete, this water has nowhere to go. And so it just kind of piles up, ponds up, and then we have cars getting stuck in the water. We've got a water rescue just an hour ago at Hurstbourne Parkway and 6 Mile Lane. That's a spot that tends to get a lot of flooding just anytime it rains. So, and this rain isn't done yet. We're going to slowly watch this band move through the region, and as it does, right behind it pops up those flash flood warnings. So just a very moisture-rich system, putting down a lot of water in a short period of time.
All right, well, be safe this morning. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.